I'm going to be listening to nothing but Klove for a whole week. Christian radio. Where do we begin with this? Do we begin with the cheesy lyrics, the same four chords, or the idea of Chris Tomlin rewriting every hymn on the planet? If you're adjacent to Christian pop culture at all, then you know all three of those jokes. But are these jokes accurate? Are they deserved by Klove? Well, I'm here to find that out. You see, I think that I have a pretty decent diet of music going on in my life, little sprinkles of all sorts of stuff happening in my Spotify algorithms. So for me to cut all of that out and replace it with Klove, I think it's going to feel kind of like that guy who ate nothing but McDonald's for an entire month and documented it. I'm probably going to wake up and feel kind of sick and look in the mirror and not feel great about what's happening. I find myself kind of in the independent Christian music category. And in that category, you start to see a lot of hatred and a lot of dislike for Klove. I'm not so sure it's deserved. So here we are. What's it going to look like? Well, when I wake up, it's going to be Klove. When I'm working and not in a meeting and not on the phone, I'm going to be listening to Klove. When I drive or when I'm eating, Klove. When I go to bed at night, it's going to be Klove in my ears. The closer I get to this happening, the more unsure I am of this idea, but at least Klove had some encouraging words for me. Now, I think it's important before I dive headfirst into the Klove waters to kind of investigate the background of it. This whole thing started in 1980 when the Christian Life Center, First Assembly of God in Santa Rosa, California, received a construction permit to operate a new radio station called KCLB. Man, I really hope this brings me some radio opportunity. I'm really pulling out the fancy mic here. Now, even before it had the Klove name, it was already in trouble here because not too long after it started, there was a major scandal involving some trust funds with the church, and that forced it into bankruptcy. So that required the church to basically abandon the plans for the time being. From everything I'm reading, I see where the church kind of wanted to keep this idea alive and really wanted to try to keep funding this thing, but ultimately they ended up selling it in 1982 to the Educational Media Foundation, and they purchased it for about $65,000. This is where we meet Bob Vogel. He's a former DJ at KFRC, and he's the one who founded the Educational Media Foundation and was known for a lot of Christian media. And Bob, well, the first thing he decided to play on what would be Klove is Praise the Lord by the Imperials, a Southern gospel group that was charting some music already since the 70s. Now, all the way in August of 1988, KCLB decided to change its call letters to KLVR. And I guess since they thought K-Lover sounded weird, they decided to adopt the present Klove moniker. Now, only a month and a half after they did this name change, their wooden building that housed their transmitter was burned to the ground during a brush fire that they think an arsonist started. But Klove, trying to be positive and encouraging, positively encouraged a working crew to go ahead and build a new station that improved their signal and now could be going as far as 125 miles away. Now, through the 90s, we don't really see all that much happening with Klove. They just kept acquiring new stations, adding more reach, and adding more on-air personalities like David Pierce and also Mike Novak and J.D. Chandler and Larry Wayne. Do these names actually mean anything to any of y'all? Do you recognize these names at all? Now, the early 2000s is where we see a shift happen because basically EMF took advantage of this window of time where the FCC was allowing for the filing of new FM translators. This was dubbed the Great Translator Invasion. During that, the FCC received about 13,000 applications for new construction permits on translators. EMF filed 800 applications, and 250 or more were approved, with many of those just carrying the Klove network now. This means that Klove was rapidly expanding and taking over every minivan in the United States during 2003 and onward. Now, these years, they started a new phase in K-Love's kind of wild history. John Rivers and his wife Sherry became the K-Love Morning Show hosts, and they would broadcast from their ranch in Texas. This is the K-Love that I remember. I remembered the ranch in Texas, but I couldn't have told you these two people's names to save my life. Now, this nostalgic time for me with K-Love's history was ended March 28th, 2009, when it was announced that John and his wife Sherry were stepping down due to family issues. Now, the 2010s to present, it really has looked pretty similar. They've bought some more radio stations, they've changed out some hosts, they sponsored NASCAR. Wait, they what? Sponsored a NASCAR. Wait, what is this? Anyway, so they soft launched an online radio station that was only playing classics. They acquired some more stations, and then in September 2022, they marked the 40th anniversary of the original KCLB launch. Day one has happened. You know, I got up and immediately set up my Amazon Echoes kind of across the house. I've got one in my bedroom, one in the kitchen, and then I set up one here in my office. There's actually a feature where you can ask them to play it everywhere, and it'll connect all of the speakers and play the same audio from all of them. So there was no escaping K-Love, and man, do I wish that there was an escape from K-Love today. It started off bad. Let's get that straight. It started off just not good. When the first thing you hear in the morning is Gobble Gobble by Matthew West, it's not gonna be a fantastic day for you. Not only was that the first song I heard, but I got whiplashed straight into Good Good Father by Chris Tomlin, like getting in a car crash. So yeah, I made my coffee, I got my stuff together, made myself some breakfast, sat down and started working. I got to hear Tim Tebow give a 1-minute encouragement on there. I got to hear the new song from Micah Taylor, who every single time that it played, I thought it was Brandon Heath. Speaking of Brandon Heath, by far the worst song that I heard today, other than Gobble Gobble, was Brandon Heath's new song. It starts off with, "This is getting real, Jesus, take the wheel." This is a perfect picture of what K-Love did to me today. It hit me in the face with outdated references and jokes, formatted in the most cliche way. The hosts seem like they're having a really good time, but they say the weirdest things I've ever heard in my life. Today, I heard two of the hosts debating on what would Jesus do about cranberry sauce. Do you know how little I care about what cranberry sauce Jesus would go for? Positive and encouraging, positive and encouraging. I heard Brandon Lake 5 times. I heard Chris Tomlin 4 times today. I heard Kane's new song, the same song, 4 times today. Here's what's interesting about all of them. They were old songs. The worst culprit on the songs was by far Mercy Me, with a new version of I Can Only Imagine. I get it. I know that it's a beautiful song, but it got drove into the ground. This is the point where I started reaching out to friends and looking for some moral support. There was this moment where I kind of lingered longer at the barbecue section at the store, and that might just be a residual thing from this. I'm not sure. This is day 1. We've got 6 more days of this.
Gobble, gobble, too.
I made it through the night, and I want to say K-Love After Hours is really weird. The editing's strange. It was like crossfading and kind of like blending in weird ways. Like you'd have one song ending and then like a pre-recorded host coming on. I don't know if I'm going to do that again. No, I've got to actually do this, don't I? Today, the host started off the day kind of bringing up the idea of Thanksgiving and what is causing the biggest fights. And you have more fake Jimmy Fallon style laughing. However, day 2's music didn't seem to aggravate me as much as day 1's. Maybe day 1 was like ripping off a Band-Aid and something starting to change and heal within my soul. They played some Shane and Shane. That was a surprising choice. They played Kane 5 billion times again. Look, Kane, Kane, oh, they seem awesome, but Klove, give it a rest. I'm going to need you to give it a rest if I'm going to make it through the rest of this week. Now, what's interesting is in the morning, I didn't hear the same songs that I did yesterday, so maybe the prophecies are true. The hosts, they seem like nice people, and they seem like they genuinely care about kind of giving good advice and encouraging people, a little Joel Osteen-ish, but it also is being simplified for a really wide audience. I'm not really sure why I'm feeling a little more positively today. I almost paid it forward at the Chick-Fil-A line, so that's new. And I stopped scrolling for a moment on TikTok to watch a soccer highlight, slightly concerning for me. For King and Country, y'all are carrying Klove right now because you are making interesting Christian music on the most basic Christian channel. You're the one thing getting me through my days. I am still noticing that so many of the songs sound exactly the same. They sound like they're for Becky in her minivan. And you may be thinking, Jonathan, why did you choose the name Becky for this? That's because that's what the industry has named her. Let's dive in a little bit more into why all of these songs sound so familiar and why Becky is actually controlling our Spotify algorithms, our Apple algorithms, and Klove. Let's do this again, but let's run it a little quicker. There's this little thing called marketing personas, and basically it's a word for target audiences that industries use to just kind of personify the group they're going after. There's a really great article from Worship Leader Research called From the Playlist to the Pews. It goes into what we call Becky's ripple effect. In that same article, they interview Chris Hauser, a veteran music promoter who really played a big role in popularizing worship music. Here's some stuff that he said about this Becky. He says she's a 34-year-old mom with 2 kids. The other thing he says is that programmers realized that when they grew tired of a song after 12 weeks, their primary listeners had only just figured out that they liked it. The article then explains that that's why the radio stations slowed down their rotations, sometimes only adding 20 new songs every year. What this means is that the radio station decides if they're going to keep Becky happy, that means they have to say no to newer artists for more established artists. After all, what Hauser says is that Becky doesn't even know what she likes what she knows and what sounds familiar. See, this is how streaming and radio are very different. Radio wants to keep the same songs on rotation. Streaming wants to suggest new songs into your rotation with an algorithm. However, that algorithm is falling under Becky's control too. The article explains that when a user, such as Becky, streams her favorite worship song, which she originally heard on the radio, that is also going to contribute to the recommendations made to other users. So when other people go to listen to Spotify algorithms, well, they're going to get a little bit of Becky's influence in their life. But why do these songs sound the same? Well, that's because the top songs are not as diverse in writers as you think. In another publication from Worship Leader Research, we can see a chart that shows the top 25 songs by artists. However, if you pull a swaparoo and decide to look at those same songs according to what they are affiliated to, you see that there are really only 6 groups that are in control of them. So what does this mean for independent artists and songwriters? Well, it's basically discouraging because you feel like you're not actually going to get heard unless you're affiliated with one of the big 6. This also explains why we hear basically the same song over and over and over again. It's only 6 different groups writing the music. And since Becky likes those 6 groups, that is what you're going to hear, doggone it. So now that we've had that discussion, I'm going to hit you with a few last thoughts on day 2. A host today said that driving a Sea-Doo was like our relationship with Jesus because of the obstacles around us, and it's like our relationship with Jesus. There were 5 songs saying mountains move within 5 hours. That's one mountains move song an hour. I also found out from the host that Chris Tomlin's middle name is Dwayne, and they said that that's what he and The Rock had in common, and then they played Good Good Father again. Let's see what happens for day 3. It's starting to wear on me. This morning was a pretty typical start. I woke up, walked into the kitchen, stood in the kitchen for a little bit, drank some coffee, listened to the morning show. But there are a few key differences to what is happening in my day today. I kind of lingered longer at my Hawaiian shirt that's in the closet. I thought that was weird. And I also found myself laughing with Carlos and Amy this morning. I decided to eat some breakfast, and so of course I went with a heart-healthy alternative, something that will make sure that I'm here for a long time for the kids, for myself. Helps lower cholesterol. Man, that sounds like a good plan, General Mills. Cracker Barrel mug should be perfect for that. Wait, what am I saying? Then the worst thing possible happened. My favorite band released a new song. When I saw that Bleachers released a new single, I thought, this is the end of the road. There's no way I can make it past, so I decided to just go for a quick drive. I went and got some Chick-Fil-A, swung by the Ford dealership, kind of checked out the minivans, and that kind of picked up my spirits a little bit. However, that mood again was ruined by hearing my third Brandon Lake song of the day. More Toby Mac, more Chris Tomlin, more Kane. I need you to take a breather from the Kane choices. It's really starting to get in my head. I go to the grocery store today and I hear Graceland by Paul Simon, one of my top things, playing over the speakers, and it's like I heard the song for the first time. But as the sun set, while I checked out the weeds and lawn care of my house, I thought maybe tomorrow will be different. Then I lost hope. Caleb did a segment saying they were focusing on new songs, and this week's new song is You've Already Won by Shane and Shane. Only problem is, this song's been out since December 2022. Caleb, this is not a new song. This does not count as a new song. I'm doomed for the rest of this. It's the morning of day 4. It's all the same. I'm afraid of what it's doing to my brain. I found myself shopping for golf polos. I can't stop thinking about soccer practice and what time I need to be there at. I don't know if I have many updates, but I'll keep listening today. We'll get back to my torture here in just a second, but I want to thank the sponsor for this video. Ask Those Questions from Honest Youth Pastor is a really awesome resource. You get a whole deck of cards with a whole lot of questions. Really interesting icebreaker questions like, what impact has your family had on your beliefs? Or, what is your favorite song and why? Don't say Kane, okay? You can say Kane if you want to. Either way, pick up these cards. I'm going to put a link in the description below, and if you use the special code KLOVE, then you get a discount. So thanks, Michael, over there at Honest Youth Pastor, for helping make this video possible. This thing on? I'm joking. This morning started off perfect. Started off by grabbing my fave sweater just for that cozy feeling before the office. Grabbed my killer travel mug that my wife got me and started my day off with Amy and Carlos, my two homies, as the young kids say now. Then I decided to scoot to the office, but not before grabbing those cookies I made for the gang. I did get a little sidetracked by the stellar sunrise that was happening today. Won't he do it? As I went on down the road, there was a new old song at every turn. Unbelievable. One thing I love is that I never have to wonder what the titles of the songs are, because they're just gonna sing the title as the last phrase in every chorus. Wow, just knowing that made me so thankful. I went ahead and messaged Caleb, but I made sure it was in all caps with a lot of emojis because I wanted them to know just how excited I actually am. Yelled at the traffic a little bit. Oh man, but it was Happy Dance Friday. Can't get enough of it. The only thing that really almost ruined my day was when I stopped at McDonald's to get a little bit of coffee to pick me up. Can you believe that they don't even have the word Christmas on their holiday cups? Unbelievable. We're at war, people. So I got to the office, and a little strange, nobody else was even there.
Yeah, guys. Why am I the only one at the office right now? Been trying to figure that out. Like, we were supposed to meet, I thought.
Jonathan, we work remote, buddy. You know that.
I'm not even surprised you asked that, because I feel like you don't even work in the first place with your performance lately. But that's just my opinion.
I feel like I'm doing pretty good, honestly. Like, between soccer practice with the kids and, like, you know, trying to take them to and from things.
Jonathan, wait, you don't have kids.
Yeah, the fellas, they might have a point, but when I got home, I was disturbed to find my old record collection. You know, I've heard rumors that if I play some of those backwards, it starts saying satanic things. It does have me considering a possible bonfire here pretty soon. Anyway. So yeah, yesterday was odd. Woke up this morning feeling definitely off. Feeling it a little bit more today. In all seriousness, this morning has been the hardest day to not listen to other music. I feel like the first couple of days, you know, you're kind of focused in and thinking about the outcome of the video. But day 6, I'm ready for it to be done. You know, more repeats of the same music, and I just want to listen to what I want to listen to. Is that too much to ask? I'm acting like I didn't do this to myself and that someone's forcing me to do this. I did this to myself. But yeah, you know, that kind of is what led me to take a walk down to the record shop and kind of browse around. I haven't listened to the records that I got, but I really, really want to. So yeah, I don't have much to say today. It's been 6 days of K-Love. You get the idea. It has been repetitive. It has been the same songs. There's been some interesting things, but I think I'm going to talk about those tomorrow on day 7. They're playing Kane again. I've heard this song so much. I don't know. I'm literally at my point where I'm so glad tomorrow's the last day. Because if I have to hear this song again, I'm going to scream. And I'll probably hear it again today. That's the problem. It's over, and I'm very glad. I mean, I guess I asked for this. It has been a week. In fact, yesterday was actually my last day. I'm filming this the day after, and it has been relieving. So, what did I learn from this experience? That's a great question. I decided to break this up into 2 categories, the bad and the positive and encouraging. Let's hit the bad. It's probably not as many complaints as people think it's going to be. I did find that it was very repetitive. There were some days where I heard the same song up to 8 times. I know that Friday they were talking about a new Crowder song and they played it at the top of the hour for the entire day. I did hear a lot of Kane. K-Love, y'all are playing them so much that I think it might be damaging for them, because if people get sick of their music, it's probably your fault. A song I heard this week too was by Taryn Wells, and it was probably the worst song of the whole week. The song was called Crazy About You, and the lyric that made me realize this was saying he's never been mad at you, he's just madly in love with you. You know, that's a nice lyric, but the thing is, if we look in scripture, we do see that God gets mad at people. God gets mad in a way that we don't comprehend, because when we get angry, we don't enact the justice and the right traits that God does. But yeah, it's no scriptural backing to that song, and honestly, it just tracks because Taryn Wells has been preaching at Joel Osteen's church lately, and you can tell it's a trash song. That might be the extreme case, but a lot of the music on K-Love is fluff. You're not going to get something that's very rich, I guess, in meaning. In fact, here is an outline of what every K-Love song seems to be like. Step 1, your song has to have a gospel-sounding choir in it right now. Every song has a gospel choir going like, or you need stomps and claps. If it sounds like it was pulled directly out of a swamp, perfect. Verse 1 needs to be, my life was a mess and was falling apart, and I never thought I would make it through. Something to that extent. Next part is have some sort of pre-chorus about like God busting in the door or God walking in and you being like, oh. Now this is the important part. Make sure you get this right. The chorus, it has to be, vague biblical references about God. Something about him moving mountains, parting the sea. The next step is you need to have that verse too, but I like to call this the now I know verse. It's the, well, now I know that I can make those mountains move. I know that my first verse is no longer accurate about me, and it's because goes right back into that chorus, taking down giants. It's going to be amazing. You watch. Bridge, it has to be either a lyric from a hymn or a really nice verse. You just repeat it a few times and then right back into that chorus. You play it out. The end. That's a K-Love song for you. That's an exaggeration, but it is the majority. And that's not very creative. I'd like to argue that by having so many songs that are just not very creative, it's not very positive and encouraging. If we take a look back at early Christians, the Renaissance, even the people who pioneered what we know as CCM, they were trying new things out. And a trait of God is creativity. So if we start getting in these loops where we're just trying to make quick cash, we're just trying to hammer out a song, it may sound nice, but it's just kind of there. I don't know. With this being the cycle, with the industry just going back to the same thing over and over again, it's actually stifling creativity, and it's saying, sorry, new voices, we don't think what you're saying is important. We would rather hear the same thing over and over and over again because it's gonna make us that sweet Creflo dollar. Now we've gotten that out of the way, let's hit the positive and the encouraging. I'm gonna give it to the hosts. I had a good time sometimes listening to them. It was kind of like mom and dad humor, but there was also a nice balance to that. I'm going to give some credit to my man Carlos. Hey, Carlos, you made my morning so much better because you were witty, you were saying encouraging things, you were having a good time. It almost felt like you were like a podcast host, and I mean that in the best possible way. There were also some really cool moments where we got to hear some phone calls from people that are listening, talking to the host and saying, hey, you know, this day something happened at my job and you said this and it really encouraged me and I needed to hear that. In fact, I was reading where it's estimated that K-Love is stopping something like 1 suicide a day. Like, are we not talking about that? We're talking about the fact that they've got repetitive music, yeah, but also they're helping people not harm themselves, you know? That's unbelievable. There were some artists that actually surprised me on K-Love. I really appreciated hearing Shane and Shane's song on there because that's something that I don't recall hearing much of a couple of years ago. Big surprise here, one of the most meaningful songs that I heard during the week was a Toby Mac song. You know, Toby Mac had a really awful couple of years, the loss of his son, and he wrote a song about that year and about that whole process of understanding God's faithfulness. The lyrics are super meaningful. For King and Country, your music stuff is really unique. Kind of made me want to go back and listen to more that I might have missed. I can't believe I'm about to say this too. Kane is pretty good. It's not my style of music, but you know what, Kane? I'm going to give it to you. Does K-Love deserve the hate that it gets online? I don't think it deserves all of it. If K-Love deserves hate for being repetitive, then so do your playlist and my playlist, as we all listen to the same music all of the time. I've become my own Becky. I don't know what I like what I know. If someone listened to your playlist every single day for a week, there would be songs that they were really tired of hearing and artists that are overplayed. Some feedback though, K-Love, you should be more proactive in introducing new artists. And here's my argument for it, K-Love. Radio is dying. Streaming is taking over. What do you have that streaming doesn't have? K-Love, your app and your website, you have different stations dedicated to 90s Christian music, 80s Christian music, 70s Christian music. What you don't have is a station dedicated to new independent artists. I bet you would get more downloads and you would have a really excited young demographic of people that want to listen to K-Love. That's something you're missing. I'll do it. Talk to me. Send me a message. So yeah, I think that I left this experience a little changed and a little less angry at K-Love. I may not have the soccer team and I may not have the minivan, but I think that I'll always be a little influenced by Becky. Maybe a little bit is okay. Thanks for watching. This is my journey of going to virtual reality church. Before you ask, this was a mistake. My beard is gone. And before you say something, no, I'm not Eddie Burback, and I'm not trying to be him. Although, If it helps me get subscribers, maybe. Virtual reality. What does that even mean? I'll be completely honest. I wasn't sure what it meant because I had never really experienced it until the other week. My good buddy Shama, friend of the channel, is letting me borrow his Meta Quest, but he's letting me borrow it for a very specific reason. There he is. Shama, hey, do you, first of all, have internet that isn't like this? But second of all, can I please get your Meta Quest from you?
This is the only internet I got, buddy. Yes, you can, dude. I'll mail it over to you.
Okay, how do you feel about me using it to visit a VR church?
Is it the only VR church I know of is Life Church? I've seen them on Instagram Reels.
It's not that one. This one.
Is it worse?
It's. I will be attending in a furry costume, so that's what it is.
Okay. Well, when the Bible said, the whosoever believeth.
Were we including the furries?
Furries were, I think.
Here's my thought on it: is there's a lot of warnings against wolves in sheep's clothing, but what do they say about men in wolf clothing? You know, there's nothing about that. I will say your internet's atrocious, but I'm gonna let you send me your Meta Quest, and we'll see what happens. Now you're clear at the end of the call. VR Church. That's right. We've moved way past YouTube and live streaming, and now we've moved into the metaverse or into VR chat. I don't understand what any of this really means. I saw a lot of videos of people going to these virtual reality churches, and I'm thinking, what does that even mean? So I figured that I would go to one. I'm going to attend a VR church, but I'm too scared to go into it alone, so I'm bringing along someone. First up, we have PD Bachman, another friend of the channel who does the Survivor draft with me. The second person we have is Christian Ryan, friend from church, to give me a little perspective about, can we feel like we're there in person when we're not? I need to do some preparation and possible reflection of myself before I dive headfirst into the metaverse. I didn't mean for that to rhyme. Okay, so we're going to explain a few things very quickly before we dive headfirst into virtual reality. I think we need to start with a quick history of virtual reality, so here's a rundown. Around 1838, we had a guy named Charles Wheatstone that he invented stereoscope, showing how two images viewed independently by each eye can create kind of a depth of field situation that feels three-dimensional. And then in like 1929, we see something called the Link Trainer, first commercial flight simulator that was developed by Edwin. We've had bad recording glitches. Everything that you can think of going wrong has gone wrong. I'm growing more skeptical of this as an avenue to even take part in church just because of these things. But I'm researching more about their teaching and them as an organization, and it's just getting weird feeling. But I gotta figure out how to find PD. That's the real problem. Oh, what am I? Am I already something? So myself and PD, we went to a VR McDonald's and VR chat to kind of get a rundown and gain some ideas, but immediately we had trouble hearing each other once we started recording. Can you hear me still? I can't hear anything, PD. Dang. Can you hear me? What am I gonna do? This whole experience is now something I feel like I've done for nothing. So then we would stop recording and we still couldn't hear each other. Well, PD could hear me, but I couldn't hear him, and it was a whole mess. So then I rebooted everything, I restart it all, and then we tried again the next Sunday. Myself, PD, and Christian, we all met up, this time at a Wendy's, I think, and, we met up as our avatars. PD was a robot. I can't hear you. I was a wolf, and Christian was a tiny little mouse. We still experienced more drops, more problems, and more issues recording.
Can anyone hear me? Okay,
PD.
I can't hear y'all.
Oh, I see you, but I'm locked up, dude. What? Oh no, I was here. But this time, I just kind of took the opportunity to get the lay of the land. VR church connecting. So I ventured in kind of explored, looked a little bit, but couldn't really get any audio. PD, this way. Oh, okay. I don't know what to do. Okay, so I just see, and that's when I felt really odd, because I was noticing, it would be like a hot dog next to me, and then it would be like a cat, like that. Oh, thanks, Mr. Okay. Or it would be another strange, like, anime avatar at this church function. Here's one thing I've always wanted to do. I've always wanted to run the aisles. Like, I'm a charismatic. So, I'm gonna run the aisles. Ooh, I'm really doing it. What is happening right now? What am I doing? Is this the church? Okay. Welcome to VR MMO Church. And I really don't know where PD is. This is the most confusing experience. I'm gonna go. Okay, they got some scripture on the walls. Let's go. Is this? What is it? I'm gonna wave like that. Nice, thank you. Hey, armor guy. So is this it? Is this what church is? Yeah. This is something else. So anyway, we didn't have a very successful 2 Sundays. So then our 3rd Sunday, we decided to go after rebooting everything and trying again. We got in the church building and we were still having issues recording, but then this really helpful, tall, giant child walked up to us. He basically started helping us with the audio issues, trying to walk us through how to record, but none of it was working still. And then next thing I know, he's like, okay, and walks up front, and he's the greeter of the church.
Welcome. If this is your first time, this is a real church with real volunteers in the metaverse. We are not non-denominational, Christocentric, where our unifying truth is Wait, how do I pronounce that again? A resurrected Jesus Christ Jesus.
Thankfully, they also streamed to Twitch, so I was able to get some footage, and as a wolf...
Wasn't able to today. Been playing around with it for about 20 minutes, I'd say. In just a moment, we're going to head right through this door here. Hello, Jonathan Wright. Say hi to the stream.
What's
we
up?
Just started.
What's up?
So we're going to head through the door.
Man, I'm so glad that I have that clip. So as weird and crazy as VR chat is, we just couldn't get it to work. We couldn't actually attend this church service. So it looks like we need to travel to a different metaverse. So that's when we downloaded Rec Room, because this is also one of their church plants that they have.
Welcome to Rec Room. For your first day, we have a quick orientation to show you what Rec Room is all about.
Rec Room seems to be a little more like kid-friendly. VR chat just is super weird, almost in a creepy way. Rec Room seems to be more geared towards just having fun, kind of playing some games with your friends. It seems a little more inviting. So maybe it's a good thing that we're trying a couple of different metaverses. We get the full experience. So PD and I hopped in on a random Wednesday and just started testing. I can still hear. Can you still hear me?
I can still hear.
Whoa, we did it, dude. Yes. I'll be honest. It's like I never thought I would say this, but I think I liked the furry costume better.
Yeah. This is like it's not even Wii graphics. This is like DS graphics.
I look like I could be ready for a debate on like the Reformation or something.
And I look like I teach yoga.
Yeah, then we'll say that that's what you do. You know, we are in a different VR now, but it's genuinely been just a complete nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, we've had to go to VR church more times than we should have. It was supposed to be a one-time deal, and then we couldn't. For some reason, VR chat hates us.
Yeah, it's like Playmobil.
Is too loud.
Yeah, I'm like, can I do something about it? Like, here's our plan, PD. Right now, it is Wednesday.
So that's important. Let's underline Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday's important, and we've got to make it to Sunday. All right. So on Sunday, we're going to go to what we call the VR church. Okay. And I know
Run out of space.
Yeah,
Maybe we could go check out an empty church.
like my hometown, if you know what I'm saying. We went to this VR church location. I'm gonna do VR church HQ. Join public room. I mean, dude, this is kind of a vibe. I'm not even gonna lie. This is kind of nice. Can we like get in a car in this game? Like, is that a thing? Get in. We go to VR church. Oh, there we go.
What's going on?
This might be nicer than the VR chat version of the church.
I think it is. The VR chat one just felt like this weird dystopian nightmare.
Oh, okay. Okay, I thought it was like a...
So
dude, I mean, this is beautiful.
Look at this.
I love... Beautiful. I don't know what happened to PD, though. This time, PD had the issues.
You started writing on that, and my whole thing crashed.
I'm like,
and then, like...
did you just crash? Are you there? Oh, he just died. The rapture happened. After PD got Infinity Ward right out of Rec Room, I decided to once again get a lay of the land for this coming Sunday. Our vision is to cultivate loving spiritual communities across the metaverse. Okay, very interesting. Everyone is welcome at MMO Church. Maybe this is the church family that we've been looking for. So this one is kind of a vibe. I don't know how to explain it, but it's kind of cool. Other than when I got stuck under a car. Something feels off about what I just did. So let me do that. Oh, dude. I'm stuck. I need PD's help. How do I get it? PD and I live pretty far from each other, and so we don't get to spend a ton of time hanging out in person. And this has been really fun. Just kind of talking to him in a little bit more of a casual way. I don't feel completely immersed in it, but I will say it feels closer to hanging out in person than if we were playing like an Xbox or a PlayStation game. Ironically, Christian and I live in the same town, and I've only seen him twice since we started doing this. So now we're prepped. We're ready to go. We are going to go to the Rec Room church plant of VR MMO Church. What was that sentence that I just said? That was so weird. All right, it's go time. It is Sunday. It is 2:30, and the infiltration is starting now. What am I saying? To be completely honest, my brain's tired because it's been a month of attempts. We've got the time from their website. We've got the details. So now we just need to jump into VR. Should be pretty straightforward. Or at least that's what you would hope, right? My MetaQuest would not update Rec Room. So I ended up restarting it. It's looking like we might miss church. I'm getting really stressed. How am I supposed to do this video? Oh, thank goodness. It's working. Let me find PD here. Please, please, please. Please work. Oh, dude. Okay, everything's working. Everything is in the right order. So now I meet PD in our virtual dorm. Christian might be late. I'm really not sure. Everything's a disaster. The timing's not working how we need it. All right, PD, it's questionable if Christian's going to make it to VR Church. We've got to go to the room, and then we're going to be placed into some sort of private service thing.
Yeah, we got to go. We're racing against the clock now.
Let's do it. I'm gonna hit the menu, and we're gonna go to VR Church. So here we go. So after collecting our thoughts, getting a plan in place, making sure we have the information, we head into the server.
We are going to VR Church.
Let's do this thing. You took this one last time. I took the Jeep. Yeah, let's do that. All right, I'm on my way.
All right, where is it?
So far, we're early.
We're in the right place, right? Yeah, VR MMO Church.
Yeah. No one is there, and we're early. What time is it? 2:50. So naturally, we're thinking maybe it's maybe it's us. Maybe we're in the wrong server. So we start looking around and verifying some stuff. They said that they chill here for 10 minutes.
See if
Yeah.
you can find anybody.
Not active, not active. We're in the right place.
Yeah.
Every Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern, VR Church Club Room. Dude, what if we miss it?
That'd be rough.
VR Church Club.
Oh, you found
I think
it?
so.
I'll send you an invite.
We do find VR MMO Church Clubhouse, but there's also no one there. I mean, we're like 15 minutes early before they say that there's a 10-minute time where they all are just hanging out. What's in here?
Hey. This kind of looks like a strip club. Can I say that on YouTube?
Oh,
Hey.
oh, Christian,
What's
is that
up?
you?
Oh my
Hey,
god.
I don't know.
What is this avatar?
You kind of stuck up on us.
Trying to,
I thought you were like the bouncer who's gonna reprimand me.
Hello? I'm going to look in the menus again.
I'm sitting
Dude,
down
wait.
now.
Your avatar is freaking me out.
I guess I'll stay like this.
You're like if Gollum was from California.
I think this is the pastor.
The
Flash.
pastor is
Look at this.
DJ Soto. So then we decide, well, maybe we should head back to the original one that we were in, the headquarters, and see what's happening. Yet once again, nobody is there. This is where we stand. No church works, even when we showed up on time. What church do you go to that has the time to show up, you go, and not a single person is there other than you? Oh, hey now.
You know, where 3 or more are gathered, and in this case, it's a yoga teacher, a lawyer.
Yeah,
and a
yeah, for
barista.
sure. There's no notice of a cancellation. There's nothing. So we goof off a little bit. Talk about it, try to figure it out.
Did we try the clubhouse?
We did.
We tried the
clubhouse. That's where we were at.
Well, maybe the video isn't about VR Church. It's about trying to get to VR Church, and then it
Well,
never happens.
technically we were here, but there is an element of it where I'm like,
Yeah.
like it has been so difficult to get in it, you know? And ultimately, I just decided to watch a service on Twitch right now. What a disappointment.
Oh, yay.
So we are talking about the big catch of fish. That's the name of the story. Like Jesus is, there's the birth of Jesus, then some stuff, and then he's in the desert. So that's not really something that's happening to people.
He saw at the water's edge 2 boats, left there by the fishermen who were washing their nets. He got into one of the boats. One of them belonged to Simon, and asked him to put out a little from the shore.
So you see already there is some kind of relationship between Peter or Simon. He's called Simon by then still. That he kind of is the professional in this. Peter knows that Jesus is not a fisherman, so he doesn't know about how this works. Okay. Bam. Bam.
I can speak now. When they had done so, they caught such a large number of fish that their nets began to break. So they signaled to their partners in the other boat to come and help them. And they came and filled both boats, so full they began to sink.
He sees something very different in Jesus. What is happening here, that is that the fish are actually coming before he finds out about this, before he does the repentance thing. Sometimes, especially when people don't know Jesus yet or don't have any faith yet, showing Jesus to people doesn't always have to mean that we... sometimes people repent by themselves.
There they go.
Boats going out, boats going out.
And thank you all over on Twitch for joining us this fine Sunday. VR Church link. So if you want to find out more about us, who we are,
And that's when a question I had been wondering popped into my head again. We had already kind of wondered this. Can you tithe to a virtual church? If so, where's the money going? And what is the legal location for it? Also, who the heck is Bishop DJ Soto, and should we be attending? I don't know anything about this guy's teaching. Is this something that should be accessible to people? Are they a non-profit? And how does that work with the government? This is when I knew I had gone too deep. Okay, guys, feel free to pause and come back to this because it's about to get pretty weird up in here, okay? I'm giving you permission. Now, if you want to keep on going, you can keep on going. We're going to keep on trucking forward. But I'm telling you, you can pause and come back to it. And there's going to be text on the screen so you can scroll right back to where you started. Okay, if you're still here, there's no turning back. What is going on with this VR church's finances? Okay, you've been warned. Let's get this thing going. All right, so yes, they do take tithes. You can actually go on their website and see where they take online giving. And some of you might not know this, but I actually worked for a company that helped churches get online giving. And there's a lot of documents that churches need in order to be able to accept donations. And a lot of those documents I had to understand how to find or how to look up, right? And it's government stuff. So they seem to be using Planning Center, which is a provider of this, and that's pretty common. But in order to have this giving, you have to have a government tax ID number. A tax ID number is basically what each of us have as a social security number, but for a business. And it allows for the government to be able to associate taxes and documents with that business and to know how to tax them or not tax them. Thankfully, they put their tax ID right on their website. I'm not going to show it on here, but you can go to their website and find it. Now, you might be wondering, Jonathan, is it okay for you to be talking about this publicly? Yeah, because it's actually public information and it's required to be. When a company is a non-profit, they are taking the public's money as donations. So when they submit paperwork, you can go to irs.gov and look it up because the public needs to be basically informed on whether it's safe to give to these people. So the public can discuss it as well. That's what's happening here, but I'm also not going to dive too crazy deep into it. So what information does the public need to look for to make sure that a non-profit organization or a church is safe to give to? Well, first of all, let's get this very clear. A church does not have to submit this paperwork. They're exempt from these things because they are a religious organization or a church. However, if a church doesn't do a return or doesn't really give these things over to the public, it can be kind of a weird sign and a bit sketchy because you're not being transparent and you're not being accountable with the people who are giving. So I'm about to list some tax stuff. It's okay. Typically, a nonprofit in the United States needs to submit what's called a 990 form or a 990 EZ. A 990 EZ, you submit it each year and it shows some reporting on where the money is going, salaries, expenses, different contractors that might be getting money. A 990N is a little like electronic postcard that you can send in if you've made less than $50,000 as a nonprofit. But here's the catch. Who's to say if a nonprofit doesn't make more than $50,000 or if they do make more than $50,000? They're exempt, so they don't even have to really prove it. Anyway, let's look at some of the paperwork that they did submit. I can only base things off of what is there and what is not there. So we can see in 2018 that they actually did submit a 990 with details. In this, we see that it says Bishop DJ Soto worked 50 hours a week, and he did get paid for it. That kind of goes against the unpaid thing on their website, where it says that all of them are volunteer and that they don't take money. But he got about $1,990. But then if I scroll up the form, I see that doesn't line up with the total. You see that $2,132 went to salaries and benefits and things like that. But to who? Because only $1,900 of it is accounted for with DJ. The salaries take up about 34% of what they brought in 2018. They really only brought in $6,151 in 2018, but that seems to be the first year that they did any of this. 34% of it going to salaries is kind of a lot for a church that says that it's completely volunteer-led. Now, is that a trend that continued on past 2018? I don't know. It could be, it could not be, but we really don't have the transparency to see. What we do know is that a lot of nonprofits can get away with paying people but not paying people. You can do things as gifts. So let's say that you have someone that's working and you're like, well, I want to gift them $1,000 every other week, but it's not their salary. There's really not a way that you can hold someone accountable unless they report it. But again, I have no clue if that's what happened here because there isn't transparency about it. As far as expenses go, we see that $2,745 went to independent contractors and fees. So maybe world builders, but if there are world builders for those maps, then what is DJ doing with his 50 hours? If DJ is doing that world building and the volunteers, then what is this money? As far as fees, I mean, websites are pretty cheap, and VR chat is free, and Rec Room is free, and Discord is free. Streaming on Twitch is free. I mean, maybe they're paying somebody to update their website. But when I go on the Wayback Machine, I see that they've really not updated their website but maybe 6 times in this year as of filming. And they weren't really drastic changes that would take hours and hours of work or 50 hours of work. Maybe some of that goes to internet bill to pay the people that are on the internet. The main idea I'm saying is what's happening with their money. We don't know because they don't put anything really out there because they aren't required to submit more out there to see. Not to mention that I noticed on these returns that it wasn't DJ that was the treasurer or the person heading it up. It seems to be his dad, and that his dad formerly worked doing nonprofit stuff with the government. So, I mean, he knows what he's doing. We don't see anything on their website regarding outreach other than giving VR headsets to those that are in need. Is DJ still getting paid? I don't know, but what does DJ really even do? Because every time that I went in, I don't think it was him speaking. I mean, if there's no transparency here, it's already kind of a red flag for me. I don't know that I would feel comfortable giving money to this organization. So in order to understand whether or not I'm comfortable supporting it, I need to look into the teaching of DJ. What is he saying and what are his thoughts around money, his thoughts around scripture? Let's find out. Basically, there's this Wired article about DJ where he is originally at a mega church called GT Church in Pennsylvania. And then I believe he got a fund to go and do a church plant. There wasn't really much detail around that. Church planting is really difficult. The church I worked at does church planting, and it's not easy. Sometimes people get on these ego trips where they think I can lead a church and they go to do it and it completely breaks them down. It breaks their families down. It's not an easy task. That's partially why I'm so skeptical of a VR church, is that it just feels dirty to say that it's a church plant when in reality it feels kind of lazy. Anyway, in this Wired article, they talk to him a little bit and they kind of catch up with him. It seems like he and his family got an RV and they started doing virtual reality church in that RV. Other stuff I found is that he seems to do streaming once a week of video games, and he seems to really love video games and development. He might do some of that full time, might supplement his income. But I also found that he seems to resist the idea of seminary or formal Bible training. And at one point he said something along the lines of, it's just leading to pride and arrogance and that it's pretty much a waste. I mean, I get where he's coming from. You know, there are people that go to seminary and they come back with this ego like a Pharisee, but there's also a lot of people who go there and learn a lot about how to read the Bible and how to best communicate it. Which leads me to wondering, is his teaching any good? Well, it ain't looking great, that's for sure. I found my first red flag when I found an article where DJ is defending Joel Osteen, a pretty prominent televangelist and prosperity gospel guy. For those wondering about the prosperity gospel, it's this idea where if you're good enough and God's happy with you enough, you'll get rich and God's gonna give you a bunch of gifts, and God is basically this genie in a bottle that's gonna throw stuff at you. We don't see that reflected anywhere in scripture. We see ideas of where God allowed blessings to happen, but they were just stewarding those things. All of the disciples were broke. Jesus came as a carpenter to a very poor family, and we don't see them suddenly getting rich afterwards. Does that mean that we all are to be poverty-stricken and bad stewards of money? No, not at all. But that seems to be what DJ Soto thinks is the other side of this. In fact, he said the poverty gospel is a far worse problem than the prosperity gospel. He proceeds to take an Old Testament passage out of context that was about the Israelites in their situation and then apply it to us now and say, God is thinking of cooking up little gifts that he can give us. Oh boy. That's a huge red flag as a pastor when you're looking at a church and you realize this guy thinks that we should all be getting money, and I'm going to defend someone who really argues for that. I don't know that I want to give money for them to steward at their church, especially with a lack of transparency. My second red flag was seeing the virtual baptisms. I wish I was joking. I'm not. When we look at scripture, we see that baptism is this sacred thing, right? It's not saving, but it's something we're told to do. And it's a physical thing. It's a physical thing where we are showing other people that we've placed our faith in Jesus. We see some more verses taken out of context talking about the different types of baptism, but then we see kind of when it comes to what we know baptism as today, he's like, well, it doesn't save you, so it's okay if it's virtual. Well, how about the verse, if you love me, you keep my commandments, DJ? One of those is to physically be baptized, not because it's this idea of a saving thing, but because it's an ordinance. It's something that we hold sacred and we take it seriously. So don't make it this weird joke in your virtual church, buddy. To me, those two things are big enough that it shows a mishandling of scripture happening from this guy. It appears to be what happens when you read the Bible and you're looking for it to say something, so you twist and apply any sort of sentence you can to make it say what you want it to say so that you can do your own idea. Now, you can go look at all of this yourself. I'm talking from my own personal stance. This is all public information. I would not attend his church, and no, I wouldn't give to it either. Now, pause for a second. Do I think VR is a valuable tool? Yeah. There's a lot of really interesting studies out there where it's talking about people getting over their fears and things by being in a more safe environment, and it helping with anxiety in these weird ways that they're studying still. But we also have some bad stuff too. For example, I read an article where a guy became so immersed in Fallout 4 that he was having a hard time having conversations with people in person because he was just so deep in on the VR stuff. So he had to tame it back, and they did a kind of study around him and showed that there were some real repercussions. In fact, there's a study that happened back in the 90s when VR was just an idea, where they put mice in a VR environment, and it showed that their brains kind of worked differently and they were slower in some ways. There's also studies about heightened aggression from prolonged VR because it's not real and people are feeling a little unguarded. We just act different when we're in person with people. In fact, here's a clip where PD and I decided to visit a McDonald's in Rec Room, and I think it's fair to say that this would not happen in person.
This is not like the VR chat one. This is a shot.
Dude, I just got hit by a car too.
I can't close that door. I don't have the power to. Stop.
Can I have a job? Bye.
Can I have one burger, please?
Sorry. I need to get a job.
PD, I don't think they want to give us a burger. Can I have a burger, please? There it is. I got my burger.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to say.
Wait, no, we don't have fries. I'm sorry. You don't have you.
Super bright over here. What's going on?
So yeah, we don't act the same. You know, PD wouldn't normally stand on a McDonald's counter and yell at a child employee, but it can be a powerful tool. Do I think there needs to be some Christian presence in these avenues? Yeah, I do. We saw that with live streams and churches during the COVID stuff, and I think it's cool if people want to use this as some sort of little outreach or a way to direct people to an in-person gathering even. Because here's the main point. We don't want to give up in-person church. Hebrews 12:25 even says that we shouldn't neglect meeting with each other. Some might argue that VR is still meeting and that live streams count, but again, do they? PD, how do you feel like you know Christian at this point virtually?
Virtually, I know Christian to be a mouse and a bearded woman.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I feel like I don't know the real Christian at all. If I saw him in the street, I wouldn't know who he was.
That's fair. Christian, on the other hand, where do you find your landing in like the how you feel? Oh, Oh,
Christian's gone.
he didn't even, he's out, dude. He didn't want to do this anymore. I guess that answers that question. Back in Paul's day, letters were the current technology. And we know that Paul wrote the best letters because they were inspired by the Holy Spirit and put in Scripture. Yet we get this really interesting verse from Paul. Paul says in Romans 1:11-12, "For I long to see you, that I may impart to you some spiritual gift to strengthen you." Paul is writing to them saying, like, I just really want to be with you. I want to be with you in person. The letters were not sufficient as a replacement for him. And he also believed that there was something missing when they weren't in person. Paul truly felt it isn't exchangeable. The church is the group of people living in community with each other. People will argue saying, what about the shut-ins? Yes, live stream's awesome for them to hear a message, but have you thought about visiting them? Community brings accountability, and you get to know each other. And what we're finding is that people aren't being their authentic selves mostly on VR. I didn't even feel like myself in VR. Be careful. Don't give into this idea that church is replaceable and that in person with people is replaceable. Go get to know people. Use these things as tools to point people towards good accountability and being in person. I'm exhausted. Again, do your own study on this. Come to your own conclusions. It's all public information. I'm just a guy on YouTube. Thanks for watching. If you liked this video, go ahead and subscribe. Join the channel. I'll be coming out with more stuff like this as per usual. Thanks to my patrons for being a supportive group that helped this video even become possible. And I'll see you in the next video. What happens when a fast food chain decides they want to be the next Netflix for kids? We'll find out. Welcome back to the channel. This is the strange thing that has been filling my head for the past week. We all love a good chicken sandwich, but what we all seem to love even more is consuming content and streaming movies. Now, what if those two things got combined in a beautiful marriage? Well, that is what Chick-Fil-A has decided to do. They have launched the Chick-Fil-A Play app. I haven't looked at it at all. I got a targeted ad for it. As soon as I saw it, I was like, I want to talk about this on a video, so I'm not going to look at it until right now. So Chick-fil-A launched this free app November 18th, and it is said to be enjoyed with your family over a meal. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say a Chick-fil-A meal. This all seems to kind of be following on the coattails of when they released the stories from Evergreen Hills back in 2021. There's a bunch of shorts and short stories, and so they've decided to branch this out even further. Let's dive into it. All right, here it is, the Chick-fil-A Play app. Let's open it and see what happens. This is very Wallace and Gromit, you know, kind of like those British claymations. Okay, so we've got play, watch, create, read, listen, or browse all. I think we should browse all just to see what is in here. I am fascinated that it's not just streaming movies, so that's already a surprise, but let's hit browse all. Right away, we get the Chick-fil-A original series Legend of Evergreen Hills. After discovering her unique talents, 12-year-old Sam begins an apprenticeship in Evergreen Hills. I view details. Swipe up for more. Random music played. I'm going to go out on a limb, though, right now and say their app design is a little off. Okay, there's the content. Okay, so right here I'm seeing this. Then it's like you read it, it's view details, and it takes you pretty much to the same thing. Then you click. So in order for me to actually view more details, I have to view details. Then it doesn't show me the details. Then I swipe up. It still doesn't show me the details. Then I have to click About Series, and then I can finish it. Super wacky layout right now, Chick-fil-A. I would get that fixed. All right, so we've got Legend of Evergreen Hills, Hidden Island, which is a podcast, Recipe Remix, Go-Go Cow, which is a game. We've got Cowtails videos, and the Story of Evergreen Hills videos again. So Legends of Evergreen Hills is different than the Stories of Evergreen Hills. Got it. Then we've also got some books. We got Watch Again. Then we've got Play and Create. Okay, so these are like recipes. That's fun. Listen, so that's the podcast, which then Legends of Evergreen Hills. Wait, Legends of Evergreen Hills, is that a podcast or is it a video? I'm so confused. I'm just going to click on Legends of Evergreen Hills. Okay, brought me back to that same freaking screen again. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens. Okay. Oh, weird. Okay.
First time I saw Spark, I thought it was a trick of the light. The way sunlight catches dust in the air. But it's no trick. It's what happens when someone is kind, or who knows about a world next to ours where Spark is used to help people. A world called Evergreen Hills.
So she went in a clock and now she's in Evergreen Hills, which is where the spark comes from.
Morning, timekeeper.
This is pretty complicated to get places. Okay, so is Evergreen Hills the town, or is it this forest that she just went into? Because she went in a clock in her house, and it was another town called Evergreen Hills, and that's when the narrator said the name. Then she went in the timekeeper's shop, grabbed a jewel out of a jar, put that jewel on another secret door in the timekeeper's basement, and that opened up another portal, and now she's in a little glen. Which one is this all Evergreen Hill? Hobgoblin from Spider-Man 3. James Franco's Goblin.
Now, your next assignment as my apprentice, Sam, won't be easy.
All right, so as of right now, the Chick-Fil-A Play app has completely locked up. I am 2 minutes into Evergreen Hills, or Legends, or Stories of. I'm not sure which one I clicked again. I'm going to exit this story. We're getting more music. We're going to try to play it again. Here we go, Chick-Fil-A Play.
The first time I saw Spark,
Chick-fil-A, some feedback for you. A very simple thing that happens. If you want better watch time, you have to have continue playing. Because I just got 3 minutes into that video, hit play, and it took me all the way back to the beginning. So I'm going to have to scrub all the way through to find where I was. It's a very first world problem for me to say, but it's still very annoying. All right, here we go. Let's scrub through. Is that it right? 3 minutes? Nope, it's not right. So that, nope, still wrong. So she's back here with Steven Spielberg lookalike again. The animation on this show looks great. Compared to anything I was watching when I was a kid that was even attempting 3D animation, this is definitely better. It does look a little Cocomelon in design though. Don't ask me why I know about Cocomelon.
the timekeeper says spark particles come from acts of human kindness.
He's right. And every plant here benefits, though none more than the spark tree.
And so she's back in the forest where I'm assuming we're going to run into James Franco's Goblin again. There he is.
Oh, hello. I didn't think anyone was in here. Are you, collecting sparks?
You shouldn't have been in the forest in the first place.
Sorry.
And you neglected your assignment.
All right, so I kind of like scrolled through and finished the first episode, and it was a kid's show. I don't have anything crazy exciting about it. There was nothing that stuck out to me as being overly good or overly terrible. Some of the voice acting was just like really cheesy. The animation looked all right, and then it just had a couple of crashes with the app, and that was just really annoying to experience when you're trying to watch it. The other annoying thing is the fact that while this app is open, you just get non-stop music playing all the time. It does not stop playing music. How weird would it be if you logged into like Max and all of a sudden Max was just like, let's go to a book next, okay? Let's see. My dog thinks I'm a genius. That immediately makes me want to read it. Here we go.
My dog thinks I'm a genius. When I was 5, I said, I'm an artist. I need to paint and draw every day. This morning, I'm busy working on a painting of a tall building.
You know what this book seems a lot like? A movie. It's a video. I mean, I get it. You're reading on the screen, but it's still, I guess we're watching another cartoon.
Then I draw windows.
Then I draw the windows. And the door with a handle.
My dog is a genius.
So it ends up that the dog is a genius. The dog is deciding to paint as well. Watching experience once again. So as this Chick-fil-A theme music continues to play, you know what I think every parent thinks needs to happen around the dinner table? More screen time, more videos, more content. None of them are saying that. In fact, now that I have a daughter, I'm trying to spend less time on my phone. It just feels counterproductive, and it also feels really out of pocket for it being like from a fast food chain. As this song continues to play, I'm going to look at some of the games. Let's look at some conversation starters. If you don't play this with me, it means you don't think we're family on this channel. Tell me about a time that you surprised somebody with a kind gesture. I remember this time several years ago when Kristen and I decided to get married, and that was my kind gesture to her. You're welcome, wife. I'm your husband now. If you could have a dance-off with any historical figure, who would it be? FDR, the president. I would win. What song always makes you want to get up and dance? The Chick-fil-A Play app theme song. I am noticing that it takes a lot to really swipe to the next thing. Like if I do this, it kind of like boings around. Which of these? Ride a roller coaster to outer space or a roller coaster to the center of the earth? Both of those things would kill me, Chick-fil-A. Is it because I'm reviewing your app? All right, so we also have some recipes. I'm going to just take a look at one of them. Strawberry shake cake. All right. Step 1, I need ingredients. Oh, I need 1 Chick-fil-A strawberry milkshake. How convenient is that? Do all of these need a Chick-fil-A recipe, like meal thing or something? 1 head of romaine less. I need 8 Chick-fil-A grilled nuggets for this and a Chick-fil-A spicy. Oh, come on now, Chick-fil-A. How about the barbecue chicken quinoa? 1 cup Chick-fil-A grilled chicken nuggets. Oh, Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A, you're better than that. Here's some recipes. By the way, you have to go get some cooked stuff from Chick-fil-A. So basically all of those recipes, you need something from the Chick-fil-A restaurant, which I guess is just marketing, but it still feels like weird. I don't know, like you're directing an app to kids and then being like, Mom and Dad, can we please make the strawberry shake cake? We need to go to Chick-fil-A and get more shakes. I love Chick-fil-A. In fact, I have family that works for Chick-fil-A. Don't come after me, Benjamin. But this app feels odd. It feels like an odd decision. I think there are things that would have been good in the app, like for example, the conversation starting game. That's a really cool thing to have. If you want this app to help promote family time and then suddenly you're like, everybody get on your phones really quickly around this dinner table and let's watch this and not talk to each other, it kind of comes across strange. Then you have all of these recipes and every recipe is like, hey, go to Chick-fil-A and buy our stuff and bring it back. Then it kind of just seems like grabby. I don't know. I mean, I love Chick-fil-A. I think that they're well-intentioned, but the app is busted in some parts. The layout is a little bit weird, and some of the content, I just don't get it. It could be that I'm not a 10-year-old child and that I'm a 30-year-old man on YouTube, but who's to say? Today we're going to be talking about the Miracle Service EP by Andy Squyres. If you're not familiar with Andy Squyres, he's kind of in the singer-songwriter and independent Christian space. He's originally from California, relocated to North Carolina. Stylistically, Andy has been known for kind of blue-collar folk music combined with indie rock and experimental folk stuff. It's really an interesting blend when you go look at his whole catalog. A lot of his music is wrestling with faith, wrestling with grief, and wrestling with other troubles that come with life and contemplating all of them. And these 4 songs he released here are no different. The first track on this EP is Gutter Punk, and it has this beautiful twinkling acoustic going on through it that continues to swell and grow. Then it's kind of driven by this amazing kick drum moment, and then it continues to to grow and grow and grow and swell. Every moment here feels intentional. The lyrics on this song are talking about how the Spirit has a hold on him, and I just really appreciate the honesty in this first track, and we're going to see honesty through the rest of them too. Miracle Service, the title track and lead single from this album, is a really beautiful song. Now, I got to see Andy live a couple of weeks ago, and he kind of explained the story of this song. He's got some stuff out on his social media about it, but essentially it's where he was traveling, saw a church that had miracle service every Wednesday, 6 p.m. on the sign, and so he decided, I need to work that into a song. And he also appreciated the expectancy of God doing something in their life. So again, it's a storytelling song, but with this amazing faith-driven undertone. Really beautiful. The third track is Baja Blast, and as soon as I saw the name, I was like, what are we going to be talking about here? Hilarious song and devastatingly sad song. This is his life story and is partnered with humor and very serious tones all the way through it. This is a song that will make you both chuckle and cry all within like 3 minutes and 50 seconds. And the last track on this EP, Jeff Buckley, is a really beautiful piano-driven song. It feels timeless and unique, and it's contemplating all of these mysteries of things going on. In the song, he name drops two people every single chorus. He says, I'm Jeff Buckley singing Leonard Cohen. In other words, a songwriter singing about depression and conflict, much like Leonard Cohen would write about. I think this EP is a beautiful representation of Andy's writing skills, and I think that Big CCM could take a massive note from Andy on how to write an honest song for once, because that is something that is missing across most of Christian music. That is not missing from this 4-song album. I would give it a 5 out of 5 stars. If you want my full breakdown, you can actually go follow me on Music Board, and you can read kind of all about what I thought about it. All right, guys, see you in the next one.
Oh, yeah. We're so back to doing this. You know, I'm filming this in December, and I thought maybe I'll do a Christmas movie. That would be a lot of fun. But then I was stopped and immediately halted in my tracks. A movie called The Rally, where Kenneth Copeland plays a Spanish-speaking criminal.
It's called The Rally!
There is something that I must do. I should have done 20 years ago.
I almost didn't believe it was true. He does a lot of absurd things, but this is a lot. I want to watch this movie. Okay, welcome back to The Void, where I explain things to you as fast as possible. I find Kenneth Copeland to be a really fascinating individual, and I mean that in the most insulting way that I possibly can mean it. You're going to hear me using the terms minister or pastor a few times while talking about Kenneth here, but I want you to know I'm using the biggest air quotes around those words when referring to him. Our boy Kenneth is a prosperity preacher. He is part of the Word of Faith movement. Basically, it's this idea that if you pray enough and if you're good enough and your works are nice enough, that Jesus is going to give you a lot of sweet, sweet cash. And it's just stupid. 1936, Kenneth is born in Texas. He lived near a U.S. Air Force field, so that inspired him to become a pilot. Kenneth got married in 1955 to Ivy, and they had a child, and then they divorced in 1958. Then pretty much immediately, he married Cynthia in 1958, and they divorced in 1961. During that time, he actually had a Billboard Top 40 hit called Pledge of Love. Acting, singing, he's a Renaissance man. In 1963, Kenneth then married Gloria, and they've been married ever since. In 1967, he enrolled in Oral Roberts University, and he actually became Oral Roberts' chauffeur and pilot. And you may be wondering, okay, who's Oral Roberts? Freaking here we go again. I've got to do a deep dive inside of a deep dive. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Oral Roberts was born in 1918 to the Reverend Ellis and Claudius Roberts. They were super poor growing up. In fact, he almost died of tuberculosis, but later on he went to Oklahoma Baptist University, where he was not able to graduate and decided to instead become a traveling faith healer. Kind of saying, hey, you can send me money, and when you sow your seed of faith, that means that you're going to get it back.
I also read this part where it said he was fundraising in the 80s, and during that he said unless they raised $8 million by March that God would quote-unquote call him home. Anyway, he pioneered a lot of stuff with the televangelist movement, and he also started Oral Roberts University, which is not without its scandals either. This obsession with money and things that Oral Roberts had really leaked into the other people that he influenced. I can't get into all of this, it's honestly way too much. Okay, so this is the guy that Kenneth Copeland spent his time with and drove around and flew around. Therefore, it is the guy that influenced him to be a prosperity televangelist. The Copelands and their ministry have honestly had so much controversy that there's no way that I can talk about all of it in this video. In fact, I'm going to let you just see some clips here from an Inside Edition interview.
Why have you said that you won't fly commercial? How much money did you pay for Tyler Perry's Gulfstream jet, for example?
Well, for example, that's really none of your business. Hey, you listening to me? My wife thinks Inside Edition is, oh yeah. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it.
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did.
Ugh. Oh, get this off my screen. Man, while I'm editing this video, I just am realizing how much I hate the prosperity gospel. I really wish that there was like a club or some sort of item that would just let people know that. Oh, that's right. Go snag a t-shirt from memesforjesus.com. My friends over there are making some amazing shirts. This is one of my new favorites. They sent this to me. I love it. It's so comfortable, and it lets people know that I'm part of the Anti-Prosperity Gospel Club. So if you want to be part of that, go snag a t-shirt. You can use my last name, Wright, for 15% off. They've got some other amazing shirts on there, so you might want to grab more than one item. I know I have multiple shirts from them, but this one's my favorite. All right, let's get back to it. So now that we know a little bit about Kenneth Copeland, let's watch the movie. Should be pretty straightforward. I see people reviewing it online here recently, right? Wrong. I don't know how people are reviewing this movie because it's practically impossible to find. So people are either just watching the movie trailer and using those clips, or they haven't found the movie. I saw online where it was on Pureflix. I'm going to get a Pureflix subscription. I sign in, decide to do the free trial. I'm just going to cancel it afterwards. And then I search and I realize this movie's been pulled off of Pureflix too. I'm thinking, okay, I've got to cancel Pureflix, which then ends up being one of the most confusing cancellation processes. Cancel and they say, are you sure? I say, yes, I'm sure. Hey, we have this movie for you. I don't want it. I want to cancel. We have other movies and we'll cut the price down. No, I don't want it. I want to cancel. Yeah, well, give us a reason why you don't want to cancel. Give us a reason now. So after fighting with Pureflix, I decide let's venture onto the internet. I cannot find it streaming anywhere. Did I resort to looking through some maybe different websites to try to find it? It's not there either. I go to the official Kenneth Copeland website. I'm thinking, am I going to give Kenneth Copeland my money? It's not there either. It's not on the Rally website. It's not anywhere to be found. I guess we're not going to be able to watch this movie unless we find an extra DVD on the internet. Unless I paid for that extra DVD, then we might watch it.
Mission accomplished, and it's 2 discs.
It's even better than I could have anticipated. I'm so glad that this DVD arrived. I'll be honest, I thought I might be getting scammed, but I thought the risk was worth it. A transformed crime boss, that's Kenneth Copeland, with a wayward son. A young man who has lost his parents, a pregnant teen without hope, a persistent pastor, a young evangelist just trying to follow a hefty assignment. Though they live in different worlds, these characters all have one thing in common. The Rally. It's bigger than any individual. Except your mom. You can't say that in this. In this gritty drama from evangelist Rick Reyna. Wait, who's Rick Reyna? Let's dive into a little bit about who Rick No. What? We've already done a deep dive. If you go, then I'm going to have to do a lot more editing. So I'm going to explain this to people just pretty quickly. This is on you. He's a friend of Kenneth Copeland. He's an evangelist who started this thing called The Rally. I'll throw up some information here. Pause it and read it if you want. Let's watch it.
It's not filmed very well.
It's over. I finished it. I watched the movie, and I'm just going to explain it to you. So the movie opens up with our fella, Kenneth Copeland, quoting some scripture in a very thick, like Mexican Spanish accent.
Children of wrath, even as others. God, who is rich in mercy.
It's very uncomfortable. So Kenneth's character makes this call, and you're going to notice that I'm forgetting some of the names. That's because I can't remember the names. They introduced so many characters in this movie that I kind of lost track. So Kenneth Copeland's character is making a call, and he's saying, bring them to me, bring the fellas in. So the fellas show up, and this is when I first noticed that there is a lot of awkward silence.
Jefe.
So Kenneth Copeland is essentially this kind of cartel type character who's running the city, and he takes his ring off, the family ring, and he sets it on the desk, and instead he puts on this giant cross necklace and says,
My heart is no longer the same.
To which we get the amazing delivery of Oscar-worthy acting right after.
What do you mean? What about everything we've established?
After that, he calls his son Junior and tells him, hey, you need to show up here. Which then we find out the rest of the gang, they don't really respect Junior, that he's going to have to prove himself. So Junior shows up, and his dad offers him either the family ring or another cross necklace. Is it the same one? And Junior's like, I got to think about it before I just hop on a plane and run away from our crimes forever. So the next day, Junior shows up at the plane.
Miguelito!
And basically, he turns down his dad's offer of flying away with him and says,
Papa, don't call me that no more. I'm a man now.
No.
The streets are calling. My name.
So then we're introduced to the fact that Junior is now the crime king of the city.
Because they know they was just stupid, though. I love fearing the power. Hey. Father like son, and I've been patiently waiting on my time to come. And now my father's gone, the son gonna take the throne.
We see a bunch of footage of him just beating up people, and then he's beating up a car with a bat that is clearly already in a junkyard. Then he murders 2 guys. That's when we're introduced to Rick Reina's character, Rick. That's right, he's playing himself. He shows up to meet Pastor Rob at the murder scene, and they have some dialogue where Rick's trying to encourage him and basically says something has to be done.
Did you know these kids?
Well, the youngest was in the youth group before he started on the show.
I bet it's a rally. Then we kind of meet this character that sees Rick at the murder scene and kind of is just like... And now suddenly we're following him to another new character's house. That dude basically walks up to Sarah and her boyfriend. Anyway, he shows up, gets really weird with her. And she's just like, leave me alone. And that's when we find out that Sarah is actually pregnant with her boyfriend's child. The mom doesn't want them to keep the child, and Sarah does want to keep it. The boyfriend says they are keeping it, but then the mother is off who knows where. Now suddenly we're back with the other guy who saw Sarah and saw Rick, and now he's with another new character named Manny. I didn't really know what Manny's relationship was to this guy and what he was doing in his house, but he threatens him with a gun and basically makes fun of him for reading the Bible and for looking for jobs.
What is it, huh?
So now we're back with Sarah and her boyfriend. I still don't know his name. Anyway, they discuss having the baby and everything like that.
This is our baby.
And then we get this beautiful goodbye.
Where are you going?
I gotta go.
Hey, where are you going? I gotta go. So then we meet Sarah's mom. Sarah's mom is obviously an addict. So Sarah's mom is like, yes, I'll clean up eventually.
You know, I'll do anything to make things right. I promise. I promise.
And she says she's going to the store, which we all know what that's code for. She's going to go get more of the stuff. So anyway, Rick is talking to his wife about how he needs to get this rally going and how Pastor Rob needs to read his book. Hey, wait a second. Is this whole movie an advertisement for Rick's rallies and books?
I mean, more people that are there, more people get ministered to. I'm going to call Pastor Rob and talk to him about the rally. I really think we need to get going on this.
Make sure you take him a copy of your book.
Oh. Also, I've been trying to figure out what his shirt says. It says something about prosperity, but I recognize that brand. And wait, I've only seen like 3 minutes of Kenneth Copeland. Why is he on the front of this? So now we're back at Sarah's boyfriend named... Anyway, he finds out that his dad is not home because he's at the bar, and his mom is angry about it, and they have this argument where the dad practically eats the cell phone in order to yell at her in the bar.
I don't do anything as a family anymore.
And then he kind of like gets a note from this girl at the bar, and they're not really sure what they're gonna do, and they just kind of whisper awkwardly to each other. So the mom and the son, aka Sarah's boyfriend, they leave and they're driving to go to, I think, the grandmother's house, and they see sirens and they see a bunch of stuff around Sarah's house. So now we're back at Sarah and her sister, and we find out that their mom hasn't come back, but then she is suddenly dropped off by the other guy that we kind of know. Manny is with Sarah and chokes out his nephew, and they go and try to help the mom. And that's when the boyfriend shows up.
Sarah! What happened?
Rudy is his name. We've got it. We're 39 minutes into this movie, and we just found out Rudy's name. So Rudy and Sarah are pulled apart in the midst of all the chaos, and now Rudy and his mother and sister head to his aunt's house. That's where we meet a classic sassy aunt character.
Girl, is it that man you with? His eyes always roaming around looking for some different kind of booty.
The next morning, that aunt invites the mother to church, and the mother's like, no, we have to go get the stuff while my husband isn't home, and we can do it safely. Then Alice says,
It'll put you in a position to hear from God again.
It's going to position her better to hear from God again. So then the mother starts writing a letter, and we never really find out if she goes to church or not. So now we're back at Junior. He's threatening people. He's getting money. Classic cartel stuff. Also, we're met with more lingering long cuts. Why is this movie not utilizing its time better to tell us names? I'm going to drop that. So now we're back at Manny's nephew. He talks with his aunt a little bit, and he sees a rally card on the table. Also, we still haven't seen Kenneth Copeland again, and we're almost an hour into this movie. So random guy takes the rally card to Junior and says the rest of the gang should know about this. So now we're back at Rick, who is giving his book to Pastor Rob. So after a very nonchalant book plug,
Pastor, let me give you something.
A Latino in God.
I want you to read that, Pastor.
Rick leaves with a long goodbye.
Pastor, I gotta go. I have another meeting.
All right.
I gotta go.
All right, later, my friend.
I love you, sir. Hey.
Love you too.
Talk to you later.
All right. I'll start on this book.
Read that now.
All right.
Let's see. Thank you.
Then it clips to the fact that we now know that Junior knows about the rally, and he's threatening random college students with amazing t-shirts in the middle of the street. Now we're back at Rudy's dad, who turns down going out with his mustached friend for a night with the boys.
The guys and I were going out tonight.
Then we see Sarah's mom is in the hospital, Manny is with her, blah, blah, blah. This is so much jumping around. Then the husband sees a note from his wife, Shuri. Oh, that's her name. She basically says he's got to do something different than what he's doing. And then he sees a rally card. Now it's nighttime, and we're back at Pastor Rob's house, and he had someone break in, threaten him with a gun, and said, you better not do this rally. And who does he call? The police. Just kidding, he calls Rick. Rick then realizes someone's at his door, and he says all of the threatening things that he would say.
In the name of Jesus! You better run!
Jesus, make a way.
That's when 1 hour and 11 minutes into this movie, we hear Kenneth Copeland again.
Hello, Rick Rayner.
I need to see you.
Who is this?
There will be a white car. Come to your office.
They show up at a private plane. Wait, is this one of Kenneth's planes? This wouldn't be Tyler Perry's plane. Needless to say, I love when Kenneth Copeland does show up in this movie. Surprisingly, he's one of the better actors. Just can't help but smile when he shows up on screen. Kenneth's character tells Rick that he wants him to reach his son, and Rick responds like he has had an asthma attack.
And you are the righteousness of God.
Then we're hit with a motorcycle montage.
I'm alive.
That's kind of dangerous, Rick. Driving without your hands? What are we doing out here? So now we're back at Sarah and her mother. They're there. Manny shows up and invites them to the rally. So now we're setting up for the rally, and Rick is there, and Junior shows up. When Junior shows up, Rick, well, he's pretty tough.
I have a feeling you don't have an office in the city, huh?
Junior asks the random gang guy to go kill Rick at this rally, and so now we're at the rally. And all 200 people are going mild for the music that is playing. There's even one really offbeat clapper in the crowd. So Rick introduces this band, and while the band is playing, we see the assassin. He's on the hunt for Rick. But then Rick gets up there, and Manny gets up there, and they start sharing.
Just last week, I was helping this young girl deal with her mother that was addicted to drugs.
And then we realize all of the characters are there. And then we see Manny get saved. Wait, not Manny. Manny's nephew, who is... So Junior calls the assassin, and the assassin is just like...
Sharka, I can't do it, man.
Because of the rally. So Junior shows up, he's like, I'm gonna shoot Rick myself, and then we get this really long musical number with terrible singing where Junior shoots the nephew instead of Rick, and the cops are there, and they arrest him. We see Manny holding his nephew, who I guess died. We don't ever really find out if he died or not. That's when we're hit with 1 year later, and you guessed it, our man is back. Kenneth visits Junior in prison, which is weird because I'm pretty sure Kenneth Copeland's character should be in prison, and awkward silence.
Megalito.
Kenneth's back with that cross necklace, and this time, Junior accepts the cross necklace.
Yes, Pop.
They pray together, it fades to black, and bam, Rick is back.
I have a question for you.
And Rick, well, he's plugging his rally website. And then we get a beautiful music video.
A brand new start.
By who is this? Oh, right. It's Rick's daughter. Rick's daughter had a band and a song, and they were the closing credits. This movie is terrible. It's basically one long video saying, hey, you should pay money to get Rick's rally to your town so that your town can be fixed of whatever's ailing it. It's very man-centered. You know, we hear about a man-centered gospel where it's like, oh, I need to follow this specific pastor, or this certain pastor or leader will fix this problem for me, when it's actually not reliant on them at all. Anyway, this movie was not at all what I expected it to be, and all filmed terribly with bad editing, bad audio, and just plugging for more money to go to these guys with their ministries. What I want people to take away from this is that when you are actually focused on showing the love of God to people in your neighborhood, like you're supposed to be doing, you don't have to get a rally together. When people are actually living out the gospel how they should, rallies don't really become necessary. Definitely not rallies where you have to pay a ton for them. Don't wait for giant events to make massive decisions about God. you can do that in your own local church. I'm going to be watching nothing but Pureflix for a whole week. Christian movies. Why they gotta be so bad all the time? It's unfortunately true. There's not a great track record of Christian movies. The acting is usually bad. The writing is usually cheesy. A lot of stuff is usually just resolved to resolve and doesn't make much sense in the plot. And I blame Pureflix. Okay, not actually, but they did email me the other week. I got an email from like an online marketing type situation where they wanted to pay me to watch The Blind, the movie about the Robertson family that they made. They wanted to pay me and give me a Pureflix subscription, and they wanted me to say how excited I was to watch the movie, and I just am not excited for it. So I turned it down. And then as I said no and waved goodbye to my check, I said, wait a second, do I even know anything about what's on Pureflix? I mean, if I'm saying no to the money, I kind of want to confirm in my mind that I said no for a reasonable reason. Okay, I'm going to make this very, very quick. We need to do a little bit of catch up on what Pureflix is. And I actually have some history with this company. So what I'm finding is that the company started in 2005. There were 3 friends, Michael Scott, no, not that one, but we'll use the other one. David A.R. White, who actually did some acting stuff, and you might recognize from this meme.
Hey, Scotty. Jesus, man.
And Russell Wolf. They put together Pureflix with a vision to influence the culture for Jesus through media. Great idea. So yeah, they made a bunch of movies. They started working on stuff together and acting in them and getting some original content done. Most of this obviously was fairly low budget because they're a startup. Now, around 2012, I started working for the company Lifeway in their retail stores. And we sold Pureflix stuff, and it would play on the TV on a loop, and it sometimes almost drove me crazy. And then the movie God's Not Dead came out. This movie blew up. People thought that it was like just the most amazing film that had ever been made by Christians. And from that success, they actually made a streaming service, Pureflix.com. Now, through that, they made some other movies. They made endless amounts of God's Not Dead sequels. And then in 2020, Sony Pictures actually acquired them. Later on in 2023, there's like this joint venture that happens with Great American Media. Great American Media is a whole different situation that's hard to get into, but it's led by a former Hallmark CEO, Bill Abbott. And now he is controlling Great American Media. And so Pureflix rebrands as Great American Pureflix. So yeah, Pureflix now is Great American Pureflix, the longest streaming name on the planet, and they have a lot of notable works like God's Not Dead, Miracles from Heaven, War Room, and now The Blind. And they also stream other content, kind of like Great American Family, Great American Living, and they syndicate some other shows like VeggieTales. Hey, that's a win! We'll take it! So anyway, back to the video. So therefore, I'm returning to my roots of what I did with Klove Radio, and I will only be watching Pureflix streaming service for a whole week. I consume a lot of content. I watch a lot of YouTube, I watch a lot of TikTok, I watch a lot of Netflix, HBO Max, Paramount Plus, Hulu, Disney Plus, Peacock. They all got me, is what I'm trying to say. They got me, but I've held strong against Pureflix. So you know what? Let's kick this thing off. Let's do it. I'm here with David, and he has no idea what my video is this week, so I'd love to see your first impression of this. Deleted all streaming platforms from my phone except for Pureflix's streaming. How do you feel about Christian movies in general?
I mean, I don't watch them, so, and there's typically a reason why.
I have basically a couple of rules. One is that I have to watch at least one full Pureflix movie a day.
Like published by Pureflix themselves.
Yeah, it can't be a remake that or like some other company's thing. I have to watch The Blind, and it's because they emailed me offering to pay me money to review that movie, and I turned them down. So now I'm not getting paid to watch it. I'm still gonna wind up watching it.
Well, that makes you a person of integrity. So.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you.
Your review won't be biased due to monetary gain.
When was the last time you watched a Christian movie?
Jesus Revolution, I watched like a couple months ago. What's the guy's name? Jonathan Rumi?
Yeah, classic Jonathan Rumi.
Yeah, dude, he's everywhere, man. He's the poster child now.
He's like the Ryan Gosling of the Christian community right now. I've finished day one, and I'm going to be completely honest with you. This is going to be worse than the K-Love one. Worse in the sense of I don't know how I'm going to handle this for 7 days. First of all, I signed up for Pureflix and went to go get the free trial, and then it ended up they were like, you've already done your free trial. And I remembered it's because I tried to sign up for it when I did the Kenneth Copeland rally movie, and they didn't have that movie on it, so I wasted my free trial. So they already got my money for a monthly subscription. The other part is that their app interface is kind of annoying. Like, I was going to favorite like certain things that I wanted to watch or that I thought would be interesting, and the heart would show up and then it would disappear, and then I would go check and they weren't in the favorites. So they've got some bugs in the app already. But yeah, I had a hard time. I had a difficult time trying to stay off of things like TikTok and YouTube. So yeah, day one, I focused on a show called Live Plus Local, and I didn't realize the irony of me picking this show. This show is a mockumentary, kind of their answer to the Office type style shows, and it's all about a Christian radio station named K-Hug. I'm being so serious when I tell you this show is trash. You've got Dave Coulier in it as kind of like the main character, and at first I was like, why haven't I seen Dave in anything in a long time? And then the more I watched the show, the more I realized this is why I haven't seen Dave in anything, if this is the quality of stuff he's in. Jokes in this show fall completely flat. They are not funny.
Doing internet or social media, I'm a dinosaur and proud of it.
How did that work out for the dinosaur?
Not to mention that it's just kind of expositional dialogue. Like, hey, Jonathan, why aren't you coming to the party tonight? Oh, Jonathan, I don't know what you mean by the party. Are you talking about the one that's for Dave, our best friend who's moving away to California to be in a new radio station, and it kind of upsets me? Dude, why are you explaining all of this to me? We literally, it's just you and me right now. You mean it's just you and me, two friends that have known each other since kindergarten and are inseparable, but sometimes we get a little tense about who's going to be the best radio show host? That's exactly what this show's dialogue feels like. And then they go into like weird interviews where it's like, am I just listening to a podcast now? And they never leave the room. So for the first bits of content and the first show that I watched from Pureflix, it gets a 1 out of 10. I thought about giving it a 1.5, but then you know what? I took 0.5 away when they made me sit through a Leanne Morgan interview that was so unfunny that I struggled with whether I was going to even finish this video. Boy, oh boy, I really know how to pick the weeks. First, apparently a trailer has dropped for a new Beach Boys documentary. Do you see this? That's a Beach Boys record. I want to see that trailer. Second, it looks like Conan O'Brien is on like this press tour for his new show, and I don't get to watch any of the press, and it's killing me. I want to watch it. I'm a huge Conan guy. Oh, but don't worry. I still got to watch some cool stuff. I got to watch County Rescue, a show with Pureflix about a rescue EMS team. It's again not great. The acting is like better in this than what I watched yesterday, but it's like the same old, same old. This seems to be kind of their answer to like the NCIS and the fire rescue shows and stuff that show on network. You've got the typical characters, the sassy friend, the love interest, the chief who just doesn't seem to care all that much and is kind of this southern guy.
Just yesterday, I found out some knucklehead politicians cut my budget.
We've seen it a million times. There's also this moment where the main character is like on her first call, and the EMS team shows up to a guy having a heart attack, and he dies. He dies pretty quick, and then we see them packing up their stuff and leaving without the body. I just don't think that's how that works. Anyway, the acting is cheesy. The writing is bad. I give it a 2 out of 10. Next up, I watched a movie called Finding Faith, and hear me out. Maybe something's changing within me, but this movie was not the worst movie I've seen. I saw Aquaman 2 a couple of weeks ago, and I think that was much worse than this. It's this movie about this lady who writes for an advice column, and she has all of this stuff happen in her life that causes her to kind of lose her faith. And it's this journey of her gradually gaining her faith back through the advice of other people and through other people's help. A pretty great story. I'll say that it was pretty real situations that were happening. The editing was better, the camera work was better, but the only thing is that these Pureflix movies, I'm noticing that they really overdo the slow motion moments. They really draw some stuff out. It's like these teams think cinema equals a slow motion shot, and it's very confusing. I give it a 5.5. Not too bad. Now let's hit day 3. Welcome to day 3. I was given a glimmer of hope last night with Finding Faith, and today it was all taken from me. Today I watched an entire Pureflix series from about 2020, I think. This series is called The Power Couple, and it's about this superhero married couple going to marriage counseling. That is the actual idea of this show. I do find that a lot of the Pureflix stuff tends to focus around I have a rebellious kid or my marriage is failing. I don't get that. There's other stuff to make movies about. It's really, really bad acting, and the writing is so terrible. For example, there's this moment where their marriage counselor tells them, hey, we should talk about the 5 languages. And the two characters are just like, huh? And then she's like, love languages. It's kind of how you communicate love to each other. And they're both like... Anyway, it's really bad. And the main villain is basically a guy trying to split up the marriages of superheroes. It can't be actually what I just watched today. This thing is shot like a YouTube series. It's not shot very well. It's like they basically held a phone, set up one light, and decided to do... Anyway, it's not a very good show. This one gets I'm going to say it gets a 0 out of 10. It's really a terrible show. I don't understand why Christian movie writers are so bad at comedy. I think it's maybe because comedy teeters a little bit on the line most of the time, a little bit on the edge, and sometimes Christian writers seem to be scared of getting up to that edge a little bit for sometimes good reasons, but other times it just means you're out of touch and don't know what's funny. All right, let's get to day 4. Editing Jonathan here. Hey, make sure you go subscribe to the channel and make sure you stick around because this video takes kind of a twist. You're going to want to see it, okay? Anyway, let's keep going. You know, I don't know where the wind is taking me here on day 5. Sometimes I think about the movies and films, think about all the things in this life that I have, and I really wonder sometimes if it's really worth it to fight. You know, should I be fighting Pureflix over this? Who knows? Maybe if I stepped outside of myself and truly experienced what it's like to live in the light of Pureflix, that I'd become more. I'd be able to feel something. You know, it's like my grandpa always used to say, you never know what you might... What the heck, Pureflix? Seriously, I'm getting kind of mixed signals at this point. What am I gonna do? Yeah, so I started the day on my lunch break. I watched Sons of Thunder. This is kind of like the answer to Sons of Anarchy that was like about motorcycles and stuff. It's a guy who's talking about Jesus while riding his motorcycle and trying to right some wrongs.
Well, where you want me to go next? All right, I'll choose. I know there's no shortage of folks that need the kind of help I can give.
It's not good, I guess. So I was kind of in this zone of like, well, everything is gonna just not be any good. There's no quality. Then I watched the movie Brother White, and what? I'm like, Pureflix, this wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. What's happening to my brain? It's about this white pastor from a mega church that is basically as a punishment put in downtown Atlanta.
Double half cappuccino with skim milk and just a wisp of cinnamon. maybe you'd like to see a menu.
There's just like some edginess to the joke. Like, he's the only white guy, so therefore he is making a lot of like assumptions about the community, and it's pretty hilarious. Then you have like the African American community over here that is making a lot of assumptions about him as a white guy, and it is actually hilarious.
You know, James, we need to talk.
It's playing kind of dangerously in that zone, and this is that edge that I was talking about a lot of Christian comedy is missing. It's teetering right on a line where you're like, oh, is it okay to laugh about this? It has a great moral to the movie where it's talking about don't make assumptions about people, but also like church doesn't need to just be entertainment. And there are other real actors in it, and the main guy is played by David A.R. White, the guy who started Pureflix. And David, you're actually an okay actor, dude. Like, way to go.
Hey, Scotty. Jesus, man.
And so, you know what? I'm feeling generous today. Maybe it's all this extra positivity flowing through me as I watch Christian content. I'm going to give it, on the Pureflix scale, not just movie scale, on the Pureflix scale, like a 6.5 or a 7 out of 10. I can appreciate it. It wasn't perfect, but it was better. I really hope that Pureflix isn't just like getting to my head. You've got to be kidding me, right? You've got to be kidding me right now. I watched The Blind. I watched the movie they offered to pay me to watch, and I'm pretty mad about it. I'm gonna be honest, I'm mad. I'm mad at this movie because it was freaking good. You know what that means? That means I could have gotten paid. I could have gotten that cash because I would have been genuinely able to say that it was a good movie. Because it was. I'm so upset right now. I'm glad that it's a non-biased review of this movie because I feel like you're getting an honest reaction about it. But man, it could have really been worth the time. So this movie, if you don't know, it's about Phil Robertson and Kay Robertson, the founders of Duck Commander and people that were surrounding the show Duck Dynasty and their family. Phil has a crazy backstory. I knew some of this just adjacently from working at Lifeway and selling their books and things like that. But dang it, this movie captures it really, really well. Not only does it capture it well, it's filmed well, it's edited well, the actors are doing a good job. Pureflix, what is happening right now? I'm starting to wonder if they used all of their budget from everything that has tanked and looked like garbage to suddenly make this movie. And I have to emphasize again that they are not paying me to say this. They're not paying me. The movie is extremely heartfelt. My wife cried while we watched it, but she's also expecting a child, so that could, who knows. Only thing is, I cried while watching it, so I can't blame it on that. It's a really great story. It's the testimony of how Phil came to Jesus and how Kay, was there the whole time. And it's like a love story mixed with, tragedy and all of this stuff. I don't know how to feel. So the question is, what do I rate The Blind? Because I feel like I have two different scales in my mind right now. On a Pureflix scale, if I'm just thinking about the original stuff they put out, it's a 10. Out of everything they've ever put out, this is the top level of it. And I've seen other Pureflix movies in the past, like God's Not Dead. I've seen Case for Christ, which was actually pretty decent. But this one is just good cinematography, it's good acting, it's a good story. The end. On a regular movie scale, I struggle to say that it's an 8. But I also think a 7's too low, so 7.7, the number of completion. So yeah, there you go. Pureflix and marketing guy. We're good now. We'll round all this up tomorrow on my last day. I don't want to talk about it anymore. So here we are, the last day of Pureflix. First of all, there are things that I noticed about myself through this week. The biggest thing I noticed is how quick I am to go and just scroll on Instagram or TikTok or YouTube out of habit. There were times where I would just open up like Facebook and start scrolling, and then a video would pop up and I'd almost watch it. I think this shows that streaming and accessibility to any videos anytime we want can be such a huge distraction. I know it is for me. So am I going to be upset that there's a streaming platform that's trying to focus on family content and sharing about Jesus? I can't be upset about that. I feel like I would be just the meanest person on the planet if I said I didn't want them to do well. However, I do think there's a lot of repair that has to be done on Christian content and videos. I don't mean just on Pureflix though, I mean across the board. Part of it is that as Christians, there's been this culture of substitution, is what I'm gonna call it. This idea of, if I like this secular thing, then a good substitute is a Christian version of that art form. I'm not really all about that. I see it happen a lot in the music scene, and you also see a lot of artists lean into that. They say things like, do you want music that's like Taylor Swift but Christian? Then you should listen to me because I'm a substitute for that. That feels like what's happening with Pureflix. Do you like The Office? Well, we have a Christian substitute for that called Live Plus Local. Do you like Hallmark romance movies? Well, we've got this version of it called Finding Faith, but it's a Christian version. And so I guess that just kind of like rubs me the wrong way, that as Christians, we can't just create art for the sake of making something good. It feels like there's this culture of copying and trying to come up with substitutes. And I think that that stops a lot of creative process. This is why I think The Blind is actually great. The Blind didn't feel like it was trying to be something else. It didn't feel like it was trying to be a substitute. It had an actual purpose for existing, which was to tell Phil Robertson's story. You can't substitute that. You can't really copy it. It's his own story, and so it was done really well. So I guess here's my thoughts for Pureflix, if they're even watching this. Start making more stuff around people's lives like that. Don't try to make an edgy, cool John Wick substitute thinking that people will somehow see that and think this is great. It will be cheesy. We as Christians should focus on making great art that obviously glorifies God, but also is good and not trying to be something else or fill in for something else. I think that God deserves better than making filler content. So do I feel better or worse about Pureflix? I might feel a little better about where they're heading. I don't feel great about where they've been. I am kind of upset that, again, I didn't accept the money for that review. I do feel like I was able to bring you a fair analysis of it. There's some glitches in the apps. There's some really bad shows, but there are bad shows on every streaming platform, not just Pureflix. If you enjoyed this video, go ahead and give it a like. A subscribe to the channel would be nice. Share this video out. And also, I want to thank my beautiful Council of Hanks. That's right. This is the name of my patrons. That comes from an inside joke from the Patreon support if you want to support. And so if you want to be a part of that, get some extra content, go ahead and hop on there. All right, I will see you in the next video. The main guy of CCM has just put out a massive album. But the question is, how do I feel about it after listening to it? Brandon Lake has been everywhere. I feel like I went from never hearing his name to suddenly hearing his name once a day somehow. He's worked with, it seems like, every major Christian music group right now, and he's done some solo stuff that has absolutely blown up. So to say that this album was highly anticipated, I feel like it kind of sells it short to just use that term. Everyone was looking to see what this album would do. So it's been out for a few days at this point. How do I feel about it? Well, I think I feel okay about some of it, and then other stuff we'll talk about here in a moment. The opener, called Plans, is a pretty good song. The song, though, feels a little bit forgettable. Even right now, sitting here, I cannot remember how the song goes. I just remember thinking, yeah, it's pretty good. That leads into the title track, though, King of Hearts, and honestly, I thought this song was really good. I thought lyrically it felt great, and it feels like it might be the only song on the album that feels important Not to say that there aren't others that are decent on this album, but this one's message just felt well-rounded, and to me it makes sense why it would be the title track for it. Because after this, I think the album starts to feel maybe disjointed. We have the massive song, Hard Fought Hallelujah. This song was marketed maybe to death, and it seems like it was talked about non-stop on Christian radio and in Christian media, but also secular radio and media because of the involvement of the artist Jelly Roll. Now I feel hungry. I find the song concept to maybe feel odd. I always feel odd about it when people write a song that they say they've been through hell, and my first thought is, as a believer, well, no, you really haven't. But I get that people go through difficult things that could maybe be associated with eternal torment. But maybe the thing I feel stranger about with this song is the CCM industry's new obsession with Jelly Roll. If you're not familiar with him, he is a quote-unquote secular artist who partnered with Brandon Lake on this song. He has kind of a controversial past. He has been married to an adult film star and has in the past bragged about an open marriage and all of these things, as well as the content in some of his songs being not necessarily matching with the Christian music industry as we know it. So in some ways, I find the newfound obsession with him from the CCM world a little bit hypocritical, because right now we're also seeing a major turn and change in events around allegations with people like Michael Tate of the Newsboys, where people see things in their past and how they've been acting currently, and they say, you gotta get out. But then they welcome Jelly Roll right in and almost elevate him to a voice of teaching. That's not to say that I think Jelly Roll is like a bad guy or that he's not a believer and that he's learning things, but I do think it's dangerous when you immediately put people on a pedestal right after they've kind of started to learn and change their lives. It puts a lot of pressure on them, and so I find this hypocritical of the CCM world. Aside from that, I didn't really like this song all that much. It was just like kind of gravelly, and it felt like every time they said hallelujah they were gonna like pop an eyeball out. You know, it was kind of annoying in a way. Right after that, we have the song Daddy's DNA, and truthfully it's an awkward title, and it also kind of has that daddy god connotation to it that feels really awkward. It's a sweet song in concept, but it kind of gets canceled out by the weirdness at times, and it also gets canceled out by lyrics like, how the heaven did I get here? That line happens every chorus, and it just feels really, really cheesy. However, those things made the song I Know a Name featuring CeCe Winans a welcome surprise. It's a decent worship song. You may even notice as I've been talking about these songs, though, that they all feel a little bit different. You know, Daddy's DNA feels country folk. Hard Fought Hallelujah featuring Jelly Roll, kind of a country, kind of an alternative rock thing. Then you've got another worship song, but then typical CCM. It feels scattered, but at the same time, it feels pointed at CCM radio. So say what you will, it's probably going to get a ton of radio play. To me, though, when I listen to it, the chord progressions feel about as uninspired as some of the lyric choices through it. Like those lyrics where you think maybe they sat down and wrote the first phrase that came to mind. But between all of those things, you find these approaches to country and rock, and that feels a little bit like where Brandon wants to go. I'm sure Brandon has a really good heart. I've heard he's a nice guy. It just feels like this album is from a guy who doesn't want to be writing CCM music anymore, who is a little bit forced to throw some worship, throw some CCM on a massive album. So it kind of feels like an album of singles that all came from different albums. Long story short, I just felt like it wasn't very cohesive. Does Brandon want to do a country album? Does he want to do a rock album? Does he want to do a worship album? I think an artist should be able to make the music that they want to, but you do need to think about it as a whole. And it feels a little bit like the label wanted this album to be an album of individual hits, a little bit like a mixtape that's just too long. At an hour and 13 minutes long, it was kind of hard to get through this album and feel like I wanted to finish. On a 1 to 10 scale, I land somewhere between a 4 and a 5, so we'll call it 4.5. Let me know what you think of it. Let me know if you think I'm wrong. That's okay. Everybody listens to what they want to listen to. If you want to read my full review, you can go to Music Board, and if you want to be part of the Patreon and see these things early, head to Patreon. Bye.
Oh, you just caught me surfing while you're surfing the web. Look, I don't know what to do for an intro to this. I'm gonna listen to nothing but Switchfoot, and then I'm gonna have to do a cover at the end of this once I've ranked their entire catalog. There's only so many types of intros you can give. Now, I've heard your pleas, and I'm listening to them. The song that I picked to cover is not gonna be a recreation this time. No, we're changing it up. It's going to be my very own version.
Now, I really didn't know that this is the 20th anniversary of the album Nothing Is Sound by Switchfoot. I have already shot this video. I've already got my review for Nothing Is Sound. But now, I hope people like what I have to say about the album Nothing Is Sound. We'll just have to see.
This band might be one of the most influential bands in my life. I have a lot of memories connected to a lot of albums, and we're gonna get to those. My air conditioning turned on. I was extremely happy when everyone voted for me to listen to Switchfoot, because last time I listened to Skillet and I caught some heat for it. Let's just start this thing. We've got quite a few albums to get through. I think it's like 12 maybe studio albums. All right, I'm gonna switch stances and switch foot. Day one, I've knocked out a lot of music. The first one I listened to was The Legend of Chen. This album came out in 1997, and honestly, it's a really strong start. It feels very 90s, and it's got some amazing songs that are happening all the way through. This is a great little album. It doesn't mean that it's perfect. Like most first albums, production, things that you would change, or maybe some muddy mixes going on. John Foreman's vocal sounds just a little bit nasally or back of the throat stuff. That's okay. One thing though is clear. From the very first album, John Foreman is a great songwriter. The turns of phrase, the rhyming patterns, the melodies, all of it is working extremely well for a first release. I'm gonna give The Legend of Chen a 5 out of 10 on the Switchfoot only scale. There's gotta be some room to go. Here are my top 3 songs from the album. Number 3 is The Edge of My Seat. Number 2 is Chem 6A, a classic Switchfoot song, but when I heard it again, I thought, not enough chatter still about this. Number 1 is the song You. I love this song. 2020, Switchfoot did a newer version of it for like a live stream concert. I fell in love with that song all over again. But this wasn't the first Switchfoot album I ever heard. Welcome to 1999's New Way to Be Human. This is the first Switchfoot album that I ever heard. We hear John's vocal immediately improve. I think that his voice, maybe from doing live shows, just got better. Lyricism is off the charts, a huge step up already. Not only that, but we see Switchfoot gain popularity through the song Only Hope, which ended up in the movie Walk to Remember, which I haven't seen, but shout out Walk to Remember for making them more common. I don't know. Lyrically, the songs have a wide range. We find that there are writings about philosophers and theology that are happening all the way throughout. An example of that would actually be my number 3 pick, Something More, aka Augustine's Confessional. I think that this shows that John was already really fascinated with writing and was taking in literature that would just improve his songwriting more. I'm gonna give New Way to Be Human a 6.5 out of 10. There's a lot that's really great about this album. My number 2 song is Incomplete, and my number 1 song, the title track, dare I sound cliche, New Way to Be Human. My top 2 tracks here, I still have them on playlists and go back to them. Oh, but we're not done yet. Welcome to the 2000s, baby. We're learning to breathe, not to be confused with need to breathe. We do need it, but we're learning. I thought that was a good joke. We'll see. Right out of the gate, I'm gonna say something that may be controversial about this album, but I feel like it's potentially weaker than the previous, but only marginally. It is not something that's a big difference. It is also the first appearance of the song Dare You to Move, which we will see on a future album, The Beautiful Letdown. When I listen to this album, it feels like the front half of it is the strongest, both lyrically and melodically, but I still enjoy the whole thing. Don't get it twisted. Blah, blah, blah. John's lyrics are amazing once again. And it also feels nostalgic for me, like something about the production on this really just made me feel almost emotional. Number 3 song is the title track, Learning to Breathe. A nice, slow, kind of ballady song. Beautiful meaning lyric-wise, beautiful production. Number 2 kind of surprised me, playing for keeps. This is a really fun track, and I wasn't expecting to put it at number 2 or even on the list, but hearing it again, I kind of fell in love with it. Number 1 is Dare You to Move. We'll talk more about that song when we get to the beautiful letdown. I give Learning to Breathe a 6 out of 10 on the Switchfoot scale. 3 albums in one day? Let's keep going. Day 2. 2003. How does one even begin to talk about The Beautiful Letdown? The Beautiful Letdown was anything but a letdown for people who like Switchfoot. For fans of Switchfoot, this is the thing that people say, you should listen to this Switchfoot album. It is front to back amazing. The production jump between the last 3 albums and this one is really massive. John Fields is the producer and he absolutely crushed it. Opening with the track Meant to Live is such a strong idea. Hearing the guitars pan to different ears and then just into it, it's so good that every time I hear it, I'm like, this song, how does someone make this song? Meant to Live is like a level 10 song, right? But how many other tracks on this album are also level 10 Switchfoot songs? John Foreman's writing on this album is so good. There's no wasted space. This is so hard to do. There are no throwaway moments to me on this album. Chad has really great drum moments as well. I know we haven't mentioned much about some of the instrumental stuff going on, but the drums to me take a huge production leap and you can just hear and feel everything. The song 24 is unreal. I just feel like crying every time I hear the song, but listening through the whole album and getting to 24, it was just like a wave of emotion hearing it. That and the title track, I mean, it comes in with this really cool, low, rumbling feel. But then we get to a better produced version of Dare You to Move. It's rare that you find a band that they, write a song on a previous album, redo it, and put it on the next album too. But I think that shows that the confidence level was just great with how the production was going. Only thing is I kind of missed that percussive sound that's at the beginning of the original. And I think I lean more towards the Learning to Breathe version, maybe just out of sentimentality. I don't know. Okay, number 3 song is Meant to Live. Hey, whoa, I know. It's a great song, and it may be controversial that it's not my number 1, but I think there's other songs that, writing and lyrically wise, I enjoy more. Number 2 is This Is Your Life, another legendary Switchfoot song. Number 1 had to be 24. I think that the rhyming patterns and the use of 24 over and over and over again as you go through the verses is really unique. I think that production-wise it grows and builds and builds. It's just really good. Now I want to take a moment and talk about the fact that Switchfoot re-released this album in 2023 for its anniversary. They re-recorded the entire album, but then they got other people to re-record versions of the album as well. People like John Bellion, the Jonas Brothers, Dayglow, 21 Pilots, Owl City, Relient K, Ryan Tedder from One Republic. And what was really fascinating about it is all of these people were inspired by Switchfoot, and the songs that were chosen and picked fit so well. Specifically, I think about the fact that Dayglow's version of Adding to the Noise sounds like a Dayglow song. Owl City's version of Gone sounds like an Owl City song. So I'm gonna kind of just set that off to the side, but I did want to talk about it for a moment because it's really, really good. Beautiful Letdown, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 album, not even just on the Switchfoot scale. I mean, across the board. I think it's a perfect album almost. I can't think of a single thing that I don't like about this album or is worth noting. Like it's just great. But is it my favorite Switchfoot album? No. I don't know how I'm supposed to grade and rank these, honestly. Every album is good so far, but I have a soft spot for Nothing Is Sound. This album, I still have the CD that I had growing up. I swiped it from my church's library that my dad was pastoring at. We had some people donate CDs. It happened to be that the library kind of went inactive, at least I think so. So I never gave the CD back. But that's also because I really love this album and I still think about it and listen to it. The lyrics on this album hit even harder now that I'm older. I didn't really understand some of the things I was hearing, but now they hit. Songs like The Shadow Proves the Sunshine, lyrics like We're crooked souls trying to stand up straight. Like, what an interesting way to phrase something. Or things like I belong somewhere past the setting sun. They're just poetic phrases that when you hear them, they kind of hit you in a way that's unique. And they're paired with these melodies that are just earworms, like they get stuck in your head. We also get the single Stars from this, which, I mean, I still remember the music video where it's like they're underwater but not, and they're floating around, and it was just really cool. And I remember it being one of the first electric guitar riffs that I really, really wanted to learn, which I did, just saying. Then you have the song We Are One Tonight that is also extremely catchy, but the music video is unbelievable. It made me want to make music videos because it had these really cool jump cuts between different actions people were doing. It just showed like all of these people having commonality between them in spite of different situations and settings. The song Politicians also hits really hard when I think about politics and the divisive nature of it and how confused people are around politics. Top songs feel impossible with this too. So it also felt this way with The Beautiful Letdown. Number 3 is going to be The Shadow Proves the Sunshine. I'm gonna lock that in right now. Number 2 is We Are One Tonight. Yeah, that's number 2. Some of y'all, again, might be mad that I don't have Stars at number 1, but my number 1 song from Nothing Is Sound, Happy is a yuppie word. The first time I ever heard the word yuppie was a Switchfoot song, and I was like, what's a yuppie? I'm gonna throw the definition right here. A really high contender for the cover at the end, if I'm being real. Nothing Is Sound, 10 out of 10 Switchfoot album. That's right, it's at the top. It's my favorite Switchfoot album so far. I'm pretty sure it's also my all-time favorite album by them. Let's keep going. Oh, you thought I was going to a different day? No, I'm still listening to music on day 2, baby. We're at 2006's Oh Gravity, and oh boy, it's good. It had been a minute since I'd listened all the way through this album. There are a lot of songs I like from it, but front to back, hadn't listened to it in years. To me, it feels impossible for a band to have a run of albums like this. You know how hard it is to write one good album, let alone 2, let alone 4, let alone number 5 and number 6 being good. The question I have around this is, how does a band maintain originality when things are always shifting and changing and we feel the need to stay put in what's working? None of the albums sound the same. None of the songs sound the same. This is what I like to call a reverse skillet effect. No more skillet roasting, I promise. Opener track, Oh Gravity, unbelievable. It feels completely different than anything we've heard from Switchfoot so far. We get an amazing crash out on the piano. We then get a song called American Dream. Switchfoot always towed this line of discussing things kind of going on culturally, being really careful about it, but also saying things that a lot of Christian music artists and people adjacent to it would be kind of nervous to say. But boy, we get to the song Dirty Second Hands. It leaves me speechless. Lyrically, it's fascinating to where you kind of have to really pay attention to just the lyrics to understand what's going on. Not only that, but you have like time signature changes and skipping beats, and it starts very Western. But then when that second verse hits, it goes full like grunge. I just can't get enough of it. And then again, Chad's drumming as it builds and changes, so cool, the rhythms that he's got in there. I'm in love with that song all over again. The song Awakening sticks out to me because of, again, a music video, and I remember Tony Hale from Arrested Development being in it. It's really weird what stays up in the brain. Shout out to Tim, Chad, Jerome, and Drew, because every band member is knocking it out with their specific instruments. Do I think it's a perfect album? No, but man, I really wanted to grade it that way. But do I think it's as good as The Beautiful Letdown and Nothing to Sound? I don't. I give it an 8.5 out of 10. It breaks my heart. Top 3 songs. Number 3, Oh Gravity. Number 2, Awakening. And number 1, you knew it was coming, The Dirty Second Hands. Second hands, like a clock, second hand. Once again, I'm emotionally attached to this album in an unhealthy way that makes me feel emotional. I remember buying this CD in a Lifeway Christian bookstore. Moment of silence for Lifeway. That was enough. I bought it on a family beach trip. I listened to it a lot, forced my family to listen to it a lot. It has these seagulls on the front. I was at the beach. So now when I go to the beach, I'm like, anyone want to listen to Hello Hurricane by any chance? Anyway, album's amazing, but also what I'm realizing is that the album art on these, they all are very cohesive to how the album sounds and feels. I will die on this hill. Album art is a massive part of any album. If your album art says one vibe and then the music doesn't give it off, then I kind of check out. All of Switchfoot's album art is really good, unlike some other bands I've listened to.
I'm not talking about them again, okay?
Has like this West Coast feel to it. It makes me also think of the Beach Boys, which you already know. All right, number 3 is The Sound. Number 2 is Enough to Let Me Go. Number 1 is Needle and Haystack Life. I give Hello Hurricane a 7.5 out of 10 on the Switchfoot scale. Oh, but here we go. We're back. Fading West. Another burn-brained thing. Burn-brained? When this album came out, I was working for Lifeway Christian Bookstore. Moment of silence for Lifeway. But here's the beef I have right now. So when I was working at Lifeway, we had a bunch of displays up for Fading West. I was so excited for this album. We got an extra demo CD that had 3 of the songs early on it, and I loved those 3 songs. We also got to take a Fading West t-shirt from the inventory for us to wear. So I had a beautiful Fading West t-shirt that I wore so much. Then I stopped working for Lifeway and I continued to wear that shirt. That shirt started to develop holes all over it. You're not hearing me. I wore that shirt until holes were in it. And so I stopped wearing it. That's a lie. I didn't stop wearing that t-shirt. I loved that shirt. Now you might have noticed the past tense on that. That's because I have an ongoing investigation happening for the Fading West t-shirt. That shirt has disappeared from my closet. I'm convinced that my wife threw that shirt away because it was too ratty or had too many holes. The only problem is when I tell my wife about this shirt being missing, she says, I don't think I did that. Roll clip.
We're listening to Fading West as we speak, and I told Kristen, you got rid of my Fading West shirt that I had because you kept saying it had too many holes in it. Do you remember this?
No, I'm pretty sure your mom got rid of it.
No, but we were already dating.
I think we were dating, and I remember it being at your house.
That was
I don't think it ever moved to our house.
That was like my favorite band t-shirt. You got rid of it.
I'm being falsely accused.
No, she got rid of it, and I'll never be able to replace it.
I don't get rid of things if people don't want me to.
But you would tell me it had like holes in it. Do you remember that?
Well, yeah, it does. But we also have a Family Force 5 t-shirt that's got like 30 holes in it, and it's still in the closet, so...
Yeah, but like this one, I'm gonna get you to confess to it.
My wife's trying to blame my mother for throwing this t-shirt away. So then I start thinking, ooh, I'm gonna get another one of the shirt because I love it so much. They don't freaking sell the shirt anymore. So Switchfoot, if you're watching this, I am begging you. I will be eternally grateful if I could just get a Fading West t-shirt. Just one Fading West t-shirt for the principle of it. One without holes, one with holes. I will take any Fading West t-shirt in an extra large, please. She said she didn't. I know the truth. Anyway, it's an underrated album. Kristen, why are you asking me if I have my phone? Don't tell me. No. No way. Wait, did I?
Do you have anything to say
I'm sorry.
for yourself?
I'm sorry, but give me that shirt. Where was this?
No.
Was it in the trash can?
Yeah, I dug it out of the trash from 10 years ago.
No, but for real, where was it? It sounds like she hid it from me because you didn't want me wearing this. Back in its rightful place, back with me, back with the pit holes. That's all the pit holes y'all get. If you want any extra, maybe it'll be on Patreon. It was received with, I think, some mixed reviews, but I like all of the songs on it. There was also a movie where they were traveling and they documented it. Loved that documentary. The music went great with it. The album and movie as a whole kind of feel like philanthropic, a little bit like U2 in topics and what they're talking about. Some really interesting production, lean into some pop stylings with things like vocoders and synthesizers, but it still feels like a Switchfoot album. Number 3 song is Who We Are. Number 2 is BA55 or bass. For a long time I called it BA55, not even knowing that it looked like it spelled bass. That's because the bass is kind of carrying this. Tim Foreman's holding it down on there. Great bass player, great riff, very memorable. And number 1 kind of surprises people when I say that it's my favorite. I really love the song Saltwater Heart. I like the vocoders coming in and out. I think it's unique in how it still sounds like Switchfoot, but feels very original to this era. I give Fading West an 8 out of 10. I truly love this album. All right, moving on. Just kidding. I'm on to another album for day 3. We're at the album Vice Verses, and truthfully, this is one of those albums that I don't know that I ever listened to a ton. There are some really killer songs on it, and it feels like Switchfoot's leaning much more into the rock space. There's like more aggression, but it is balanced out nicely, and I think that that matters a lot. This is the only time I had this thought through one of the albums. I'm not a huge fan of the song Selling the News. Not topically, but I'm saying I'm not a huge fan of kind of like what happens with it. It just didn't hit me in the right way. And it's one of the few Switchfoot songs that I would maybe hear it come on and then like skip to the next one. All right, number 3 song is The Original. Number 2 song is Souvenirs. Forgot about it, listened to it, loved it again. It's one of my favorites. Number 1, Dark Horses. Big contender for the cover at the end. Just saying, Dark Horses is a killer track. I actually heard them do this song live. I had never gotten the opportunity to see Switchfoot live until maybe 2 years ago. They were touring with Need to Breathe. They were opening. I went, I listened to them open, listened to half of Need to Breathe, and booked it out because I had seen what I kind of wanted to see. I give Vice Verses a 6.5 out of 10. 2016, we have the album Where the Light Shines Through. This is again one of those albums that's a little controversial with Switchfoot fanatics, but I do think that there are a lot of good tracks on it. I think the opener, Holy Water, might be one of my favorite Switchfoot songs because of that intro, the rhythm, the chorus. It just, production-wise, it feels great. Which makes a lot of sense because this is an album that's produced by John Fields, the same guy who produced The Beautiful Letdown. I think the thing that people maybe don't love about this album in general is that it feels a little more like radio-friendly, which Switchfoot had like radio-friendly stuff obviously in the past, but this one feels like there's more of it. I don't think lyrically there's anything sacrificed at that, but maybe the songs just don't hold their own against the rest of the catalog. Songs like Float maybe feel like they're just reaching a little bit to try to grab more of that kind of pop radio feel, or songs like Bull in a China Shop might feel like they go a little bit long for what it is. But then you do get songs like Hope is an Anthem, which clearly is a successful Switchfoot song. A lot of the songs that I really enjoyed from this album feel like they could have had a place on The Beautiful Letdown, which is, I think, because they brought back in John Fields. Overall, I'm gonna give, on a Switchfoot scale, Where the Light Shines Through, a 4.5 out of 10. That's only because I've already ranked their first albums higher than that, and I don't feel like this is better than those first albums.
Native Tongue.
Next, we've got 2019's Native Tongue. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Switchfoot had taken a break at this point, and it was kind of unknown whether they were going to come back or not. But then I remember them like posting an 11 and all of this stuff, and there's just a lot of hype around this album. Do I think this album is good? Yes, I do think it's good. I think that all of Switchfoot's albums are good, but I do feel like this is maybe the weakest of the albums. This album is actually produced by the Foreman brothers, John and Tim, and I think they do a really good job of producing it. It does feel more radio accessible. I can't really ever decide if that's like a good or a bad thing sometimes, but you know, I hear some of the parts on this and I think, man, Imagine Dragons really did a number on the scene. The opener track, Let It Happen, really cool. Native Tongue, also a cool song, does feel a little Imagine Dragons like radio rock. Voices feels very radio rock or radio pop rock. But again, not a bad song. I would say I feel not nothing about this, but out of all of the Switchfoot albums, this feels like one that I don't really want to focus on a ton. I think my number 3 song is All I Need. My number 2 song is going to be Native Tongue, and my number 1 song is going to be Let It Happen. I just kind of did a reverse of the top 3 tracks, and we've got one more album to go. Listen closely when I tell you this. We're about to talk about the most underrated Switchfoot album. 2021 Interrobang, come at me. This album is phenomenal. People got really annoying online about it, and they were like, oh, what is this? This song's weird. Hey, shut up. Maybe you just don't know an interesting song when you hear one. I also kind of find it funny that Native Tongue had like all caps for the titles and that Interrobang has all lowercase. I don't know if that was on purpose, but I thought it was amusing. This album's production is fascinating. We've got Tony Berg at the helm, and what we wind up with is a very Beatles influenced album, I think. There's no way they weren't thinking about the Beatles and thinking about Pet Sounds. Like all of it had to be taking part in this album. The song I Need You to Be Wrong is so fascinating, and there's a moment where the vocals soar and these harmonies are happening. It feels very, very Brian Wilson, but also feels a lot like Abbey Road Beatles harmonies. The strings and pads floating around it is cool. We're also getting some like rubber bridge guitar, I believe, on songs like Fluorescent, and they're hitting these really dissonant chords, but they're paired with these lyrics that are so fascinating. It's like this very interesting puzzle that comes together in pretty much an experimental album, I feel. Again, people got annoying about this album online, and I truly think people need to give this album another shot if they didn't like it. I love it so much. It's one of my favorite albums from the band. It, to me, feels like it should be partnered up with some of their earlier work because it feels like they're trying something new. Like they reached back and pulled out this super original work after hitting 2 kind of like radio-friendly albums. Number 3 song is Electricity. I saw them do this one live. Number 2 is Fluorescent. Again, rubber bridge guitar, starting it, going into some really cool production with some really interesting timing choices of where instruments are in and out. But number 1 is I Need You to Be Wrong. Again, as someone who loves Brian Wilson, loves the Beach Boys, it just made me so happy to hear a song that was reminiscent of that being done by a band that is one of my favorites currently. Everything about this album is extremely underrated. I give Interrobang a 9 out of 10. Come for me if you want. I'll fight you to the end. I'll fight you until I get another Fading West t-shirt. That's right, I'm still not over this.
Obviously, I still didn't know that shirt had been found, so we're gonna move past it.
You listen to me. If I don't have that Fading West t-shirt soon, I'm gonna be so upset. I did listen through the Christmas album. I thought it was fun. I listened to the covers EP, also thought it was fun. I don't think that they rank within the rankings of the studio albums, obviously. There were other singles that were dropped sporadically through here, some singles that ended up on like greatest hits stuff. I did listen to that, so overall I listened to hours and hours of Switchfoot music. In the spirit of originality that I was getting from the album Interrobang, I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm gonna make a cover how I want it to sound, so that there's something new and fresh to listen through. And you know what? It should probably come from my favorite Switchfoot album of all time. I want to talk about what I believe to be one of the most underrated albums in not just independent Christian music, but in Christian music in general. I don't hear people talking about this album. If you check any of like what I'm listening to though, you can find some of the songs from this album on there. The album is titled Zechariah, and it is by the project For Tuesday, which is run by a guy named Mark Ferris, who produces and writes everything on there. I actually found out about this album through a buddy of mine named Billy, and he runs a Substack called Still Small Voice that focuses on some independent artists as well. You should check it out. But several years ago, I started listening to this album, and it's actually about the book of Zechariah in the Bible, which is already a really unique premise because it's very hard to write a song that is based just around scripture and what's being said without it being, you know, gimmicky. I did a song several years ago with the Verses Project that was based on a verse in Romans, and it truly was very challenging to write it word for word. And while this album is not word for word, it is very close, and all of the topics and all of the marks are there. The book of Zechariah is obviously a prophetic book. Basically, it's highlighting God's presence in the people's lives, and then it's also going into kind of like these messianic prophecies as well. So it's a really fascinating choice to pick for an album. So that's one thing that's really amazing about it. The second thing is the production value and what we find in this album sonically. Mark states in the Spotify profile that this was kind of based around him spending some time in the Appalachian Mountains and him testing things with sonicascapes and loops and guitar pedals and using cassette tape. It all translates beautifully into this album. There's like this warmth and these warbles that come in. You're flowing in and out of kind of lo-fi sounds, but with this kind of ambient rock undertone, while hearing these lyrics that are so complex, but they really like dig at you. The first half of the album, I just remember sitting there and feeling like I might cry because it not only was beautiful in a sound way, but it was beautiful in a lyric way. I think there are two songs on here that really speak to that. Red Horse is a beautiful sounding track. I mean, it's got this texture that's growing and building, and then when this low rumbling bass kick kind of comes in, it's just really unbelievable. But my favorite track on the album is probably Seven Lamps, which again is alluding to one of the prophetic visions that Zechariah was having for the people. And it is just absolutely unbelievable. The acoustic riff kind of like flowing into it, it just hits so hard. And every time that I show somebody this track, they're like, who is this? And they immediately add it. Here's why I'm telling you about this album. I want this album to blow up. Sometimes it's easy for me to want to gatekeep something and keep it to myself. If something gets over-listened, I feel like I don't want to listen to it anymore. But this guy, he only has 1,500 listeners a month on Spotify. And I truly feel like it's kind of a shame that it's not listened to more. So Mark, if you're listening to this, I listen to your album all of the time. Guys, if you're watching this video, please go stream the album Zechariah by For Tuesday and come back to the comments and let me know what you think of it or what your favorite song is or what your favorite thing about the album is. My next video is about Skillet, and I'm listening all the way through the catalog, so make sure that you're here for that.
Welcome back to the channel and welcome to a rant. That's right, this is a deep dive, but I'm also kind of upset. You know, I've always struggled with trying to make my own merch. There are ideas that float out there, I'll try them, and then I'm like, I hate it feels disingenuous, or it's not any good, and so then I delete it. Well, I'm here to say that there needs to be a whole lot more of that than there is. Bon Iver has just dropped his new merch leading towards his new album called Sable / lowercase f in the word fable. Now, as if that name doesn't give it away, Bon Iver is an interesting artist. He started more in kind of the indie folk space, and then as things progressed and he would get signed, he kind of started making music that was more experimental pop, experimental rock, experimental folk. I've never really been a big Bon Iver fan. I didn't mind his first releases, but then as it started going, I just found it to be too much. I like experimental music, but there is a certain point where I kind of call it a day. So last year he released 3 singles and they were excellent. It was called Sable, and you also had Speyside, and it was just this great collection of 3 little songs and one really long beat. So as per usual, those singles are leading towards an album, and now that album has merch that you can pre-order. My friend Christian sent the merch to me and to my friend Blake, and needless to say, I don't think any of us are gonna like it. So let's take a look at that merch. So I'm over here on the Bon Iver store, and we're gonna start soft. Here we've got just a straightforward CD. We've got the new album art. You've got kind of a pink colored thing with a black square in the middle. Fine, whatever, you can do what you want. And you've got a CD that matches it. Great, we're fine so far. I'm not mad about it. Next, we've got a hat here that's that same flesh color but with the black square, and that hat is $50. If you want to pay $50 for a hat with a black square on it, then I guess be my guest. Here's where things started really taking a turn though. We've got this sweater that is, it looks to be clip art from the 1990s, and the worst font I've ever seen. It looks like he just typed it in a note on his iPhone. That sweater is $75. So I'm gonna oppose this idea. A sweater that looks like my brother made it when he was 12 years old on Zazzle.com. Now we have the hands tee for $40, and this is what I would like to call physical assault on a t-shirt. Because not only are you wearing a flesh-colored t-shirt, you have hands touching you now all over. This one makes me super uncomfortable, so if you want to look like you're getting assaulted in public, go ahead and spend $40. And then we come to the one that really did me in. We've got the salmon tee. That's right, not only is the color salmon, but we can go to Google and search salmon PNGs and paste it on a shirt and type with that same horrendous text and make you spend $40 plus shipping and handling and tax. What are we doing, Justin? What is this? Because it feels like you want it to seem low effort, but you're clearly putting effort into making it seem low effort. Now we get to my bread and butter. Ooh, the vinyl release. I cannot wait to see this beautiful vinyl. We've got the album art again. And of course, we've got it on a black vinyl to match and a is that yellow? Is that taxi yellow? Why would you put a yellow vinyl with this album art? That doesn't make any sense. Did you just go to a bin and grab the closest vinyl color available? Now, I thought that one was bad until Blake sent the alternate. That's right, they put it in a lime green color to go with the pink and black. I don't understand what's going on. Who let them do this? I'm getting frustrated. I'm getting heated about it. Here's the thing. Low effort is such a trend right now with merch. I think it stems from a lot more user-generated merchandising. You know, they maybe don't go to designers as much, but it definitely comes from the independent space of music because, you know, you'd have somebody that they're putting out their own stuff and they're making the merch that they can make. It's kind of becoming a look. And so you have massive artists like Bon Iver that are probably paying design teams to make the worst designs you've ever seen and then pricing them at $40, $50, $75 for no reason. So you know what, Justin, aka Bonavere, I'm gonna make you a t-shirt on my phone right now in less than probably 2 minutes. All right, so we have the pink t-shirt here, and I think what would be the smartest move would be to add the black square to it. Once we've added that black square, I think it would be really smart to just add, Bonavere, but let's change that font up. Let's change it to more of like a fancy look, but all lowercase, because it's gotta be low effort. Kind of up at the top but off center, not quite right, He's so quirky, we've gotta do it. Let's just go ahead and add the album name. Next up, I looked up a sable on the internet, and apparently it's a little tiny muskrat type creature. So I just went ahead and I saved that to my phone, and I turned it into a PNG using the Apple Smart PNG thing. And now I've pasted it in there, and we're gonna position it, right there in the center of the t-shirt. There you go, Bonavere, I've just made you a new t-shirt that you can use. That's right, you can have that one for free, and make sure you charge people $40 for that t-shirt. Was this a petty video? Probably. Do I enjoy making a petty video every now and then? Sure. My point is, can we just try to have decent merch? I haven't even released merch for the channel because I don't know what to do, and I want it to be something that people think is cool, not just something they buy because I've got more credibility than anybody else. When an artist does this and they release merch that is this low quality, it just feels insulting to the fan base, or it shows that they've got a fan base that will literally buy anything. And if they will buy anything, then don't you think it's kind of wrong of you to give them something so crappy? I've had enough. I've done what I came here to do. Bonavere, make better merch. Thank you to my patrons. Bye. Is artificial intelligence taking over the church? We're going to take a deep dive into it. I've been getting absolutely pummeled in the face by advertisements for church AI companies and tools and interfaces and things like that. And to be perfectly honest, I really don't know how I feel about it. AI is such a trigger word that every company seems to be using right now. We've got AI, we've got AI, we've got AI. And so you would think that the church would maybe be a place where you're like, artificial intelligence, I don't know about that. But there are various different companies that are approaching this market. And I really don't know how I feel about AI being incorporated into sermons and discussions. There are really two companies that I see doing this. There's Church.tech and Pulpit AI. Both promise things like uploading your sermon, getting transcripts, it turning it into little reels and TikTok type short videos for you. But then they also promise things like giving you discussion questions and helping you find sermon illustrations and verses for your personal study. In other words, it seems a little bit cloudy, it's uncharted waters, and it's new technology. All things the church is great at accepting all of the time. So we're going to be doing a little bit of a shootout between these tools and a $9 CapCut subscription with free AI tools online. Is it worth your church spending money? And is it okay if your pastor is shortcutting some of his time to use these tools? Let's find out. Let's see what's in there, and let's see if they suck or not. And it goes without saying that this video is just my own personal view. All right, here we go. So you might be wondering, how is this going to work? Well, I'm going to run the same sermon through all three methods, and then we're going to blind react to them at the end. I'm going to say which one I think is my favorite, and then you're going to leave a comment saying which one you think did the best job. But I'm going to show the process of doing each without the result, then the result will come later. So you might be thinking, Jonathan, don't you need to pick somebody of a high quality standard to run through these machines? And you'd be right. I'm gonna run Joel Osteen's sermons through these. And of course, I'm gonna be running the sermon called Dealing with the Negative Thoughts. All right, so we're here in the dashboard of Pulpit AI, and this is actually pretty cool because they let you have a free sermon to see what you think of the whole process. What we're gonna do is we're gonna upload our lovely Joel Osteen clip, and we're just gonna let it upload. You got light and dark mode, extra points. Upload speed is good. That could be my internet, or it could be the interface. It says it's in progress. I guess we'll wait. So while that's uploading on Pulpit AI, we're heading over to church.tech. Now, there are two very big differences between these two platforms, and that would be pricing and free trials. Pulpit AI, it let me sign up, and it's letting me do one sermon for free. I didn't have to put any payment information, but the platform itself costs anywhere from like $50 all the way to $130, depending on how much content you actually want to receive from it. Church Tech has two different pricing tiers, one that I believe was $65 and one that was closer to $100, I believe. You get a 14-day free trial. However, you do have to put your payment information in to try it out, and then you have to remember to cancel, or else you get charged $65. So in it goes, and that was really fast. How did it do that fast? Then you can set who's preaching. I'm going to say Joel. Oh, now I'm going to upload the video. So I'm setting the context. Okay, so next up, we're going to do this with CapCut, because the first thing I'm going to focus on are like the clips you would upload to social media. So I've got CapCut pulled up. This cost me $7.99 a month versus the $50+ that the others do. Now you'll notice that there's a long video to shorts option right here. Drag it in. Here's where I kind of set my template guidelines. And then I say I want it to be less than 60 seconds or 60 to 90 seconds. I'll just leave it like this, and I'm going to pick a template, and then I'm going to let it convert over. So now it is uploading in CapCut. My poor computer is going to be like, kill me. So we're still waiting on Pulpit AI. We're still waiting on Church Tech. It's showing me what it's finishing, what's happening with it. Meanwhile, Pulpit AI is not giving me a whole lot on where it's at right now. CapCut is flying, and it is about to be done uploading, but you're not going to see them until the shootout, so don't get any ideas. So Church Tech has wrapped up its first phase, which was doing details, transcripts, some chapters for you to put in your YouTube description, and some social media generated posts, caption ideas. It, however, has not generated sermon clips, so I'm going to try this out now. So it looks like I'm just going to click this button. I guess I'll wait. That is at least good that they're giving me an idea of when to come back. I am still waiting on Pulpit AI. It says still in progress. I don't have any sort of sign of where this is going to end. I would say that this is maybe a spot where Pulpit AI needs to add like a progress bar. If I don't know how long I'm waiting for, does that mean I leave my computer? Does that mean it's going to take a day for this to be done? Does it mean it's going to take 5 more minutes to be done? Church Tech has a progress bar. CapCut has a progress percentage. All right, so since Pulpit AI and Church Tech are cooking up like transcripts and summaries and all of that good stuff, I need to find some free resources online, or at least some cheap ones that would compete with this. So I found a website called Vizard.ai, and it looks like you can just drag a video in. You don't have to sign up or anything. Select the language spoken, English, upload. So that's a free thing. We'll see how the result is. So it looks like Church Tech finished first on everything. Pulpit AI I'm still waiting on, but I hope it finishes soon. Oh, it just finished. Great. CapCut has been done for probably 5 or 10 minutes while I was waiting on the other. So Church Tech gave me 21 60-second clips to use. Now let's check out what happened with Pulpit AI. So once it finished, we've got here this thing. Oh, I can't scroll. If you're in the middle, it's like you won't be able to scroll. So you have to go over here and scroll here or here. A little bit clunky. Gives me a summary, gives me the points, gives me scriptures used, gives me quotes. Over here, though, it's giving me discussion questions, small group guides, and a devotional, and video clips are done. I now understand why Pulpit AI took a little bit longer, because it actually did a lot of the heavy lifting all at once. So over on our free resource Vizard, I have got the transcript done. I'm going to copy the text. Now I'm going to hop over to ChatGPT, turn this transcript into a guide for small group discussion. Here we go, ChatGPT. Here's the guide. Oh my word, it is going fast. So while that's cooking up, let's see if there's anything else that ChatGPT needs to do for us. We've got transcripts done on all of them. We've got devotions and small group guides cooking, I think, on each of them. In the ministry tools part, we have several different things. The ability to just type in something that I want it to generate. So I'm going to say, make a small group discussion guide. So it's running it. It's basically ChatGPTing this whole situation, which is fine, but that's all it is. So now I've got small group guides from each of them. I've got video clips from each of them, transcription from each of them. Now I just need a summary from ChatGPT. Give me a summary. I misspelled summary. That's okay. So first up, let's look at the discussion guide comparisons. This is one of them that I copied and pasted. That's what I did from every single one of them. It had some formatting issues being copied and pasted. And so the small group discussion guide, dealing with negative thoughts, you have an opening prayer. Begin with prayer, asking God to open your hearts and your minds to his word and guide your discussion. You get an icebreaker, share a funny or a lighthearted story about a time you had a silly or irrational thought. Scripture reading, Isaiah 26:3. Discussion questions. What are some common negative thoughts that you struggle with? How do these affect your daily life and your faith? The sermon emphasizes we have control over what thoughts we allow in. How do you practice this in your own life? Then biblical principles. How does this concept of erasing and replacing align with the scriptures we read? Also, this sermon was so bad, so it's not working with much. And then a practical application. What are some practical steps you can take to guard your mind against negative thoughts? How can you support each other in the group to maintain a positive, faith-filled mindset? Then it gives an activity, mindfulness exercise, spend a few minutes in silence focusing on a positive scripture, blah, 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 blah. Closing prayer, conclude with a prayer asking God to help each member in the group to guard their minds and to fill their thoughts with his truth and promises. Not terrible. I've seen worse. Option number 2. Small group guide, dealing with negative thoughts. Opening question, share a time when negative thoughts affected your mood or your decisions. How did you handle it? Okay, we're following a similar format here. Key takeaways. 1, negative thoughts will come, but don't dwell on them. We can control the doorway to our minds. So it's kind of giving a summary here. And then discussion questions. 1, Pastor Osteen says, just because a thought comes doesn't mean you have to think it. How can we practically apply this to our daily lives? Discuss the concept of erasing and replacing negative thoughts. Let's move on down the list. The sermon mentions that we take some time and energy to believe it as it does to worry. Why do you think that we often default to worry instead of faith? And then practical applications. For the next week, pay close attention to your thoughts. Catch a negative thought, practice the erase and replace method. These are following the same format. It makes me just think that it's using the same generator. Scripture meditation, choose a positive, encouraging Bible verse to meditate on daily. That's pretty much the same suggestion. And then a closing prayer as well. This is a word-for-word prayer for the small group leader to read. Option 3 had some formatting changes and issues as well, but small group discussion guide, dealing with negative thoughts. Share a time when you had a humorous misunderstanding or overreaction to a small situation. How did it get resolved? Opening scripture, and then down to discussion questions. What are some common negative thoughts you've experienced and observed in others? Joel mentioned that just because a thought comes doesn't mean that you will think it. How does this perspective impact how you handle negative thoughts? The principles shared is to erase and replace. Why is it an important activity to replace negative thoughts? What negative tenets have you allowed to stay too long? It's a very specific question from the transcript. This one is actually longer as well. Share a testimony or experience where God's word helped you overcome a challenge or a situation. Then we get a practical application, daily affirmations, and then a scripture to focus on, and then a gratitude journal. Write down things. Okay, it's pulling that from the sermon too. And then closing prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you for equipping us to guard our minds and dwell on what's true and helpful. These are all incredibly similar. It really makes me think that they're all using the ChatGPT engine just built in on their site. The question is, which one do you think is better? Number 1 was Church Tech. Church Tech had the formatting issues when I went to copy and paste it from their generator. Number 2 is Pulpit AI. Pulpit AI, it was kind of short. It was very concise, but it did kind of refer to him as Pastor Osteen, so some of the language was there. And that leaves number 3 to be the free ChatGPT. Formatting was not as off as the Church Tech with like the random symbols. Honestly, ChatGPT's was longer, which I think lends to a better and more lengthy small group discussion to fill the time. There was so little difference in what I was reading between the 3. It's really hard for me to pick. If I'm comparing it to like $50 and free, then I'm probably gonna pick the free one because it was longer, it had good questions, and the formatting was fine for me to copy and paste. But leave a comment which one you think. Next up, we're gonna do the summary and see which summary feels the most concise and good for like a description. So here's option 1. This message focuses on combating negative thoughts through intentional mental discipline, faith, and reliance on God's promises. It emphasizes the principle of erasing negative thoughts and replacing them with the positive, faith-filled affirmations based on Scripture. It gives the different key points here with the different bullet points here. Not bad, especially if you're trying to put this in a YouTube description for good YouTube SEO. Option number 2. In this sermon, Pastor Joel humorously begins by sharing a lighthearted joke to engage the audience, transitions to a profound message about managing negative thoughts. He emphasizes that everyone experiences discouragement, worry, and fear sometimes, and recognizes that these negative thoughts serve as a strategic attack from the enemy, aiming to undermine our lives. It's a pretty concise description. It's pretty much just a paragraph. That's it. Option 3. In this powerful message, we're challenged to confront the battle that takes place in our minds daily. The central theme revolves around dealing with negative thoughts, drawing from Isaiah's wisdom, and keeping our minds stayed on God for perfect peace. This is the shortest description, but I do think that the wording is better in this one. Now the question becomes, which one do you think is best? Option 1 is ChatGPT. ChatGPT gave a very, very good description and covered a lot of kind of trigger words and covered pretty much everything that was in the sermon, but condensed it down to pretty much an outline that works well for a description. Option number 2 was Church Tech. This one, I think, in my opinion, was the weakest one. It just kind of gave a description and, you know, it functions. And that leaves option 3 being Pulpit AI. I thought that this summary was good and that it was more concise. So if that's what you're going for, then like maybe this one works. So with this one, I would go Pulpit AI, but again, the free version with ChatGPT was super good. I'll leave this one to y'all in the comments. All right, that just leaves the clips to look at before we really analyze this whole idea. So here is option 1, unedited, completely how the AI wanted it.
You need to evict some tenants that have been living in your mind. The good news is you're in charge. They may seem bigger, stronger, more powerful, but you determine what stays in your mind. You need to tell fear you're evicted. You're not welcome here anymore. I'm not living afraid of what might happen. My future is in God's hands. Nothing can stand against Him. You need to tell worry, you've been with me long enough. Sorry, you've lost your lease. Tell doubt, your time is up. Got some new rules, you have to go. Tell insecurity, sorry, no more place for you. You're out of here. See you, I'm not going to be you. All that negative that's weighing you down, limiting your future. Why don't you serve some eviction notices?
Captions were correct. It was highlighting key words. Face tracking was good because it's panned in. This is a good option. What he's saying is terrible, but you know. Now for option 2.
Scripture says in Colossians, set your mind and keep it set. At the start of the day, you need to set your mind. When you get out of bed, Father, thank you for the gift of this day. It's another day you've made. I'm gonna choose to be happy. I'm gonna see the best. I'm gonna be a blessing to others. I'm gonna live this day to the full. If you don't set your mind, the enemy will set it for you. You'll wake up, think about all your problems, everything you've done wrong. I'll never break this addiction. I should have eaten better yesterday. I can't believe that coworker was rude to me. Don't start the day off negative. Don't bring yesterday's trouble, yesterday's disappointment, yesterday's...
Oh. All right, I'll be perfectly honest. This one was no good. The tracking was really distracting. It was jolty. It was weird. I also felt like the lips were a little out of sync as well. I felt like the subtitles weren't very dynamic. It was just kind of abruptly ended before the thought was over. So option 2, I would not post. Now on to option 3.
What's playing in your mind? What are you given access to? Paul said in Philippians, think on things that are positive, things that are wholesome, things that are of a good report. You can't think negative and have a positive life. You can't think sickness and get well. You can't think lack and have abundance. The battle is taking place in our mind. Be selective of what you allow in. Imagine someone showed up at your house, knocked on your front door. You opened it, and there was this stranger. He was carrying an axe, a hammer, a rifle, a bag of poison, all these harmful, dangerous things. You wouldn't say, hey, come on in. Make yourselves at home. Good to see you. Got some food in the fridge. You wouldn't think twice. You would tell him, you are not welcome here. You need to get off my property. You would shut the door, deadbolt it, make sure that he left. Well, your mind is your house. It's where you live. There's nothing more valuable, more important, more sacred. Why are you letting destructive thoughts in?
Yeah, option 3 is very similar to option 1, although I did feel like these subtitles were more dynamic, they were more eye-catching, and this was like a very complete thought. So the question is, which one do you think was better? Number 1 was Church Tech. Church Tech did pretty good with the face tracking, but there weren't very many options for like what to do with subtitles, so it was fine. Option 2 was Pulpit AI, and this was really rocky. I don't want to use the term half-baked, but it's kind of a half-baked version of this idea. It's very jumpy, the subtitles were not dynamic at all, and it just ended so abruptly that it felt odd. And that leaves option 3 to being the $7.99 to $9.99 CapCut subscription. This one to me is a clear winner, not only for the cost, but also the subtitles are so dynamic. And there's a lot of options with the captions. So for me, the clear winner on this one would be CapCut, but leave what you think in the comments, because these are just my personal tastes and I kind of know which one is which. Right now, we've talked a lot about content and a little bit into discipleship, but let's look at some of the weirder stuff that I don't really know how to feel. So here I am in Pulpit AI. I opened up the coach option where it's like I can look at the sermon and I can do content or coach or iterate on certain things, but I'm going to try something out to see if this is just a text generator that's built in. So I said, write me a sermon on Genesis 1. And just like that, it is starting to generate. So now what this tells me is that it's a text-based AI that just happens to have the context of that sermon, but you don't have to stick to it, and you can just use it like a chat GPT. And it is writing out a full sermon. And right there, I can copy it, I can paste it to my paper. Now let's head over to Church Tech. So here in Church Tech, it's kind of a confusing format where I have to dig through a bunch of things. But let's start with Topical Bible Survey, Genesis 1. This spit out a biblical survey of Genesis 1. It put it in a screen that's kind of like a Word document where you can edit it and continue to go. While it didn't really write a sermon, it did give the idea and pretty much cover all of the study that would need to be done with cross-referencing tools or anything like that. It's not really able to create a whole sermon, but there's tools that if you put what you want in there, it'll kind of spit out stuff to create a sermon. So it takes a little bit of legwork to get there, but you can make it happen. ChatGPT is able to do this. I already know it because I tested it a while ago just out of curiosity, and it's very similar to kind of that format with the Pulpit AI. So essentially with both of these platforms, if your pastor is really, really lazy, he can pretty much get away with it. So let's address this idea. So I'm going to cut right to the chase. I think this is sketchy. Not so much because of the content stuff, but because of some of the sermon writing capabilities. I'm already not a huge fan of AI, but I think that the word artificial is what's important here. When people are showing up to church, they're craving something authentic. And authenticity is important for Christianity because it just means that you're telling the truth and that you are actually revealing things that are true through Scripture. One of the very basic levels of what a pastor does is teach and disciple people. Disciple people is a broad term, but to teach. So if your pastor is shortcutting and doing weird things where it's like, I'm just going to get this robot to write my sermon because I'm just so overwhelmed, my question would be, what is he doing with his time? Especially in the full-time ministry context. Bivocational pastors, they're working jobs, they're trying to provide for their families, and they're most of the time working for nearly nothing for churches. But a full-time pastor, what are you doing with your time that is overwhelming you so much that you can't really prepare a sermon and study for it. Most pastors that I know really enjoy studying, and they enjoy preparing things, and they enjoy writing things for the congregation. So it kind of feels like these are solving a non-existent problem, or a problem of complacency or misaligned values. And you know what I think it boils down to? Money. Here's what I mean. In a study that Carey Nieuwhof posted, it's actually talking about how giving has dropped so much over the past 20 years. It went from 2/3 of people in the congregation giving to now about 50% in 2022, and increasingly dropping. So with giving down and people still attending, then the idea becomes, okay, how do we survive? Well, how do most businesses survive? Through advertising, through social media, through word of mouth. The only problem is that personal evangelism has dropped. So the word of mouth aspect is not really working for a lot of churches right now. So you wind up with an overwhelmed pastor or an overwhelmed staff that's like, the giving's down. The people, they're not sharing the gospel and bringing more people into the church that could give. So then it starts to become content is king. We're living in a time right now where every church is hyper focused on social media. And trust me, I get it. Social media is pretty much how I do exactly what I'm doing. However, there's a concept in secular social media known as the content house. Content houses are where influencers and creative people all kind of live together, or they work together every day, and they just end up churning content out all of the time. And a lot of churches are trying to do that right now. How can we make a cool video? How can we make a cool TikTok or reel? How can we put out an album? Because every church is releasing music right now. How can we put out more ebooks? How can we put out more stuff? And I get it, because a lot of it is under this description of discipleship. But here's the thing. Your TikTok and your reel, are they really discipling people, or is it just an advertisement that you've worked really hard on? And so the churches are just making all this content and they're sending it out, desperately hoping that someone from the neighboring church sees it, and so that they're like, wow, their social media is really cool, maybe I should visit there. And then they visit and then they give, and all is fixed. Yeah, not really. But instead, what you have done is you've focused so much of your week on creating content and things that now you're overwhelmed and you feel like you don't have the time that you need to write a sermon or sit down and actually concentrate on the people. Of course, this is a really sweeping generalization, but it is a pattern that I feel like I've been seeing a lot, and I think it's led to a lot of this AI use. So a church that's already struggling to make money decides that they're going to put the church card in and pay for the pastor to be able to use a tool that is basically going to help him write his sermon, because he's so overwhelmed doing everything else. Not only is he overwhelmed, but he's got this expectation on him to have a 10 out of 10 sermon on Sunday. Why does he feel like he needs to have a 10 out of 10 sermon on a Sunday? Well, because everyone can go and watch a 10 out of 10 sermon on social media anytime that they want, from any pastor that they want. And so you've got these local churches where the guy is like, I'm trying my best, I'm tired, I'm trying to do stuff for people, I'm trying to create content, I'm trying to write my sermon, and I'm out of time. So when someone gets put up against the wall like that, it's really easy to give into the temptation of complacency and laziness, especially if they're already discouraged. And so when I see a tool like this, I don't know that the tool itself is bad or evil. There's some interesting things happening there that can save some time. However, if your pastor is abusing the tool, then I think he's the actual tool. How about that?
Okay, I'd love to have my own personal pastor, so I hit the Ron Carpenter Ministries archive and I call Pastor Ron. And after I call Pastor Ron, let's say, you know what? Let's say I'm not feeling good in my body.
Carpenter, how can I help?
Pastor Ron, I'm not feeling well today. Could you pray for me?
Hey there. I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling well. Let's take a moment to pray together. Heavenly Father, I thank you that you know us and hear us right now.
If you're a pastor and you're using AI all of the time to fix your sermons, or you're using AI to write your sermons as a whole, just so that you can go and sit and have coffee, then it's time for you to resign. I don't think you need to be pastoring. But if you're a pastor or you're on staff and you feel like some of the study tools that are presented are quick and they're helping you, then maybe use it. But I think that you can save money and use some free resources instead of paying a ton for these. There's one company I kind of left out of the mix because I didn't feel like it fell as aggressively into this category. There's PastorRev.com. It's $9 a month, and it's not really doing the ideating. It's just kind of like helping you research a little bit. So something like that and like a $7.99 CapCut subscription, I think you're going to cover all of your bases. So do I think AI tools are evil? No. I've used AI tools when I write out an entire essay basically for my videos, and I'm like, this is too much. Let's highlight it and let's bullet point it. So in short, don't let your church become a content house where you feel constantly pressured to come out with better and better and better content. As congregation members, we need to be understanding that a pastor is going to be tired sometimes and not have a sermon that's going to be like, oh my goodness, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Just be grateful you have a pastor that loves the congregation and wants to be there. And if you're a pastor, don't abuse tools to be lazy. Let me know in the comment which one of the options you think is a better route, or what you think around this, or if you think I'm completely off basis. Special thanks to my patrons, the Council of Hanks guys. Y'all are the best, and I'll see you in the next video.
I'm out on a walk, and we're going to talk about the Contemporary Christian Machine EP by Squyres, aka Eric Tuff and Son. Sorry if I said that name wrong. This is a collection of 4 songs that are actively talking about the church and contemporary Christian music and kind of the industrialization of the church. This EP has a lot of really great production in it, which it is self-produced by Eric. There's elements of rock, there's elements of punk, there's elements of CCM, there's elements of emo, Midwest rock, 80s stuff potentially. It's really quite an interesting production. The first song, aka the title track, Contemporary Christian Machine, is what I would call a very serious parody song. Obviously, the abbreviation for the title is CCM. Not only that, but he starts kind of like blending the song into a very typical corporate worship song by the time you get to the chorus and the bridge, using very typical worship song structures, sounds, and ideas. Lyrics like, whoa, 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 sing it out, sing out loud, but then swapping phrases for like, lift me up higher. The song is kind of approaching this idea of a machine that fuels pride and fuels just creating something to make money. But the EP, it doesn't stay in that kind of cheeky zone. Instead, it becomes really serious, but it is serious about the right stuff. So like the song Steady Decline, it starts off with decide to hide the truth behind closed doors, and just this apathy of what has happened behind closed doors of the church and within the industry itself. Really thought-provoking. Track 3, Corporate Capture, also really is hitting hard because it's basically asking, what is the cost of commercialization? What is the cost of becoming an industry? Telling the artist to play nice and don't use too much overly biblical talk. The chorus of this one really reminds me of some of like Weezer's old stuff, but it's a really powerful thought to think about what it has cost to commercialize writing about Jesus. The last track, Falling Away, I think is one of the more interesting ones as well, because it's about how there's a worship leader who wants to write about Jesus and starts with these great motives, but then as things develop and move forward and the industry pressure and the pressures of the church and the megachurch culture, eventually they cave and it's like they don't know who they are anymore. What I think is really actually the beautiful part of this song is how Eric then writes that it's something that can easily take hold of any of us. This idea of pride, this idea of being recognized and known. As he says in the song, we can end up plastering our own face over Jesus's. I give it a 10 out of 10. I'm very thankful to know Eric. I would give it a 10 out of 10 even if I didn't know him.
My new EP, Contemporary Christian Machine, does take shots at the Christian music industry, if you didn't notice by the title. But there's an admission that we're all susceptible to compromise, and that the only real solution is to cling to Jesus more and to cling to his word and his church. And so my hope is that this will move the ball forward a little bit, that God's kingdom would come in this industry as it is in heaven.
Eric would be the last person to ever ask me to make a video reviewing his album. For that reason, I think it not only earns a 10 out of 10, but it is deserved. I can't get... Oh. What a way to start this video. Jonathan, where on earth are you going? Great question. Truthfully, I don't even know the full extent of it. All I know is that I've been bought a round trip to Nashville, Tennessee. I do know who I'm seeing, but I'm not going to tell you yet. And I'm not going to tell you why. I have to go to the airport, and I've got to get to Nashville to spend pretty much like 3 full days in Nashville, Tennessee. Also, I got approximately 25 minutes into my drive and realized I never put gas in my car, so I'm gonna have to stop. The last time I was in Nashville, I believe, was like 2020. Either way, what happened was I went to see Colony House perform. We actually hung out with some friends that we saw there, and then we went home, and then COVID hit, and everything shut down. And then a tornado hit Nashville, and that shut down part of Nashville. Then a bomb went off in Nashville. I mean, like, it was crazy. Like, we went to Nashville and everything exploded, literally and figuratively, right after we went. I am very excited to go back, but guys, I'm not having to really pay anything for this trip. That should tell you how weird it is that I'm going. So the next time you talk to me, I should be in the Raleigh-Durham airport. Is it like really millennial of me to do like the camera covering transition? All right, we're in the airport. Just gotta hit TSA. I've always wanted to send a camera through the metal detector. I've just gotta get to my gate. I've got about an hour and 45 minutes to kill before I actually leave. Okay, so I'm successfully in the airport, and I'll tell you a little bit about where I'm going. I will be going and meeting with a certified CCM artist and a certified CCM musician who has played with a lot of artists. So I will be traveling to Nashville to spend time there for an undisclosed reason. You'll find out more as we go, but I'm very excited to see these guys, and they will be picking me up at the airport. By the way, I spilled a ton of water on my shirt while I was here, and it's super embarrassing because it kind of looks like I peed my pants, and it's super annoying. So I'll be getting on a plane here in a moment. I also realize that some of y'all might be initially nervous for me to go to Nashville and stay at a CCM artist's residence, but I did want to add the disclaimer that this artist and these people have never been in the Newsboys, so I think I'm safe. I have arrived in Nashville, and so now I just wait for my ride, which is going to be the people I'm meeting. What's up, guys? What, cameras in everybody's face? Yeah. We are in Nashville with Mr. Chris McClarney and Mr. Jesse Phillips. We're hanging out. I have not told anybody in this video why we're hanging out yet.
I'm still waiting to figure that out too.
We're gonna find out hopefully this trip. Y'all started Real Fun Records.
Yes.
And we're gonna go and we're gonna see what we can cook up there with video content. Yes. That's why we're here. We're gonna find out more as we go. And there's gonna be more about this trip on y'all's YouTube channel.
Yes.
Much more about it. This is more my journey with some of the footage being repurposed, but it's gonna be like on y'all's channel, we're gonna talk about kind of the process and like you selling your whole catalog. Is that a thing? Yeah, that'll be talked about. And Jesse, you sold your whole catalog, right?
Yeah, I had a bunch of JCPenney catalogs sitting around.
We're heading to breakfast, is that right?
Heck yeah.
And then we're gonna head to the studio?
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna go to the stewed. That's what we call it.
Yeah. Cooking up some stewed, cooking at the stew.
He's one of the biggest stewed dads.
The Mafia had to see a body. August 15th, 1977, Elvis testified to Memphis grand jury.
So some of you may be wondering, Jonathan, why are you in Franklin/Nashville/ what's another close place, Jesse? Brentwood.
Springhill.
Why am I here? And the answer to that question, these guys have started a recording studio, record label, publishing. I mean, it's like we basically are making a YouTube show. Today is the first day that we're filming this, and we're going to make it happen for the Real Fun YouTube channel. So go subscribe there. A lot has gone into this studio, this whole endeavor. I'm not going to spoil it in my video. I'm not going to spoil it on my channel because it's way more fun to look at the video that we're making for their channel right now. Go check the video out when it's out. I'm sitting here in Kitty Hawk Eat and Drink, and you may be thinking, Jonathan, you didn't show us any of the Nashville trip. Well, guys, that's because the Nashville trip is pretty much documented. We made a vlog, but I just want to shout out Chris and Jesse. We had so much fun. Chris opened up his house and I stayed with his family. We just had such a good couple of days here shooting video, getting stuff ready. But I just want to say how excited I am for the studio. It doesn't work the same way that things normally work. And I mean, I've even got a hat on right now. I'm happy to be part of the family, quote unquote. So go check out their YouTube channel, look at what they're doing. And if you're an independent musician, it may be that Real Fun is like the home for you. So go check them out, follow them on all platforms, and go look at the video we put out. It's everything that I could have dreamed a video would be. It's so fun. You're going to immediately feel like you're buddies with these guys like I did.
Sold everything and bought a studio.
It felt like joy left me. Why do you have this in your car?
Oh, every song I've written up to this point, I sold to Capitol for... Oh, shoot.
Legitimately would have made more money if I had gotten a job at McDonald's.
I got mad.
Who would never build it this way?
There's a lot of weird Christian servers in virtual reality, and I'm going to look at some of them today. Welcome back to Strange Scrolls. These are the weird things that were filling my head this week from the internet. There's been a lot of discussion around virtual reality again, with Meta releasing a new headset. Anyway, you don't care about that. I'm going back into virtual reality with my friend PD Bachman. In these metaverses like VR Chat, Rec Room, and Horizons, there are levels that people make that are based around Christian themes or Bible stories, and so we're going to look at them. Then I'm going to get PD to pick his favorite, and I guess I'll pick my favorite too. So let's go ahead and get right back into the metaverse. We're back in VR Chat. I am still in my furry costume. You are now. Wow, my voice went away. I was so shocked by the fact that you're Greedo, apparently. You're also floating. This is a... Yeah, you're really... We're gonna go to a Bible-based map here in just a moment. I'm just gonna search Bible. How do you feel about going to Noah's Ark and seeing what we can find here?
I think of all the options, Noah is the way to go. So Noah, get the boat.
Noah, grab the boat. We're going to Noah's Ark. Woo! Oh, shoot, dude. Holy cow. The wolves scared the mess out of me. Did they just scare you?
A little bit, but you are one, so you shouldn't be that scared.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I should be fine. All right. Hey, wolves.
There's a monkey over here. There's a chimp in a power stance.
We've got some nice hippos.
The lighting keeps glitching on me.
In what world, by the way, is a llama that much bigger than like a horse, dude? How do you feel about what we're seeing so far?
I feel like if the lighting was better, maybe I would be enjoying it more.
I'm fully prepared to be jump scared by whatever's around here.
You know what it feels like? It feels like the wax museum for animals.
You know, it does. I mean, we've got the scripture on the wall here.
Wow.
You know,
that jump scared me.
What, the scripture?
Yeah.
I have noticed that there is a below deck situation here. PD, now would be a good time to tell you that I'm afraid of the ocean. So everything about this makes me
dude, I'm really afraid to walk past this hippo.
All right, dude, if it moved, I think I'd cry.
The scripture jump scare.
Also, we've got some meerkats that are not.
Oh wow,
they're not.
I just headbutted my computer with my arm.
Yeah. There's a ramp up top. Oh man, this might freak me out.
I think you can handle it.
Oh, dude, I just got jump scared by another giant llama. It's like we're in space. This is actually...
That's an awesome...
crazy. Oh, shoot, dude, you scared me. I can't keep living like this.
The lighting for this horse is so ominous.
Like a Sith horse, you know? I love that Noah is going to be like sleeping here with a painting of Noah's Ark. Wow.
Get it. Okay, I didn't go in the water. I'm just floating. Come on, join me in this water.
No, I can't do it. It's too scary.
There's a dead body down here, dude.
What? Yeah, why is this Noah's Ark map got like a very ominous feeling to it? I mean, maybe it's accurate. Oh, dude, freaking fox just jump scared me again too. What is...
Did you find another Easter egg?
I did not, but I did find bombs.
Are you allowed to say those?
Oh no, dude. Oh, dude. I can't. Did
you fall?
Oh, dude. It said grab to fly, and I just grabbed a rocket towards space. Yeah, it took me off towards space. Yeah,
oh, dude, I hate that I'm stuck.
It will not let me place a portal there. So I'm gonna place a portal, and I'll invite you.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there's a cartoon army with a hyper-realistic Jesus on a donkey. Oh, I'm glitching out. The server. I am so glitched right now.
Yeah, I might have to take my headset off.
It has actually toasted my headset.
I can barely quit VR chat.
Oh my word.
Okay, turning it on and off worked.
Wow. We're now in Meta Horizons because I'm terrified of the glitching.
I think I'm entitled to financial compensation.
There's a lot to pick from. We've got some things happening. We've got Genesis 41 through 50. All right, I've got one.
Oh my god,
dude.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
Can we even show this?
I feel like a kid made this, maybe. You know.
But then I would say, hey, what are you doing? Should we see if there's a Noah's Ark over here?
That's a great idea. All right, here we go.
Part 2.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Look at me.
Hey. Oh, I just hit my microphone. I forgot I was in a real world right now. We've got some pandas. Dude, I thought the pandas were watching me.
That's what I thought too. We got a cat over here.
Let's see what's up here now. Oh, we got 2 frogs, and we've got 2 jacked polar bears. I mean, absolutely shredded.
Look at those shoulders.
Hey, PD, does it look like I'm working? Ooh. Oh, we've got people. We've got T-posing people.
Wow, is this Noah?
Oh, we've got a lot happening here.
Other worlds? This is just a church Bible study. I think let's start from the beginning. Let's go see Adam and Eve. Let's hang out with them.
Whoa.
Dude, this is a vibe.
Yeah, I like this. Those dinosaurs, they're the ones that made it on the ark. Oh, man. And then we've got 2 naked people over here hiding in the bushes.
Oh, wow. You might not be able to show that.
I'm going to get demonetized for this.
And there's this waterfall. I don't want to get glitched.
Is this like...
crash again? Okay, no, it's... Okay, apparently Horizon Worlds is a lot more stable.
Genesis 4. We'll go to Genesis. This is like Cain and Abel.
Okay. So there's not as much going on with this one, but there's an
arrow.
Shoot,
dude! I've got to stop him. Oh my goodness, dude,
bro!
And like, no, stop it! No, hold it back. Tell you what, PD, there's a lot more Bible story servers than we anticipated on Meta Horizons.
I think so. I think we've just hit the tip of the iceberg.
Now, which one is your favorite so far?
I think as weird as it was, I think I'm going to give my favorite to the first Noah's Ark.
The winner goes to VR Chat Noah's Ark.
I don't want to disrespect this creator because I think they've done an excellent job.
They're there, Kane. Don't worry.
That's quite the revealing loincloth.
All right, we're just going to have to do a follow-up to this video because there are so many servers. We weren't anticipating there being this many, but it's really cool because, you know, people put a lot of time into making these, and, you know, it was kind of fun being able to walk around Noah's Ark, and, you know, it kind of felt immersive. So immersive, in fact, I'm going to go plant a vineyard. I'll be right back. I'm listening to nothing but Relient K for a week, but here are the rules. First one's obvious. I've got to listen to only Relient K, and I've got to make it through all of their projects, including singles. This time I am including Christmas albums, but not compilations. I'm going to have to rank my top 3 songs from each project, and at the end of this video, I'm going to have to cover one of the songs. Guys, you voted for this one. You went through a whole list of people and you voted for this one. How am I going to make it? Like, how am I going to listen to so much of this band? They're so over... Oh, this poster? That's not related. Hey, you know what? You can stop. I don't want to, I said don't look at that poster. Okay. Yeah. Let's talk about Relient K real quick. All right, let's hop into this so you can hear a little bit about Relient K. So Relient K, let's just say that they were the pop punk awakening for a lot of Christian kids in youth groups. Somehow they made Sadie Hawkins dance like the anthem for youth groups. It was kind of crazy. In other words, before youth pastors were quoting like 21 Pilots, they were quoting Relient K. So these guys, they named their band after a Plymouth Relient K, and they purposely misspelled the word Reliant because they did not want to get in trouble. So that's pretty iconic. They formed in 1998 in Canton, Ohio. It was a bunch of high schoolers, Matt Thiessen, Matt Hoops, Brian Pittman on the bass, and some other rotating members that we'll talk about here in a second. But Thiessen wrote a lot of songs that were kind of like goofy, but also deep. So think of it kind of like Jesus Loves You, but I'm also kind of sad right now. In an interview with CCM Magazine, their longtime producer, Mark Lee Townsend, basically said that they were friends of his daughters, I believe, and that they just needed a CD made. So he started producing stuff for him, and he thought, man, these guys are good.
So bring him back the next morning, Thiessen, to do vocals, and all of a sudden it's kind of like, okay, this guy's got some funny lyrics. There's some really intelligent, funny stuff going on here. So it kind of piqued my interest. I'm out on the road with Talk. And Toby's, all the time going like, hey, Townsend, you got anything? He knew I produced and stuff. He goes, you got anything, you want me to hear or whatever, or you got anything I could listen to? So I played him like 2 or 3 different things. And no offense, but some of them was musically just way ahead of Relient K, But then he heard that, and he heard, I think it was My Girlfriend, what ended up being that song, and he just thought it was funny. And so he's like, hey, let's start doing some demos. Maybe we can, put something together with that. So that's kind of how this started. They were friends with my daughters in the same youth group. I had to talk with the parents. Hoop's family are educators, and so it was kind of like, he was about to get a free ride into college because his parents were educators, right?
They released their debut album. Things went really well, but their drummer, I believe his name was Stephen Cushman, he was out after the first album and quickly replaced with Dave Douglas. And he's kind of the fan favorite. I've always really enjoyed Dave Douglas's voice. Not that I've thought about it that much. But then Brian Pittman left in 2004 and I believe is doing landscaping and was quickly replaced by John Warren, who was in a band called Ace Troubleshooter, and he was there for a little while. But they also picked up along the way John Schneck and Ethan Luck, which if you haven't listened to Ethan Luck's solo stuff, really fascinating. And they kind of joined in around the 5 Score and Forget and Not Slow Down era. We'll talk about those. So anyway, 2004, they explode with their album, with the song Be My Escape and Who I Am Hates Who I've Been. Truthfully, Relient K wasn't just like a band. They were kind of like a youth group rite of passage. So let me dust off my iPod and we're going to dive right into this. Day 1 is complete. 2 albums have been knocked out. I started with their self-titled album, Relient K. And this album feels so nostalgic, but it's interesting knowing the evolution that's going to come as we keep going. Even thinking about this versus their second album, It's so different. But there are a few things that we already see that are going to become the normal with Relient K. One is Matt's inclination towards lyrics. He's just a good writer, and here they're so young, but at the same time his lyrics are so solid. They feel authentic, and there's puns and turns of phrase and pop culture references, and they're all worked in kind of masterfully. It's not like they were an experienced band. Again, they were really young, and now they were on Goatee Records and having to write music. Things with this album. The album mix is a little worse than I remember. Listening back, it was kind of like hard to hear some of the vocals, and some of the songs, they sounded kind of the same as each other, but it's still such a solid album. And again, it's their first album, and it took off, guys. Like, it did really well. Number 3 song for me is the opening track, Hello McFly. This is one of the first songs I learned to play on the bass. I still remember it. It is locked in my head. Number 2 is Staples. I remember liking this song when I was younger, and I remember liking this song today because it was really just amazing. And number 1 is Wake Up Call. I love the nylon string guitar that's at the beginning. I think the lyrics are extremely clever. I like the way the song builds and grows. This one feels to me the most modern, quote-unquote, Relient K that we get on the first album. I give this song on the Relient K scale a 6 out of 10. We've got to have some headway, somewhere to go. Next, we are at 2001's The Anatomy of the Tongue and Cheek. This is the first CD I remember my parents giving me. I remember getting it for Christmas and being like, what is this? I would have been like 8 years old, probably. I was just blown away by how much fun they were having. They were referencing pop culture. They were making puns in the lyrics. It was fun to listen to. It was so different than anything that I had listened to at that point. Matt is flexing his lyric muscles even harder in this second album. But this time, it's paired with really great production. I felt like this production held up so well listening back to it. It's just really crisp and really clean. I thought it was brilliant. In this album, there also seems to be foreshadowing artistically that this isn't just some young kids punk band. These guys are artists. There are pop culture references anywhere from Brian Wilson to Thundercats to Breakfast at Tiffany's, all the way to Star Wars. These guys are just having so much fun on this album, but they're talking about some really deep concepts too, with all of these weird comedic things happening. There's just so much that's done right about this album, but there are a few flaws, maybe just in lyrics or thinking, did this age well? I don't know. My number 3 song is Failure to Excommunicate. This is towards the back half of the album. It's a really good song. Number 2, and I might get judged for this, is Sadie Hawkins Dance. Jonathan, you didn't put Sadie Hawkins Dance as number 1? How could you? This song is a Relient K staple. However, I think it's sometimes a little overhyped for what it is. They've written some really great music. Sadie Hawkins Dance is fun, it's nostalgic, but to me it's not the number 1 song on this album. Not only that, but sometimes when I talk with people about Relient K, not that I talk about them a lot, that they just think Relient K is stuck at Sadie Hawkins Dance, and that's just how they forever picture this band. All right, my number 1 song is Pressing On, a classic. I still remember the music video for this song. I still remember Matt playing that like Firebird Gibson Thunderbird thing. I don't know. My brain can't remember what it is. Anyway, I'm landing like at a 7.5. I almost gave it an 8 out of 10. I'm going to stick with a 7.5. Okay, let's keep going. Welcome to day 2. I don't need your help. I don't need anyone's help. Everything is actually feeling perfectly fine. In fact, today I feel like we're really kicking into gear with the Relient K car. We're at the 2003 album, 2 Lefts Don't Make a Right, but 3 do. I remember going and purchasing this album for myself. I remember getting it later than when it came out though, and I had like a white slipcase version of the album. It was like embossed on the front. Listening back to this album, it feels way more Relient K as we know it. They're goofing off, they're having fun still, but there's more serious stuff going on, and there's more serious musical stuff happening. But overall, the album's mood is just fun. I remember making a YouTube video back in the day to the song Forward Motion, where I kind of like reversed everything and did everything in reverse.
I've been banging my head against the wall.
That's all you're going to see of that video. Chapstick and chap lips and things like chemistry, that's how the album opens, and what a killer song. I forgot how good that song was, even though I've listened to it many, many times. It's one of the first songs I actually remember learning on the electric guitar, or at least attempting to. Big contender for top song. Big contender for the cover at the end. Again, there's just so much to enjoy about this album. At times, it might feel clunky lyrically, but for the most part, it's super clever. The production is great, and the songs, they just leave you feeling like in a good mood. There's depth, there's humor, there's puns. What else could you ask for? Oh, and for you Relient K heads out there, I bet you thought I didn't even listen to the secret track at the very end of Jefferson Airplane. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I don't know about the secret tracks in Relient K's catalog? Go to the end of Jefferson Airplane, forward into the track. It's going to be silent for a long time, and then you're going to get Silly Shoes. I have no clue what's going on in the song. They're rapping, they're singing about silly shoes. It's something, but I remember finding that song by accident because I left a CD playing at home, and there are more secret tracks in their catalog. We'll talk about them. Anyway, it's really hard to pick what my top 3 songs are, but I've got them. Number 3 is going to be Forward Motion. Number 2 is going to be Jefferson Airplane. I've always loved this song, and there's a great version of it coming up that we'll talk about. And number 1, Chapstick, Chap Lips, things like, I don't know, all 3 of these could be the cover. I like all 3 of these songs, but we haven't even gotten to some crazy music.
Day 3, feeling good. Hey, wait, I'm not in my studio. Yeah, I know. It's because I'm traveling so much right now, guys, but I'm committed to this challenge. No one can stop me except for McDonald's. I'm gonna get coffee. All right, so the album by Relient K. I'm having to go off the top of my head. I believe it's 2006. I remember this album feeling like it changed my life. I remember hearing the first song, the one I'm waiting for, and it being like, what is this? And it also is on their run of albums where they're signed to Capitol Records and Goatee Records. And Goatee Records is owned by Toby Mac. Anyway, they're signed to Capitol Records. I remember hearing an interview where Matt Thiessen, he was saying that it felt really big because they were signed to the same place as the Beach Boys. Honestly, I love this album. I love every track. I love it front to back. And so my top 3 songs are going to be really big contenders for the cover, and they're also going to be really hard for me to pick because I like every song. First of all, album is a 10 out of 10 Relient K album. You heard me right, 10 out of 10. Beautiful, unbelievable, great feeling. I think my number 3 song is going to be Life After Death and Taxes. This song might be my favorite, but I just don't know if it's going to run up the rankings today. It could change tomorrow. My number 2 song has to be My Escape. I remember seeing this music video on like a Wow 2006 Hits music DVD thing where you could watch like all of these latest like Christian genre music videos. I remember people like, oh my goodness, the walls are falling down and they're now in a field. My number 1 song is probably gonna be I So Hate Consequences. Might be a controversial pick because you've also got the one I'm waiting for, and you've also got High of 75. All great songs, but I just think that this song starts so strong with Dave's vocals, and it just feels so good all the way through it. It kind of surprised me that I picked this song as my number 1. This album is where a lot of piano starts coming into Relient K stuff. Like, it's always been present. I remember sitting down and learning those on piano because I love them so much. All right, on to day 4. Psych, I'm still in the car. I have nowhere to go. I've listened to so much music because of the travel, and now I'm traveling and I just need to do this. I may have this out of order, but next up we've got Let It Snow Baby, Let It Rain Dear, the Christmas album, aka my favorite Christmas album. Look, I'm not a huge Relient K fan. Anyway, this is a great Christmas album. I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10, first of all, because there are a few songs that I'm like, about. Some of this was pulled from their Deck the Halls and Bruise Your Hands EP that they put out years and years and years ago that was more punk. I don't know that it fits like the Christmas vibe every single time. They're still fun to listen to. I digress. Anyway, my number 3 song on this album is gonna be Like a Lion, Always Winter. It's actually original, and I used to be like, oh, what is this song about? And then I read the Chronicles of Narnia. It's always winter, never Christmas, and Like a Lion. It's a really interesting reference. My number 2 song is going to be Sleigh Ride. I think this is almost a perfect rendition of it, but my number 1 song is going to be their version of Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas, because it is absolutely gorgeous. It feels like I'm listening to the Beach Boys. Hey, stop asking why I bring up the Beach Boys so much. It sounds like the Beach Boys. I'm not going to cover any of the Christmas songs. So up next, we have the beautiful album 5 7 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, this is the last album put out on Capitol Records. I also believe there was an interview where the guys were talking about the fact that it felt like their last swing at staying on Capitol Records, potentially. I could be totally wrong on that. But this album does feel like a really big swing. I think this album has some of the best production, at least in a cleanliness way. Maybe not my personal favorite production, but a lot of really great production nonetheless. It's also a really long album and has the longest Relient K song on it. 7 years ago does feel like a little bit of them reaching into the mainstream market, trying to kind of like grab a hold of some of that audience while maintaining some of their punk and grunge feel. But then you've got songs like Must Have Done Something Right that they feel kind of like more radio accessible in a way. I don't know that I'm like a huge fan of that song specifically, but I remember learning the bass riff to it. Guys, if you can't tell, a lot of the music that I learned and a lot of the instruments I learned was because of Relient, not because I'm a massive fan. Stop saying that. I'm not leaning into the stereotype of homeschooler. Anyway, most of the instruments I learned were because of Relient K and the Beach Boys. Let's talk songs. It starts with Pleading the Fifth, a beautiful a cappella-led song. It's just, I think, a retelling of Abraham Lincoln getting shot, or at least a theater version of it. I don't know. It's really clever lyrics. This whole album's really clever and intense lyrics. Number 3 song, I Need You. This one, I've heard it live. Not that I've been to shows, okay? I've heard it live, and it's amazing. They do really well. It feels like just this cool rock song. Number 2 is Up and Up. I know that's like an out of left field pick potentially for people, but I think this song is so cool, so interesting, and there's another version of it coming up in the catalog. Not that I'm familiar with the catalog, okay? Number 1 is Deathbed. I think a lot of Relient K fans, not that I'm in there, would say that this song is one of their masterpieces. I mean, it's like 11 minutes long. It actually features John Foreman, but it also features Matt T playing like a ton of different instruments, I believe. This song feels like a big swing, and I feel like they deliver on it. It feels like this song is not 11 minutes long. If I really wanted to be, adventurous, I could cover this song. I don't know. That might not be a bad idea. I got to think on that one a little bit. Anyway, let's end this thing. You thought it wasn't still in the car. That's crazy. Next up, we've got kind of a double album, or an EP plus an album. It is the Nashville, Tennessee EP and the Birds and the B-sides. This is a big album of unreleased songs and archived things and acoustic versions. Personally loved this album. It's not like I have a signed postcard from where I pre-ordered this album back in the day. There's a lot of great songs that are forgotten about on here. I personally think this record is like an 8 out of 10. I'm not even lying. I think that this is an 8 out of 10 album. It's more of a mixtape, but we know that it's a mixtape going into it. So that kind of makes it make sense. I almost just hit a bird. It's also the fact that the song,
You'll Always Be My Best Friend, was played at my wedding, guys. This song, I think it's really sweet. It's really short, and it works perfectly for some wedding ceremony time stuff. Anyway, I think my number 3 song is going to be Where Do I Go From Here, the opening track. In fact, there's an acoustic version of it on the 20th anniversary edition of but I really like this version on here. I also think my number 3 spot is tied right now with The Thief. There is a version of that coming up on one of the EPs that I'll talk about, but this version is my favorite. Number 2 is the acoustic version of Up and Up. I think it's beautiful. I like the song already. I think the acoustic version holds its own. And number 1 is the arguably better version of Jefferson Airplane, the acoustic version of Jefferson Airplane from Two Lefts Don't Make a Right, but Three Do. I truly think that the acoustic version is better than the original one. And I saw where they played this version of it at like a pop-up show in Nashville that I'm very sad that I missed. Not that I'm sad that I missed the show. I'm not. All right, that's all I got for today. I'm sitting here editing and I realized I forgot to rank the wonderful album Forget and Not Slow Down. I don't know what came over me, but this is actually my favorite Relient K album. It's 10 out of 10. My top song for the album is probably going to be Part of It or This Is the End. And then the other two, I would say number 3 is going to be Forget and Not Slow Down, and number 2 is going to be Therapy. I really like both of those songs. I don't know why I forgot to review it. I've literally got the poster. Not that I'm a fan. It's day 4. If you ever think I'm not dedicated to my craft, these videos are my craft, then why am I filming in a parking garage in my car, still listening to only Relient K? For day 4, we're covering Collapsible Lung from 2013? I might have gotten that date wrong. This album was controversial among my fans. Not that I know that group. It was definitely more pop influenced, and it's also the first album, I believe, that's not produced by Mark Lee Townsend. He was the guitarist for DC Talk. We've talked about him previously. He's produced every Relient K album up until this point, and I think you can really tell because this album is really well produced. The guys who produced it, one of them has done stuff for House of Heroes and Leland and Third Day, very clean stuff. And then the other one is Aaron Sprinkle, who I am a fan of. Aaron Sprinkle was in a band called Fair. He has his own solo stuff. He's a longtime producer for Amberlin, including the album Cities. And I just think you can hear that in this album, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I do think this album is misunderstood. A lot of people hated on it. I personally did not hate on it and kind of enjoyed several of the songs, but it's definitely not like a top tier Relient K album if we're just being honest about it. Some of the songs feel like they're just reaching a little bit for the pop market, and that's okay, but it just didn't feel like Relient K for some reason to me, especially listening back to it after a couple of years of not listening to it. However, I do have 3 songs that I really enjoyed, and those 3 songs are my top 3. That was redundant. Number 3 is Boomerang. I think this one's fun. It feels very out of the ordinary for Relient K, but it is a good time to listen to. Number 2 is the opener track, Don't Blink. It feels more like Relient K than a lot of the other songs do, but the one that feels the most like Relient K is my number 1, Collapsible Lung, the title track, and the closer track. I like the message of the song. I think several of the songs flow. It almost feels like there's a story being told all the way through this whole album. Not that it's a concept album, but it does feel like the songs belong together in a weird way. So anyway, that's Collapsible Lung. Guess what? We're going straight to Air for Free, which I believe was released in 2016. I personally love this album, and truthfully, it's the last Relient K album that we've got so far. It's a pretty long album, but it doesn't feel long because the songs just move really well. Right away, the album starts with the song Bummin', which feels very, very Relient K. They're still pulling it off, but it does feel maybe like more matured. I don't know how to quite phrase what I'm looking for because I'm in the middle of a parking garage. Anyway, there's a lot on this album that I still listen to consistently. So, what are my top 3 songs? That's a freaking tough question. I'm having a hard time picking from this because it's like in the moment I have a hard time remembering. Number 3 is going to be Heartache, I think. I like how the song feels. I like the flow of it. It feels like updated Relient K. Number 2 is going to be Local Construction. I feel really strong about that pick. Local Construction, I think they also played and still play sometimes at live shows. And I think that shows that it's just generally a great song. I think the lyrics are really clever about, you know, overlooking a skyline of work going on and then being like, there's work to be done in me. It's a fun idea. I had no doubt, though, that my number 1 song from this album is one that I don't know many people would pick, but it's the song Flower. I think Flower is one of the most beautiful Relient K songs they've ever released. It has rhythm changes, it has composition changes, it has these echoey, beautiful harmonies in it, reminiscent of the Beach Boys. It is honestly just a phenomenal song, one of my favorite Relient K songs of all time, and a decent contender for the cover at the end, truthfully, if I could even pull it off. All right, so ratings for Air for Free. I think Air for Free is an 8 out of 10 album, but there are singles and there are EPs to go through. Good thing I already went through all of them, but we're just going to cover them very generally. But I did listen to every single thing they put out, including singles from like Pop Goes Punk and VeggieTales compilations. It was a lot. Just to breeze through some of the EPs, we've got the Apathetic EP, which kind of feels connected to in some ways. Great little EP of things. You've got songs like The Thief and The Truth. Great stuff. Enjoyable EP. I'm going to give it an 8 out of 10. We've also got EPs like the Valentine's EP that they released in 2018 or 2017 and the Creepier EP, which is a spin-off of a creepy EP that was put out before. Anyway, that one is no longer on any platforms, but a lot of it ended up kind of mixed into other things like the Birds and the B-Sides. The Creepier EP, 3 songs. Valentine's EP, 3 songs. Favorite from the Valentine's EP is Candy Hearts, super cool. Favorite song from the Creepier EP is probably going to be The Cup because it is super catchy. Butterfinger Cup, Butterfinger Cup. I've had that one stuck in my head for a long time. Another standout single to me that we'll just cover really quickly is Look On Up, which was kind of written about phone usage and all of this stuff. They would play it at shows. People wanted it as a single. They finally released it as a single several years ago. It's a very cool song, but it feels like maybe more like Air for Free in its style. I've got to come clean because there's no way that I can continue to hide the inevitable, which is that I am a Relient K fan. I've been a Relient K fan for over half of my entire life. Way more than half of my entire... Look, I've got albums. I've got vinyls of every album right there. I've got more than that too. I've got to find it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Look, I've got Relient K shirts. I've got Relient K shirts. I've got more shirts. I have a hat somewhere. I have a red hat from Air for Free. What I'm trying to say is that I can't hide it. That poster in my studio has my name on it because I was one of the people pre-ordering Forget and Not Slow Down in 2009 when you could get the poster with your name printed on it. I also have a special limited edition postcard from the Birds and the B-Sides with little signatures on it and a serial number. I've lost control, guys. I've lost control. The jig is up. This has not been a hard challenge for me. It's not been hard. All right, so now the question: which one am I covering? Because we've got things like Deathbed, 10 minutes, 11 minutes song. Seems super intimidating, but it's a beautiful song. We've got the song Flower from Air for Free, also a beautiful song. We've got songs like High of 75 that are classic. We got Sadie Hawkins Dance. I mean, it's too much to cover. But here's what I will say. Relient K makes me feel the way I felt in middle and high school. And one of the things that marked my time in middle school is that I did not own a cell phone. And I feel like there's something to be said about that. Sons of Sunday, aka SOS, just put out their debut album. And what do I think about it? Well, we'll get to it, but a little bit about who they are. So Sons of Sunday is kind of like a Christian super group is maybe what I would call it, consisting of a lot of famous CCM writers and one megachurch pastor. We've got Stephen Furtick on vocals. We've got Pat Barrett on vocals, as well as Leland and as well as Chandler Moore. And then we've got, the bad boy of CCM himself, Brandon Lake, on vocals and guitar. And so when you put all of these people in a room together making one album, how does it turn out? Well, if I'm going off of the marketing material and all of the marketing push that there has been for this album, I would assume that you're going to end up with this grunge, rock, swampy thing going on, because everything kind of seems like it's geared towards like biker culture and like men's group studies. But underneath that, we found another vanilla CCM album. I kind of went in expecting it to at least be different, and really all it was, again, was just a regular CCM album, but with a little more swamp in it. The album opens with the song God Did, which is one of their lead singles as well, and it's just okay. It's certainly a song that I've heard now, and it's once again kind of taking this trope that we see a lot in megachurch music. Here's an Old Testament thing that happened. I'm going to pull it over here and I'm going to put it in this song and talk about it again. For example, it's kind of like, who pulled you out of the fire? God did. God did. Who parted the water? God did. God did. And it's just kind of boring. But apparently it took 8 writers to write that song, because every song on this album has about 8 writers. You just would think that with 8 people writing that have been in the industry a really long time, that they could put out some songs that were memorable, but that's just not the case. This album felt like every other CCM album I've ever heard, and every song already felt like I had heard it 5 times before somehow. The only song that I found interesting was Running with Angels, and it was led by Leland for the most part, and maybe that's why I liked it. I like Leland, I like his music, but the song just kept dragging out, and it didn't build, it didn't go anywhere. It didn't feel like production grew and grew and grew as it went. And so it just kind of fizzles out. And by the end of it, I just felt like I kind of listened to a song that went nowhere. And again, with 8 writers per song, you would think that there would be more to it. But see, that's kind of the problem right now in big CCM, is that there's so much money, there's so much marketing that can be thrown at things that it kind of drowns out the other stuff. And so what you're left with is a big old nothing album that has a lot of people listening to it, and they don't know that there's things significantly better out there for them to listen to. But there's so much marketing and so much connection with the labels that it's pretty much guaranteed to be a hit. Production on the album is interesting. It's not bad at all. In fact, some of it was kind of fascinating how it sounded like in a room. But there was things that kind of bugged me about it. Sometimes it felt like the mix, I couldn't hear things. And then other times I felt like I could hear a lot of auto-tune on Furtick's voice, which is okay. He's just not as experienced of a singer as other people. So honestly, with this album, the main feeling I left with is it had nothing to say. But even with nothing to say, I'm sure it will be massively successful because of who is associated with it and the massive amounts of money that are being poured into the marketing with it. However, I give it a 1.5 out of 5. And any of the good reviews that I found, they kind of feel like they're from people who think Toby Mac is like better than Eminem at rapping. So I never want reviews to feel harsh, but I do feel like CCM gets cut a lot of breaks because people are like, oh, you can't say anything mean about that because it's ultimately for God. And sometimes I think that's true, and other times I think it's for money. All right, I'm out. Welcome back to the channel. Today we are going to be reviewing The Painted Desert by Andrew Osenga. I think I'm saying his last name right. This is actually a subscriber request, so thank you to Keegan Met 257 for sending this my way. If you have an album you want me to listen to, just drop it in the comments, or sometimes I put up a post here. This is the first time I've listened to Andrew's music, and I've seen this album art several times and thought about listening to it, but I just needed that extra nudge. And it looks like Andrew has done a lot of writing and collaboration. Specifically, some of y'all might know that he's worked with Andrew Peterson, and recently he's been doing anchor hymns. So what do I think of this album? Well, we're gonna go through each song because I've had people asking for me to go through more than just like the first few tracks, even though I always listen to the whole album. The album opens with the song Beautiful Places, and right away it reminds me of Rich Mullins, just kind of in the way he sings it, maybe his vocal styling a little bit too. But there's also an element of it that reminds me of the band The War on Drugs. It's a really beautiful, contemplative song, a great opener. The Year of Locust brings in a really nice double-track vocal, kind of this building ambience and this low rumble that's going through it. It's just a really great build to this song. Lyrically, it's a beautiful song as well, just talking about aching for Eden and the Year of the Locust being taken away. It's just kind of a very poetic and beautiful sounding song. The third track, Worry, opens with some nice electric guitars and maybe a 12-string if I'm hearing it correctly, and we're still in that very ambient sounding, very low percussion style music. Again, lyrically beautiful, worry robbing us of life and we hide in our busyness to avoid it. Just a good topic. That then drops into a great piano outro. Track 4 really stuck out to me though, the song Marjorie. I feel like I've heard it before, I'm not completely sure, but what can I say? It's beautiful. It's a wonderful song. To me, this is my favorite song on the album. Storytelling lyrics 101, staying in that nice folk ambient pocket that Andrew has been in so far in the album. Once again, very simple percussion. Most of the percussion is kind of carried through the picking patterns and the bass. That leads into the song Carrie. Not that different in production style itself, which might be my one complaint as I started making it more through the album, is that the songs were starting to blend together a little bit musically, but definitely not lyrically. The song Carrie is a really sad song about a guy who was abused by his father and is talking to Andrew, and Andrew's kind of trying to defend God to him, but it has a good turnaround to it if you've never heard the song. The track Still Waters builds on the same pattern of the album. We don't find a production change, but it's based on the Psalms. New Year's Daybreak is a nice shift. It starts super cheery, which is kind of different than the rest of this album had started. It's got these beautiful mellow flutes, this acoustic guitar pattern going through it. It's a beautiful instrumental track. I added it to a playlist pretty quickly that I just kind of listened to relax. Then we head right back into the track The Rain, which again kind of just sits in that pocket that he's been in this whole album. My Bittersweet Old Friend, then To Mercy, then To Give Up. We find very similar production choices and styles, which is good for an album. You want an album to have, a common thread all the way through it. The only problem and maybe complaint I would have about it is that it's hard to tell the songs apart if you're not paying attention to the lyrics, which makes this an overall really enjoyable album unless you don't listen to the lyrics. Then you might get a little lost in the sauce, as they say, and just kind of sit thinking, wait, was that the song I liked before or was it the next track? Even when I was thinking about songs to show my wife, I couldn't remember which one was which. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's really all dependent on what you're looking for. And this is still a really, really great album with really unbelievable lyricism. And it's also an album that you may be looking for specifically. For me, I would listen to this if I'm wanting to feel a little more peaceful and laid back, or maybe I put it on in the background when friends are over or something like that. It's just very chill, good driving music, good sitting in the living room, hanging out. I'm in my living room right now because it's raining outside and it's hot, and so is my studio. Anyway, I give it a 7.3 out of 10. Definitely go check it out. Speaking of going and checking something out, I've got vinyls of my previous project, Stories, that came out a few months ago. If you're a fan of Andrew's stuff, then you might be a fan of what I've got here. You can pick up a vinyl in the link below, or if you just want to listen to it on Spotify, that's also cool. And I'm working on some new music as well. I've got one new song called The Feeling that's already out to stream. There are so many random shows that just disappear from our memories, and kids shows can be like a fever dream sometimes. So let's talk about some of them that I forgot. Welcome to Strange Scrolls. These are the things that have been filling my head from the internet for the past week. Several weeks ago, I asked everybody on my YouTube channel, what are some of the shows that you thought were just super weird from your childhood? I grew up in a Christian house, and so there were a lot of kids shows that were like teaching elements of the Bible and things like that, but what's weird is that so many of them are just strange. So you guys left some comments, I went through them and was reminded of some, and so we're gonna take a look at some of these really weird things. The first one is the Gospel Bill show. Now, this one is like a Western meets kids show meets like soap opera maybe. From what I'm reading, this show started in 1981 and ran all the way through 1993. Now, I was born in 1994, so that means that this show was already done for before I was ever on the planet. I think this happens with Christian media a lot, at least it did during like the early 2000s, because there wasn't a whole lot out there for us to watch. So all we had left were things like this that were showing on like TCT network. The Gospel Bill show was set in the fictional town of Dry Gulch, portrayed as being the Old West. However, there are many anachronistic references to the present day, which did not exist back when the show was supposed to be set. Them saying that this seems to be taking place in the Old West makes me think it's like an M. Night Shyamalan situation with The Village, where it's like you think it's happening in the Old West, but it's actually a cult. Dry Gulch was so named because the citizens voted it as a dry city, i.e. one with prohibited alcohol sales. I do find it strange that a kid's show is just like, by the way, it's a dry city. Like, I don't think kids are thinking about that. Let's go ahead and dive into this.
And if you don't like the way we talk to you, what do? Blow a hole in your belly the size of the state of Texas.
It's Adventures in Dry Gulch, featuring the Sheriff Gospel Bill, his sidekick, Nicodemus, the general store owner, Miss Lana, good old Elmer Barnes.
Good old Elmer Barnes. I love that nobody else gets like that title or any thing like associated with them. Also, this theme song is going wild right now. It's got like this slap bass going on, and I am invested.
Bye-bye, Gospel Bill. Yeah, you have a real good trip to Dripping Springs. Now, don't be worried about a thing. Old Nicodemus is in charge.
I love that this definitely seems like the actor playing Gospel Bill was not available to shoot. They just were like, bye, Gospel Bill. It was good seeing you. Thanks. Have a good trip. You're going to be gone a whole episode. I mean, a whole day, a whole week.
Bye.
We gotta find the town of Dry Gulch. We've been there before, and we ought to be able to find it again. Like we found the town of Blacksmith. Blacksmith. Well, we gotta find the town of Dry Gulch, because it's good to rob.
Because it's good to rob. They have to make this very plain for the kids to understand that these are confused individuals, because there's no such thing as nuance in Dry Gulch. Can you imagine if it was the two Belly Boys and they were actually just, you know, conflicted because one of them had a sickness and they were robbing banks because they wanted to pay for treatment? Now that would be hard to explain to a kid on this show. So instead, we love stealing. We're bad guys. We love being bad guys. The humor on this is what I would say is church skit funny. You've got all the way at this end actual funny shows. All the way back here, you have like my nieces and nephews made up a joke on the spot, and I'm really not sure what it means. Right around in here, in the middle, you have like a school play. Right below it is church play. Church play is such a low standard of comedy, you don't really have to try that hard. You just go for the easy reach, such as, we're in the city of Blacksmith.
I guess if Gospel Bill has to be gone, it's great that Nicodemus is in charge.
That's the truth.
Nice. What is this?
Going to visit a very funny family. These guys really know how to monkey around. Huh?
What just happened? I feel like I just got whiplash. I wasn't expecting a zoo footage. So I guess they do this like intermittent puppet situation.
For the Middle East.
Did you just say pray for the Middle East?
For the Middle East.
There's a lot of topics coming up in this thing.
I got a real important meeting, and I want to make sure I got all my thoughts together so I don't forget something. And whenever you talk to Father God, you should have all your thoughts in line. You know what? God wants you to talk to him. He wants to have meetings with you. But you know something? God loves you so much and cares about you so much that he wants to have a relationship with you.
See, that's nice. I like that it has a good twist to the end, kind of explaining prayer in a very broken down situation. So,
Keep God's commandments, we will live in his love.
what? Is that Nicodemus?
Father's commandments and lives in his love. When we keep God's commandments, we will live in his love.
I guess this is the part where they're saying there's not a linear situation going on with the timeline, because Nicodemus is suddenly wearing like a white tux, and there's guitars and electric guitars, and they are not in the Wild West anymore. Gospel Bill is a wild show. We're just going to keep on moving forward. I was scrolling on my TikTok, and suddenly I saw an orange puppet that I immediately knew who it was. It was Gerbert. Gerbert is this whiny, annoying little puppet. I remember being annoyed by Gerbert as a kid.
Hi, I'm Gerbert. Hey, you know what? It's time to watch the show.
This episode is called Kites, God's Anger, Repentance.
Thanks for helping me make my kite. Sure feels good to have it finished, that's for sure. Hey, do you ever wonder what it would be like if you could be a kite?
No, not really.
If G-E-R-B-E-R-T could be a little kite. Wow, that was fun. My kite! My kite! Oh, I'm so mad.
Gerbert builds a kite. He imagines he's a kite. Then a paper boy throws the paper. It breaks the kite. And Gerbert is filled with internal rage. He might kill the paper boy.
I am so mad. Oh, I'll never forget this. Never in a million years. Oh, I'm so mad. It's scary. Oh, stay back, Miss Deegan. I don't want you to get hurt.
I'm so angry. I'm scaring myself. You better stay away from me. Can you imagine walking in and a child is saying that to you?
You mean you really didn't break my kite still? No. I've learned a lot today.
That was a wild ride. Gerbert is still just as annoying as I remember. Next up is a show that I feel like I remember it, but it was submitted a lot. People were talking about Faithville all of the time. It's run from 1997 to 2025. 2025 hasn't happened yet, but that's the date that I'm seeing here.
You gotta accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, latch on to the affirmative, don't mess with Mr. In Between.
Again, we're reaching church skit levels of humor on this. I've also heard people talk about the fact that, like, sometimes with Christian shows in the 90s, they were really fixated on like the 60s and the 50s being the good old days, and so they would kind of try to convey that. I want to remind you that they're playing like 60s soul music for 1997 kids. It's a little Andy Griffith-esque. All of these shows take place in a police station, apparently.
Freddie, what in the world has gotten into you? I still can't believe that you planned that fool thing. Proverbs 12:20 says...
Not Proverbs again.
Freddie, I know you don't like to hear it, but I'm going to tell you anyway.
Why do they have him lit like a horror movie? It's like the lighting is coming from below his face. Also, I'm pretty sure I see through this set wall right here.
Black blinds all over the town?
I know. But in England, Miss Charity, these black blinds have saved a lot of lives. You know, the enemy can't shoot what he can't see.
True.
You see, if any light comes out of the houses, then the pilots in the planes see exactly where they are.
They're scared of an air raid right now. What is going on with the kids' shows?
I'll just take this material and go back to the store and make my blackout blinds there.
great acting delivery, brother.
Pastor, these guys they're just like children.
Actually, they're a lot like Christians.
Oh no, boys and girls. I was just trying out an idea I have for an object lesson. Watch how these ball bearings follow the magnet.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
These ball bearings don't stop to think whether or not to follow the magnet. Wherever this magnet goes, the ball bearings follow. They look just like an army.
They look just like an army. I don't know that he's ever seen an army before, but they might be seeing an air raid here soon.
The way you gotta put these sandbags down. Close together. Nice and tight.
No. Is Faithville under siege? That's what I can't gather. Is this the premise of the whole show, that they're always under attack?
Get it so you can see the enemy coming. That's how you gotta do it.
You said we didn't need any bosses. You know nothing about war.
Why don't I just put you in charge of marching?
I guess he wasn't good at building his own curtains, and the other guys weren't good at building barricades, so my assumption is in episode 4 of Faithville, a plane flies over and takes out the entire city. Okay, I have one more for us, and this one is the stuff of nightmare fuel. Salty the Singing Songbook is another show kind of from the 80s, 90s, and it was all about this talking cartoon songbook. Salty looked like this. Or at least that's what they had on the VHS covers and what they had in the intro. But when you actually went to watch the show, dude, what is that? This is nothing like what I saw on the VHS covers in the church library.
I'm a little Fraser and a hallelujah raiser and I stand about 3 feet tall. I'm a little Fraser and a hallelujah raiser and I love the Lord best of all.
They would go and they would hang out in Salty's house, which, you know, you're like, where are the parents in this situation?
It sneezes paper confetti while it's sleeping. No germs, just confetti. Go ahead, give it a try.
He slaps and scratches in perfect rhythm.
What monstrosity is that?
The walking rhythm section. We need it.
Please, Salty the Singing Songbook, can we please keep this man-dog person with us forever? Whose decision was it? Ralph's gonna play the dog. Get in the makeup chair, Ralph. We're gonna put you into this, in this. What is this? I'm done. We can't do it. We can't top Salty the Singing Songbook and the dog barking choir. It's just, I can't top this right now. Leave a comment if you've got a show that you just think is the weirdest thing that you've ever seen online. And I would love to take a look at some more of these in the future, but I do not want to see this dog again, okay? What's up? Today we're talking about Anthem Sprinter by John Van Dusen. I got like a spaghetti stain on my shirt. Don't comment about that, please. John Van Dusen, he's this genre blending artist from Washington State, and he's a well-respected name within the indie rock Christian adjacent space. He writes a lot about his faith and about life, about struggles, about victories. He's covered a lot of ground. But I hate to say it, I wasn't familiar really with his catalog until recently. And by recently, I mean this album. I just listened to him for the first time, and I have a lot of thoughts. Weirdly enough, I recognized his voice immediately from the project Telephone Friends with Tyson Motzenbacher. I heard John's voice and I thought, that sounds so much like this other random album I listened to. Sure enough, it's him, so I guess I'm just behind. Almost immediately, this album reminds me of Jack Antonoff's first band called Steel Train. I listened to those albums from Steel Train so much. It feels so much like like it that it's uncanny at some points. You've got these soaring punk grunge guitars with a ton of these phenomenal drum fills that are going on. It's a really good time to listen to. John's voice feels like it was pulled right out of my CD collection in 2004 and put right back into my Spotify today, which actually tracks because this album was released on Tooth and Nail Records, which is notoriously known with my generation for some amazing albums that really kind of had these bands that grew up alongside us in a way. The opening track, How Now Spirit, almost tricks you into thinking this album is going to be one thing, and then the guitars and the drums come in and just absolutely hammer punch you in the face. That song goes straight into an amazing drum fill for the song Comeback Wrecker, a really enjoyable high energy song, and that leads into an almost ballad feeling song called Before You Fade Away. For fans of Steel Train, original Young the Giant, or just that garage feeling punk rock of olden years, you're going to be really happy when you listen to this album. The topics are on point. I mean, it's talking about his faith, it's talking about different things that are navigated through life, but it's done in a really tactful way and done in a way that doesn't feel unoriginal, thankfully. Production feels raw, but in the best way possible. It feels like you're in a venue and that you're watching them play this album to you. I mean, there's double-tracked vocals. I'm a sucker for those, but they're used really tactfully through the album, and sometimes they pull them back, and it feels like John's like right next to your ear just singing something to you. It's so close. Truthfully, I'm really jealous of the sound of this album. I really don't have anything negative to say. Kind of an overarching thing might be that some of the songs tend to kind of crash together, so you might have a hard time the first couple of times remembering which song was which until you grow more accustomed to it. Top 3 tracks for me. Number 3, If Only. Number 2 is that Comeback Wrecker. Can't get enough of that drum intro, man. And number 1 is Lust Tripper. That one really surprised me all the way through. Great listen. Gave me a great nostalgia high. In fact, I'm going to change my grading scale from a 1 to 5 scale to a 1 to 10 scale because I feel like there's more nuance there. I give this album a 7.5 out of 10. If you want to check out my full review, go over to Music Board, follow along. If you want to see these videos early, join my Patreon, aka my Hanks, right here, and I'll talk to you in the next video. Stephen Curtis Chapman. If you grew up in a Christian home like I did, you definitely know that name, and you're probably somewhat of a fan, or at least some sort of a nostalgic fan. I've always told people that I am a huge Stephen Curtis Chapman fan. I like him as a person. I like his social media posts.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Hey, happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Especially to the love of my life, who's going to get this rose.
And I like his music. It makes me feel good when I listen to it. But the thing is, I know I haven't listened to all of his music. And this coming year, he's doing an anniversary tour for the Speechless album. And I thought if I'm going to try to go to that, then I probably should know all of his music. So I'm going to be only listening to Stephen Curtis Chapman albums in order until I'm all the way through them, for however long it takes. Now, some of you might be thinking, oh, Jonathan, I bet it's not going to take that long. I'm sure he only has 9 albums. Try again. This man has 23 studio albums. My first rule is I'm not going to listen to the Christmas albums, and I'm also not going to listen to compilation greatest hits albums. We're going to go through all of those anyway. Next is that I'm going to try to get this done in less than 10 days. Now, that leaves 20 albums. That means I have to listen to 2 Stephen Curtis Chapman albums a day in order to complete this thing. And the other part to make it interesting is I need to pick what my favorite SCC song is, and I have to do a cover of it at the end of this. So, will it be a normal one people know? Will it be one that I don't even know yet? We're going to find out, and we'll see if I can cover it. You didn't think I would do one of these videos without a quick explanation of a lot of things crammed into a short amount of time, did you? Here we go. Stephen Curtis Chapman, he was born in November of 1962 in Paducah, Kentucky. In his early life, he learned guitar and piano because his father owned a music store and was a guitar teacher, so very musical family. His education was that he studied at Anderson College for Music and Belmont University in Nashville. But in 1988, we saw his rise to fame within the Christian music space with his album called Real Life Conversations. This man has 5 Grammy Awards. Not only 5 Grammy Awards, but he holds the record of Dove Awards with 59. Are you kidding me? He's also a member of the Grand Ole Opry. He's known for songs like Cinderella, The Great Adventure, Speechless, Dive. I could go on and on and on because he has a lot of #1 hits. He and his wife Mary Beth have several children, 3 of which are daughters that are from China. And in their experience of adopting, they began a foundation called Show Hope, which is a nonprofit that supports adoptions. In 2008, his adopted daughter Maria, though, tragically passed away in an accident, which deeply influenced the rest of his music moving forward. He also wrote his autobiography, Between Heaven and the Real World, in 2017, sharing his life story and faith journey. It's pretty incredible. He continues to tour, he continues to record, and he continues to inspire, and he leaves just a crazy legacy of music. His sons are in the band Colony House, and his daughter-in-law is Jillian Edwards, who has great music as well.
The Stephen Curtis Chapman Challenge. The SCCC. So I've completed day 1 already, or night 1, however you want to put it. I'm listening to music whenever I get an opportunity to. I have a young daughter who doesn't like to sleep that much, so when she's sleeping and I'm holding her, I was listening to Stephen Curtis Chapman, and boy, last night was a doozy. She did not want to sleep at all, so I started with his first album. His first album is from 1987 and is called First Hand. It almost feels like Toto at times, and I had never heard this album all the way through, and so first thing I found out was the title track is a banger. Like, what the heck? It was so good. Not only that, but the synths are speaking to my soul. I love everything about the 80s synth going on. My #1 song is My Redeemer is Faithful and True, a very classic Stephen Curtis Chapman song, the closer for the album. My second favorite song from it is First Hand, the opener. Third favorite track is Said and Done. Overall, I give this album like a 6 out of 10 on the Stephen Curtis Chapman scale, not across the board scale. Right after that, I listened to 1988's Real Life Conversations. The thing I noticed is that the opener from this one kind of started just like First Hand. Okay, first song from this album that I enjoyed the most, Tuesday's Child. Second song is one I didn't even know he wrote, but I grew up singing, is His Strength is Perfect. That's #2 for me. #3 is His Eyes, and I think this is the one that had the mandolin and stuff on it. I wrote it down. I was half asleep holding a baby. And the third album I listened to that night was 1989's More to This Life. And get ready, because this one's an absolute banger, banger, banger. I hate that I did that. I don't like that. I may keep it in. I remember listening to this album growing up. Not only that, but I still listen to the title track. That's right. I've still got it on my playlist. I still listen to it all the time. I'm going to estimate that I listen to it twice a month. He's also showing off his acoustic skills way more in this album, like James Taylor level stuff going on. When I heard Waiting for Lightning for the first time in a long time, I was like, Stephen, what have you done? So to me, this is the it album so far. Also, side note, some of the harmonies on this album and the previous 2, they kind of remind me of Huey Lewis, but it didn't hit me until this album. All right, #1 track from this album is More to This Life. What else would it be? #2 is Waiting for Lightning. Again, I love this song. I'm definitely going to be listening to it way more now. And #3, ladies, gentlemen, get ready, because it's a love song of the century. I Will Be Here. Are you kidding me? This song charted not just on like Christian stuff. It blew up, and it is a beautiful tribute to his wife. Wow, great start to these albums, but are any of these songs gonna be the one that I end up covering? It's a good possibility. I like all of these songs. What am I supposed to do with a list like this? Welcome to the 90s, everybody. For day 2, we are in 1990s album For the Sake of the Call first. It's a little less aggressive as an album at the very start. It definitely feels more CCM-ish. That is until I heard the whip noises on the song Busy Man, which, you know, do your thing, man. I give this album a 4 out of 10 on the Steven scale. You know what, actually, Steven, if you're watching, don't be mad at me. Maybe a 5 out of 10. Top track is Busy Man.
I don't know, maybe the whip noises got to me. Number 2 is Lost in the Shadow, a really cool song. Number 3 is a song I forgot existed, but it like unlocked a memory for me called You Know Better. Totally forgot about this song. It feels very doo-wop. Next, though, 2 years later, Steven dropped something that was going to change the game. The Great Adventure. Top tier, top level, banger after banger. Not only a revolutionary album in the CCM world, but Steven raps on this album. And I forgot. Part of me wishes that I could still forget.
Uncle, this is really starting to sound like one of those rap songs. Believable, it's gotta be. It's got to be true. What's going on?
He raps with Toby Mac on the song Got to Be True. It's not great. Do you know how confused I was? But it feels like friends just having fun, having a joke. You know, I can't hate him for it, but this whole album's unbelievable. Great Adventure, top tier song. Are you kidding me? 7 out of 10 for this album. Number 1 song, Great Adventure. I mean, saddle up your horses.
Saddle up your horses. Oh, man. It's so good.
If I say that to anybody my age, younger, older, that even grew up remotely around Christian music, they're gonna know that it means we've got a trailblaze. Big contender for the cover at the end of this video. I'm thinking about it right now. It might be the one. I'm not sure. Number 2 is Got to Be True. I couldn't resist. What can I say? It's a guilty pleasure. I showed Kristen this one and it blew her mind too. So we're going to put it at number 2. Number 3, we've got one called Still Called Today. And it had a guest vocalist on it. It didn't credit on Spotify. And so I looked and it's BB Winans. So that's my number 3 song. Oh, but you thought I was done with albums for today? No. I've got a baby that doesn't sleep. I drive a lot for work. On to album 3 for today. Now this one I kind of forgot and almost didn't even leave it on the list, but it's The Live Adventure. It's a live album. And this also opened up a memory for me, which was I remember seeing Stephen Curtis Chapman live as a kid. I kind of forgot about it, but we went and saw him at a Coliseum nearby, and it was really awesome. I still remember it, but had forgotten somehow. Either way, your boy was washing dishes in the kitchen, jamming out, just listening to Steven absolutely crush every song live, but I didn't feel like I could score it higher than like my highest at this point, so we're gonna give it a 6 out of 10. Number 1 song from this, More to This Life Live. Wow! Loved this one. Can't get enough of it. Number 2, guess what? Great Adventure's back again. 2 really big contenders in 1 and 2 here for the cover at the end. And number 3 was the really amazing acoustic medley that he did where he took some of his slower songs. It just showed off his guitar skills. It showed off the lyrics to these songs. I sat there mesmerized by it. It was also kind of fascinating to hear him younger doing a live album because I'm also a fan of his son's music, the band Colony House. They put on a live show. And I was like, well, they got it honest. Oh, Jonathan, there's no way you're listening to more of the 90s Stephen Curtis Chapman today. No, you're wrong. I listened to a 4th album today. That's right, I couldn't stop. 1994, the year I was born and the year that Heaven in the Real World was also born. The intro to this feels very U2. It's like he listened to Joshua Tree or Octane Baby and was like, you know what? I'm going to do that. Because it's like news clippings and scenes at the beginning, and then it goes into like a delayed guitar. Pretty cool intro. Then the song King of the Jungle hits, and it's very George of the Jungle, very confusing for me. And you know, people are going to listen to this album and they're going to be like, oh, 90s CCM is so cheesy. Hey, shut up. Guess what? All 90s music was cheesy and all 90s music kind of sucked. I'm going to say it, okay? Everyone can get mad at me. Do you remember 90s music? Like, are you thinking clearly if you just blame CCM for having cheesy, kind of on-the-nose stuff in the 90s? There's no way you remember accurately. Not to mention that what we deem as being like cliche in the Christian music world, it wasn't cliche then, guys, okay? They were inventing stuff then. Enough of a rant. Let's look at my top 3 songs. It's a 4 out of 10 album. To be completely honest, I kind of had a hard time picking 3 songs. I only have 2 written down. So number 1 is Dancing with the Dinosaurs because it's very weird. And I got it stuck in my head for a while.
Number 2 is Burn the Ships. Liked that one. And number 3, Who's to Say? All right, day 3 coming up. Still going strong. Feeling, I don't know, off, I guess.
Truthfully, I really want to listen to the podcasts I normally listen to. But other than that, I'm feeling good, guys. I'm feeling good. Don't care. Let's SCCC it up. I really didn't accomplish listening to that much. I really only got through 2 albums, but let me tell you, the 2 albums I got through, they're top tier, so you better get ready. We have 1996's album, Signs of Life. I didn't really remember this album at all, but boy, do I now. The first track is Lord of the Dance, and I'm going to tell you right now, it's immediately a high jump away from the previous album in both production and songwriting. And this song in particular makes me feel like an amateur on the guitar. It makes me feel like a beginner on the guitar. It makes me feel like I've never played the guitar. What's fascinating is that this is a 90s CCM album, but it kind of already feels like it's in the 2000s a little bit. I almost didn't get to finish this one, but then I couldn't sleep, so then I ended up finishing this one and going to the next one. So it's just what it is. But this album, 8 out of 10. Unreal album. Number 1 song, Lord of the Dance. Number 2 song, The Walk. Are you kidding me? That one was so cool. Number 3 is Let Us Pray, a forgotten bop. A forboppin'. But y'all better get ready, because the 90s aren't over yet. And thank goodness, because we got 1999's album, Speechless. Ladies and gentlemen, we've made it to Speechless. We've made it to Turtleneck Land. And let me tell you, once I listened to this album, I was ready to go on Amazon and buy every turtleneck that they had in their inventory. I still might do it. Let's just say I'm diving in. Let's just say it left me speechless. Let's just say that it's a 10 out of 10 album. Number 1 track, Dive. This is a big contender. Number 2, The Change. Forgot about this song, but as soon as it came on, I was like, here we go. And number 3, we've got the title track, Speechless. The question is, which song do I think is gonna end up being the one that I do? I don't know. We'll just keep moving forward, I guess. Welcome to the 2000s, baby. I don't know why my intros are like this. 2001, we're at Declaration. Forgot about this album, but I remember my older brother buying this album at a family Christian bookstore. And I remember being like, dang, what's going on with these electric guitars? What's going on? I forgot all about the songs until it came on, and then I started singing so much. Definitely more rock influence, but definitely top tier. This is a 9 out of 10 album. Number 1 song, Live Out Loud, great opener. Number 2, Magnificent Obsession. This one felt so cool and interesting to me. And number 3, God is God. Great message, very captivating feel to the music and everything like that. A great start to the 2000s era of Chapman. I call him Chapman because we're best friends at this point. Next up, look out. We got a love album. That's right, Steven made a love album. I call him Steven because we're best friends now. I think this one really shows off writing skills in a really fascinating way. A lot of times people just tend to discount Christian musicians, Christian writers, because they're like, oh, you're stuck only writing about one thing and it's the biggest question and thing in the universe. Yeah, well, maybe that's because Christians find it valuable, okay? But he had a great love album. I mean, this thing is packed with really beautiful songs dedicated to his wife and about love. Number 1 song for me was Your Side of the World. Really cool song, great lyrics, everything like that. Number 2 completely shell-shocked me. I was in the shower and all of a sudden I hear 500 Miles come on. I'm gonna be /500 Miles comes on. What? I had no idea he did a cover of this song. Anyway, there you go. I wasn't expecting it. And so then I actually told my wife about it, and she was like, yeah, that's the only way I know the song. You only know that song because of Stephen Curtis Chapman's Love album? All right. Number 3 is 11664. Really sweet song. What can I say? This one made me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. I'm going to give this an 8 out of 10. I'm beginning to feel a little bit tired. I want to listen to my podcasts, and there's just so much that I don't know about the cover. Part of me is like, can I even finish it?
Coward! We have a new musical world to conquer. You make me sick.
Leave me alone, please.
Hiding in the shadows. Hiding from who you truly are. You can't escape the Chapmans.
Let's keep moving forward.
It's day 6 of the challenge. I know I've skipped ahead, but that's because we're going to cover a lot of ground in this, and because I'm feeling pretty good about beating day 10. I think I'm going to make it happen. First up, we have the 2004 album, All Things New. This is an album that I did not know existed. I feel like I have a pretty good general idea of what SCC music is out there, but this one I had never heard. Right away, a piano-led intro kind of got me hype. All of a sudden, I was like, okay, here we go. And the rest of this album reminds me a little bit of Paul Simon's 2000s albums that were coming out. You know, there's like the song Outrageous that some of this kind of reminds me of. Again, this is the first album where I don't know any of the songs. I was probably too busy not paying bills and listening to Relient K. Top songs. Number 1 is Last Day on Earth. Steven's hitting a nice falsetto in it. It was beautiful. Number 2 is Believe Me Now. It had a really nice 12-string sound in it. And the next one is the title track, All Things New. Great album, 7 out of 10. Again, remember this scale is only within Stephen Curtis Chapman's music. What I'm also realizing is if we were just grading it with all of CCM, these would all be 10 out of 10 albums. Next, we have the 2007 album, This Moment. And I think it's a little ironic, maybe not ironic, that this is really a moment for Stephen Curtis Chapman and his family and his music. This album, I remember it coming out. I remember a lot of talk around it. You know, this album has the song Cinderella on it, which is kind of like wedding dance 101 music, but it also now has kind of a deeper meaning for what the Chapman family went through later on, and we're going to get to that. Overall, great album. Number 1 song's gotta be Cinderella.
Little piece of advice. Don't listen to Cinderella while your daughter's in the car, and it's really the song hits different now than when I was 13 years old. I'm gonna be thinking about it today a little bit more. That's for sure. It's one of those songs that feels very like poignant, maybe is the word I'm looking for. Timely, but you know, he wrote this song not realizing how timely, you know, it would be. Man, tough listen, but really great album so far.
I listened to this song twice. Second time with my wife to be like, hey, now we have a daughter. How does this song hit you? Your boy cried in the car again. Probably shouldn't think about this song too much. My number 2 song is Children of God. Immediately I was like, do I know this extra voice on here? But I don't know. And I realized that it's Caleb Chapman, aka lead singer of Colony House, aka Steven's son. It was really cool to hear. And number 3 is Definition of Me. This one at first reminded me of a little bit of Keen's music and was a really cool sound. So overall, The Moment, I give it a 7 out of 10. I feel like I've graded everything a 7 out of 10. Maybe that's more my problem. Okay, I'm gonna be kind of sensitive about this portion of it because you don't really need a YouTube guy just talking this whole scenario out or anything like that, and I don't want it to come across like I'm taking advantage of a scenario. But in between this moment and the next album, the Chapman family actually lost their young daughter, Maria. While she was playing outside, there was a driveway accident involving one of their sons, and she passed away. And the Chapman family, I can only imagine how truly awful this situation is, especially now having a daughter. It's horrific to think about. And I just remember collectively how many Christians around were just praying for the Chapman family. But I also remember how much, even then, kind of younger, that I respected how they approached this scenario, because it would be very easy to run very far away from belief in God at all, and that was not the case. After that happened, we get the album called Beauty Will Rise. And I had never listened to this album before. It was a really hard listen. It was a beautiful album, a lot of beautiful tributes, but a lot of songs that were questions to God, questions about heaven, about life. And I would feel personally super weird trying to put a number to it, because it feels like you're putting a number to someone's grief. And so for that reason, I'm not going to rank this album, and I'm not going to put a grade to it. Again, I do this out of respect for his family, but I respect Steven a lot. And I respect his music and his writing a lot. And I've had people over the years kind of say that my stuff reminds them of Steven's stuff. That really means a lot, because he's an excellent writer. When I put my middle name in my username because my other artist name was taken, I remember having the thought, oh, well, it's okay, because like Stephen Curtis Chapman has his middle name in there. We're just going to keep moving forward. So between Beauty Will Rise and his next full album, I didn't realize that there's kind of a compilation album, and it's kind of two compilation albums that aren't really compilation albums. So I am going to talk about them, and I am going to grade those. So 2011, Recreation comes out. This is an album of all originals, but they've been revamped, remade, mostly acoustic. 7 out of 10. Here come my favorites. 1 is More to This Life. The version on here is beautiful. This song, I mean, it's on 3 top lists. That's pretty good. Is it going to be the cover? I don't know. Number 2, Heaven in the Real World. I liked this one better than the original one. I thought it was great. Number 3, Great Adventure. Again, on another list. 2 strong contenders on this one. 2013, Steven does a Cracker Barrel album. I told my wife that. She was like, you mean like for the restaurant? I was like, what other Cracker Barrel did you think I was talking about? Couldn't find it. Could not find Deep Roots. Since it's just a Cracker Barrel release, but I realized that later this album is adapted into Deeper Roots, which we'll talk about later. All right, that's all I've listened to in this span of time. Tough listens, but strong listens, strong contenders for the cover at the end.
Day 7, and guess what? It's the last day. That's right, I finished all of it. We're gonna hit them real quick here. I'm stressing because I'm supposed to do a cover at the end of this, and I hope that it goes okay, and I can't figure out what song I'm gonna do. 2013 happens, The Glorious Unfolding. I was working for Lifeway Christian bookstores here locally, and I remember this album coming out. I remember it being a really big deal because we've got like some compilation stuff between this and the last album. I would assume that this was maybe just artistically taking more time to process what had happened in the past several years, be with family, things like that. But yeah, this is a Lifeway flashback because we played this on loop in the store, and I remember not being mad about it. I remember thinking, thank goodness it's this and not like something else. Like, I don't know. I'm too scared to slight anybody in Lifeway. Fine, Francesca Battistelli. I don't want to listen to any more of it. So yeah, I remember every song on the album. But it is interesting after doing this to kind of have the retrospect of the other albums in perspective, because this album is so hopeful. It has a lot of great topics around moving forward, leaning on God, struggles that we go through, things like that. It's a really great album. To me, it kind of feels like a sequel to Beauty Will Rise. I'm going to give this album an 8 out of 10. Number 1 song, we've got Michael and Maria, a really sweet song, heartbreaking and at the same time necessary. I really love the lyrics and the arrangement of it. Number 2 is Glorious Unfolding. I remember every lyric from this song from Lifeway, and I'm okay with that, okay? We're just going to leave it there. There were a lot of tracks to go through. So next up, we're in 2016. 2016, we're at Worship and Believe, a worship album from him, which is really awesome. A lot of people, when they hear CCM, they're like, isn't it all worship music? Well, maybe in function, but, you know, worship music, it needs to be more accessible for a group to sing. But this had way more tracks, let me tell you, because you had the regular studio versions, and then on the deluxe edition, you know I'm listening to deluxe editions, it had all of those songs again, but live. I listened to the whole thing. It was 1 hour and 10 minutes long. Number 1 is More Than Conquerors. Stellar. Number 2 is Sing For You. This one feels a little bit like Rich Mullins in the beginning, but instead of like a hammer dulcimer, it's an acoustic. It's awesome. And number 3 is God Forever. Moving forward, we finally get to see the result of the Cracker Barrel tragedy of Deep Roots disappearing. We've got Deeper Roots in 2019, a bluegrass album that makes me feel so nostalgic. You see, here in North Carolina, bluegrass, folk music, it's everywhere. I grew up in a small church. A lot of these hymns and stuff I knew already, but the sound, it just makes me feel really relaxed. 9 out of 10 album. I was already listening to this album well before I did this challenge. Number 1 is Be Still and Know, featuring Caleb Chapman, again the lead singer of Colony House. Beautiful version of this song. Number 2 is Life is Like a Mountain Railroad, because this one feels nostalgic. My dad taught us this song. I think his dad taught him this song. And now I sing this song to my daughter when she's not sleeping. Guys, I'm so serious. My daughter doesn't sleep. Leave a comment with some help if you have it, please. And number 3, we've got what I'm going to call Deeper Dive. It's the song Dive, but deeper into the bluegrass, and it's featuring Ricky Skaggs. Are you kidding me? Dive is everywhere. We've got too many stacking up. Now we're in 2022 with the most recent, as of right now, studio album, Still. Number 1, Welcome Back to Wonder, a really cool intro. It felt like it was just growing and building this anticipation, and then like right into the next song. Number 2, Don't Lose Heart. I already knew this song too. You think I don't keep up? Do you think I'm out of touch with Stephen Curtis Chapman content? No, I'm not. And number 3 is Running After You. This one has a beautiful sounding 80s synth right at the beginning. You already knew I was a sucker for it. Well, he's hitting us with it in this most recent album. I can't believe it's over, guys. I've listened to 17 and a half hours of Stephen Curtis Chapman in 7 days. I don't know if that's a brag or not. Stephen, if you're watching it, I'm not upset. I love it. This was one of the easiest challenges I've ever done. I loved everything I listened to. In fact, I did go back and listen to some of the Christmas stuff by myself. It's okay, so maybe more like 20 hours of Stephen Curtis Chapman. He also has 2 more recent singles that I'm assuming are going to be for an album. We've got a new song called Do It Again. Great, really surprised me with the style of it, 10 out of 10. And then we've got another love song, Stephen. I can't take all these. It's called Forever Love of My Life, 10 out of 10. Got me right in the heart. The